Football action. Hey guys, what up? Welcome to another edition, I guess another night, of Draining Via the Brain Drain. My name is Jay Tate. I'm publisher / Commodore at auburnsports.com. You know that because of that little graphic that I have right there. We're finishing up the West Virginia Pitt game, which has been pretty good. It's been pretty entertaining. I like Neil Brown. I want to see Neil Brown play or coach well. I'd like to see his team perform well because I like him. He's from Danville, Kentucky, which is kind of near where I was at, but they just don't seem to get it done when it's time. You know what I'm saying? And this game against Pitt, it's a big deal for them. And I said in the chat, I love Pitt's uniforms. Anyway, tonight we've got some big stuff to watch for from an Auburn perspective in that it's going to be Hank Brown's first chance at the starting job at Auburn. Obviously, the Cal game was an unmitigated disaster for Payton Thorne, 4 interceptions. Really, there was a 5th one that was called back for a penalty, and that really doesn't tell the whole story of missed receivers, poor decisions in the passing game that weren't interceptions. And I just think there was something during the week where Hugh and Kent and D-Nix just kind of got a feeling that, hey, I think it's time to make a change because they didn't make it right away. It wasn't like on Sunday they were like, fuck it, we're going to make a change. It was, hey, let's go through this week and let's see how Payton does and let's see how Hank does and let's rep them and just kind of see how it ends up. And they decided to make the change, or Hugh decided to make the change. There was talk about it Thursday night, but then Friday morning is when it was like, hey, we're going to talk to the quarterbacks and then bring it to the team and all that. So Hank Brown, a second-year player out of Nashville, who was committed to go to Liberty with Hugh, I guess, yeah, and came over here when he came to Auburn, came with him, and Hank, he's got some real strong things about him. He's got a good arm. He's accurate. And the question here that all of us want to know, the answer we want to know is, can he find an open receiver? And there are some, and there will be some tonight. Can he find that person and get the ball to them? Because that's something that Payton didn't do very well last night. And we also want to make sure that he can handle pass protections and not get himself killed and make sure he's getting some people moved around before the snap. So, Hank Brown, you're on the clock. Let's see what's going on. I just want to make sure that we don't put the Superman cape on Hank because I don't necessarily know that Hank is that guy. And Kevin makes a joke, says, thank goodness the OL is solid as granite. Absolutely. We do have some super chats that have come through from 2 of our absolute favorites, War Eagle 0008, who's been with us a long time, very supportive. Says, Wardam Eagle family. Oh, we got one of these. Super chat. Wardam Eagle family, so happy to see the quarterback change. Wardam Eagle, let's get this W. Thanks for the show. JDT, thank you for being here, being a legend, 0008. Always super supportive of what we do here and on the Bourbon Show. CJ, a young man that I had an opportunity to drink some bourbon with last night at the bar, says, all that honking for Hank we did last week worked? Wait. I couldn't figure out. Oh, we got a pick. Okay. I'm confused. Anyway, all that honking we did for Hank last week worked. Wardam Eagle, Swoogans, Drainers, and family had a chance to hang out with CJ, like I said last night. And, yeah, glad to have you super chatting, my man. Give me one of these. Super chat. Hornatius says, I'm in New Mexico and can't find the damn stadium. That is really unfortunate, man. Although that's no different, I guess, than Arizona State playing at Texas State, right? I was surprised that they made that trip, and what a weird finish to that game. They added a second onto the game or whatever. Decatur Tiger in the house. What's up, my man? I'm Bailey 5, hoping Hank can get the ball out quickly. That is definitely something to keep an eye on. War Eagle asked me earlier if I could turn my mic up a little bit. I think I did, but anyway, thanks for making that. For some reason, I showed up here and my mic was all the way off. I don't know. Maybe my dog was up here messing with me. So anyway, Pablito jumping in. My man, what's up? With a little Carlton Davis pick there. Thoughts on the starting OL of Percy Lewis, Tate Johnson, Connor Lew, Jeremiah Wright, and Dylan Wade? Seems mid, eh? Well, so D. Wade, they talk so much about trying to keep D. Wade at guard this year. They felt like his skill set was much better at guard, and now they're going to tackle. So that tells you right there they're in a kind of a panic situation. Although D. Wade's he graded out okay over there, so it's not like he's bad. Although he was always at left tackle. Now is it right? Percy Lewis is a man who's large and strong. but he doesn't move particularly gracefully, so I just want to see how this goes. The issue is that New Mexico's defense is not great, and their defensive ends in particular are not great. They have one guy, number 17, I think it is, who has a long name who I'm not even start to pronounce. He might be able to give him some challenges. We'll see. But I'm not sure this is the kind of game where we can kind of get a proof of concept on whether Percy Lewis can handle the position. But we do know that Tyler Johnson had a serious problem last week. Tate Johnson, I like him. He's just a tough guy, and he was repping at center. And then Connor kind of took over the position, and they like the way the Braden's coming along. So Tate has been moonlighting at guard, and they like what they've seen there. So he's a tough kid, and I really like the idea of him having a chance to get some run today. Jeremiah's been solid all year. Connor's obviously really good, best lineman they've got. And then D-Wade at right tackle. So we'll see. Pablito, as far as it being mid, yeah, I think that's fair in a context of the SEC. You would hope that would be SEC average. So we'll just kind of see how that goes. Thank you for the super chat. I didn't even give you a
super chat.
Robert says Florida might be worse than us. And yeah, they're having a tough start. to put things lightly. Hayden, my man, who's been with us a long time. Let's have a night. My man, thank you for the super chat, G. And we're so happy that you swimmed in with us. God, it's been several years ago now. But hanging out and always a positive influence in the chat. Appreciate you, G. Feel like a stranger who's just cut from a different cloth. Always with us here, always with us on the Bourbon Show it's on hiatus, but we've been talking about, I think we're going to commandeer our daughter's bedroom and turn that into the new Bourbon Blend studio, and we're hoping to get back online. Now that Tiger Talk's on Monday instead of Thursday, I've definitely got a shot to do that, so I want to get that back going again. He says, word up. Let me give him one of these.
Super chat.
He says, word up, LFG, WDE. Much love, Drainers, Swoogans, and Tates. Let's watch Hank ball and then talk some hoops. Give Cobb the rock. I'd like to see Cobb get the rock, but, I mean, guys, we've been talking on the bunker about it. I think Jeremiah Cobb's a tremendous player, but he's playing behind two guys that are pretty damn good, too. So, hey, let's get Hunter maybe 15 touches, maybe 100 yards, and move on to Damari and Cobb. That would be terrific, and maybe get Justin Jones in there. Give him an opportunity, too. Blake R., our main man from the East Coast. We're headed up that way, Blake. In October, we're going to be either in D.C. or Baltimore, depending on where we're flying into or whatever, but would love to, rendezvous with you. It's going to be me and AA, so that'd be awesome. Says Ward Amigo JGT, let's get it again. I think Hank will be okay. I'm prepared to drink either way. That is the right attitude right there. By the way, I'm going to be drinking this Hancock's Reserve tonight. A lot of people say this is the Blanton's Light. It's a Buffalo Trace. They don't even really market this anymore. Like, you get on their website and you can't even really find it. But the thing is, it's 88 proof. Yeah, 88.9 proof, and that's just a very light drinker. And really, me and Cuz like to use this as to trick people when we say it's a Buffalo Trace product. We'll give people a blind taste of it. Say it's Buffalo Trace product, and then they'll taste it and go, I don't know what it is. It's really light. And they completely forget this is even here. So we're going to drink on that tonight. And the reason is it's light, kind of like New Mexico, in my opinion, although I'm not trying to jinx anybody. CDF, the main man himself, who I texted a big thank you to the other day because he's been super, super studly this year. Says basketball school, see y'all in Maui. That actually won't be a long trip for CDF. He's probably out on the power yacht. He's got a 115-footer that he's out. He's floating around everywhere from Guam to Hawaii down to the Marshall Islands. He's all over the place. And the great thing about CDF is he's a guy who super chatted us in 7 different time zones. Amazing. Thank you, CDF, and I will text you again whether you answer me or you don't. Still love you. Sam H., one of our absolute channel legends, says, if we can't win this by 20, this season is going to be really long. Go, go, go. I was just texting my man, Lennon, one of my high school friends who went to OU. He's watching the OU Tulane game, and it's just like they've been really, really having to push hard to get games finished out. They had a hard time with Houston last week. They're having a hard time this week with Tulane. I haven't seen an update in the last 10 minutes, but I was texting with him earlier, and he was getting really frustrated with Oklahoma's offense. So some questions there. And CDF jumps in with an addendum to his earlier super chat saying regular season basketball school. Still pissed about the Yale loss, which, as he should be. Strange deal there. So hopefully I feel like BP really wants to see some demons exorcised. Let me go to our in-game right here so we can see the chat and stuff, and everybody's happy to see that, of course. Super chat coming through from Ravin, the absolute legend himself. Ravin was my roommate, our roommate, for the bourbon event in Orange Beach last year, he and his wife, whose last name I'm not going to say because I don't want to out him. Why does the Washington highlights look like it's on the internet when I'm watching on cable? It's weird. He says, what up, JG and fam? Ready to see some what Hank can do. Let's run the ball and get our stud RB room those yards they want. Back to basics, War Damn Eagle. My man. Excelente. Thank you for the super chat, G. Thank you for the
super chat.
And he also sent me a very heartening and nice, very friendly text this week. Thank you for that, G. Don, my man. Don, of course, is our favorite bunk from the south. He lives in the very, very south of Holland, in Maastricht, Holland. He doesn't want me to out him, but his family's been kind of like a ruling class down there for a long time, and we're glad to have him with the super chat. He says, still in control of our own destiny, LOL. That's true. Auburn hasn't lost an SEC game yet, so there we go. James says, isn't Clay Whedon a tackle? In theory, yes, but he's pretty far down in the depth chart. I think at this point he's still, as Brian Van Gorder would say, he's a developmental player right now. And I'm not saying that as a mean way, as a mean thing. I just mean they're still working on him. CJ jumps in with another super chat to update us that Oklahoma beat the Tulane Green Wave 34-19, which, again, it was a struggle. They had to grind that one out. One team that was not grinding anything out today was Notre Dame. I think they were up 42-0 at half. My man, Pipe Layer, was at the game. He's a Purdue guy, and it's sad that it's come to that, but, it is what it is. And also, Jacob was asking, what are your thoughts on Elijah Melendez, the linebacker who committed to the Auburn Tigers today? About, 3 weeks after he decommitted from Miami, a player that Auburn had targeted a long time ago, been really pushing for. They're stoked to have him, super, super stoked to have him. And I like him. I talked about him last week because I thought he might have popped last week, but he has that, like Rodney Garner says and has talked about in the past, he's got that leadership and that energy that you can't teach, and you can't really bring it out of players. They've got to have it or they don't. And it's okay to have a program with some guys that don't, they're just great athletes and maybe they're motivated by other stuff, but you got to have some natural-born leaders, guys like Derek Brown is a great example. Marlon Davidson is a great example. Eugene Asante is a great example from the current team. And they feel like Melendez, in addition to being a really active and kind of a swashbuckling linebacker, he also has that leadership and that ability to just kind of get people fired up and excited. So, Jacob, long story short, I think that's a huge addition. And I think when this class, I think the season's going to be fine. I think Auburn's going to win 7 or 8 games still. I know this is assuming that Hank ends up being solid. I mean, it's got to be solid, right? Just solid. Solid is all you're looking for here. You win 7 or 8 games, I think they'll be fine with the class. And when people are listing the great players in the class, I think Melendez will probably be in the 5, 6, 7 range. But for me, he's going to be higher. Just because Rodney just got it. He spoke to my soul when he gave me the talk about leadership and trying to find guys that can do that. And I'm all in, man. Hook, line, and sinker on that. And Pablito says Elijah is a dude. I agree, man. That guy's he's a really good player, super active, accelerates really well. He's just a really good athlete, and yeah, he's just he's got what it takes as a person. He just leads people. He leads people. I think I have a soundbite for what I think about him. I haven't used it in a while though. I don't remember where it is. I have so many sounds now, I can't do it. If I don't have them on my Stream Deck button, I forget where they are. Oh, well, we'll figure it out. They are going live to the stadium right now. The ESPN2 telecast is now live. There's Hugh Freeze. They're showing on my screen right here. Man, I just can't find that daggone thing. It should be called Tom Sawyer. There it is, Tom Sawyer.
This song is called Tom Sawyer, and it is about a magical, amazing, and inspired person who lifts the spirits of everyone around him by the very nature of who he is.
Yes, that's an apt description, I think, of Elijah Melendez. So he's one of those kind of players, and I think Auburn's much better off for having him. Let's see. Ravin says, did the eagle fly good? Let me see how the eagle flew, okay? I've already checked. Let's see. Hunter is a tentative yes for halftime. J-Head is a tentative yes for postgame, although he's on a... Yeah, he is. So that would be really awesome, and I think we'll be able to get Kozan for halftime as well. So we always have great calls on halftime. There he is. Hank Brown looks like he's about 15, but yeah, Stoltz is definitely there. I'm trying to text the group chat here to see how the eagle flew. Here we go. For those of you who are younger and don't remember, one time during an interview, the former Auburn president, Dr. Googe, as Jay Jacobs would call him, Dr. Googe, he said there's so many things that go into a great game day experience. We were asking about, I guess this is when Chizik was about to flame out. He said so many great things that come in. You know, did the team play good? Did the band play good? Did the eagle fly good? And, that's kind of how we came about with that one. That's a classic one. Oh, I did get an answer, though. Let's see. We got a solid from BMAT and a pretty good from Stoltzy. So it sounds like an average eagle flight, maybe not very long. Maybe, sometimes he soars, and other times it's just kind of a business trip, going after that food. Let's see. T-Park, my man. T-Park, we're going to be up in Atlanta in 2 or 3 or 4 weeks, something like that. Unfortunately, not going to be at that bar hanging out with you. I wish I was, because I had a fucking great time with you and K.I. Says Ward Amigo JGT. I'm just giving you applause because you're a badass. Ward Amigo JGT, let's see what young Henry has in the tank. Yes, sir. I see that our chat is like kind of getting hung up a little bit tonight. I don't know why it does that. Sometimes it does. Sometimes it works great. Sometimes it just hangs. We'll see how it goes as the night moves forward. Although, if you guys are watching this on YouTube, the chat's popping. It's just not popping here on the screen right now. I'll reload it. It's all good. We'll see how it goes. Rich Animal wants to know, were there enough funnel cakes? That's a great question. We've got more funnel cake machines than we've ever had. We're up to 8 now. It's going to help the experience. Ravin says, does anyone else think that the pregame hype videos have been steadily going downhill for the last 10 years? I think so, yeah, a little bit. Although I haven't seen him. But the guys have been talking about it. Interesting. So New Mexico got diverted due to weather down in Mobile, and then they had to bus from Mobile to Auburn through Montgomery. And those of you who are from this area, that's a rough-ass ride, man, because ain't nothing between, say, Saraland and until you get to Montgomery, really. You got Greenville and Evergreen, but ain't much. I feel like Bronco Mendenhall and Brian Kelly could be brothers. Like Bronco's like the guy who ended up being like he pays more attention to fitness. He's kind of like a banker. And then Brian Kelly's the guy who runs the strip club. But they're brothers and they love each other. They get along great and they both respect their mother and all that kind of stuff. But Raven says, what if the rat came flying out of the meat pouch? Now, you could take that a lot of different ways, but he's talking specifically about the eagle flight. My man. Yeah. Wizard D says he sees empty seats, which I did too. And then Rich thought it peaked at All We Do Is Win with DJ Khaled. Absolutely. That was, of course, when Cam was doing Cam shit. All right, we've kicked off on my TV here. I don't know where you guys are at, and the picture is overexposed like crazy, in my opinion, but whatever, we can watch it. Quick scouting report on New Mexico. Basically, everything they do goes through number 4, their quarterback. He's a good runner. He's good in the open field. He's like a tailback with the ball in his hands. Average passer, I guess. Average passer. I didn't watch a lot of offensive film on this one. I watched a lot of defensive film, and I'm telling you guys, it's like the Keystone Cops out against Arizona. They gave up 60-something points, and it was bad. Positioning wasn't awful for them, but they just couldn't tackle for shit. Anyway, here we go. Auburn's going to give that 3-2 box look again. Hey, running to the ball. Champ Anthony got turned around a little bit there, but not a big deal. Wysong is their number one receiver, just caught that ball. Raven says, set your delay about 7 seconds. Is anyone else tripping about this? We'll see. Sometimes I wonder with Raven because I feel like he's punking me sometimes. All right, we're looking 3-2 again with Asante rolled up a little bit. That was kind of a cool little hot pass. That's the kind of ad-libbing that he's good at, Dampier, the quarterback at New Mexico. So it looks a little different in the defensive backfield. I know you guys have mentioned this earlier. I didn't get like B-Matt and Stoltze were working on it. So I saw that Sly is starting, and then you've got Keontae in there. I don't know who else we're looking at here. Let's see, look at this lineup right here. So you got Jalen McLeod as a de facto linebacker here. He's just kind of pulled back, but he's in a linebacker position. That's kind of interesting. He was doing some of that last week as well. He's like a freaking missile. Nice catch. So we got Sly out there, 21 out there with a little Colby Wooden action. Did Cain get demoted or something? Edward N says Malik Willis going to start for the Packers. Hammer the Colts. Yeah, because Jordan Love's going to be out a little while. Look at Isaiah Rakes coming to kill somebody. That was a really poorly handled situation there. There's Jacobs. I bet Jay likes them a lot. Yeah, I like him. He's good. McLeod got turned around on that. If he's going to be a linebacker, he's going to play that linebacker spot. He's got to keep his head up and handle the right run gap, which he did not do there at all. At all. That was like some and Papo business right there. You got Mousy and Asante playing right now at linebacker. Bobby Jameson Travis chasing this dude. This is New Mexico in a nutshell right here. This is the kind of shit they do. And the dude, I'll tell you, he's going to get out of it. He's good at it. Some bad situations there. DJ Durkin's going to have an aneurysm watching that tape right there. Yowzers, dude. I haven't been able to see who's playing cornerback yet, though. Looks like Champ's out there. Is he playing corner? I don't know. Robert S. says, we suck, but we know it. Little throw of the middle incomplete. He had a step on Jaron. Jaron's not the fastest guy out there. But Pablito says, WTF are we doing, boys? Yeah, that was ugly. Like, from a defensive perspective, that's really bad. Diego says, you have to rush for God's sake. I think they're going to. I mean, they haven't right now. I think DJ is just kind of diagnosing right now. Remember last week against Cal, and I'm not trying to say something bad. I'm not trying to hint at something here, but last week against Cal, he was doing some of this stuff. Just kind of, that was a little bit of an offside there. Seeing what they're doing, and as the game wore on, he still went with a 3-man front, but he kept blitzing. He was run blitzing and doing other things, bringing a lot of people. That is definitely something you'll see from New Mexico's defense when it comes time. You know, they have a base front and they blitz all over the place. Yeah, Ambitious says DJ Durkin ain't missing tackles. He teaches tackling more than most in practice. Looks like we got Scooty out there playing corner. And is that Champ at the other corner? It is. Wow, that is kind of interesting. You guys knew about that before I did, actually. So I knew they were upset with Kayan. They felt like Kayan did not play mentally a great game last week. And how about that? Ravin says, has a Lobo ever won a Heisman? Might make the case tonight. Uh-oh. BRT3, my man, asks, when has a 3-3-5 been successful? Auburn used it to success against LSU with Kevin Steele maybe 4 or 5 years ago against Joe Burrow. And that was at the time when LSU was just playing great football, and Auburn had to come up with something, and they did, and it worked. But you don't necessarily see that work a lot. It just asks a lot of your linebackers have to fit almost perfectly to make that work. And you got to have guys that can fit the outside gap, which is also tough. Takes a special player to be able to do that, honestly. Robert thinks UAB would beat Auburn this year. Hold on, guys. Let's just hold on now. Let's just see how this game goes. This is not a great first drive defensively. And Auburn's field goal defense takes a hit there. So, the Lobos, with a solid drive, they're going to be happy with that first drive and get a field goal out of it. So, let me take a look at what their third down stats were on that drive. And get that information to you as soon as I can. They were 0 of 1 on third down on that drive. So that's the only stat we can update right now. Yeah, Galatians says the 3-3-5 has actually had a big resurgence in recent years. I've seen it more. I've definitely seen it more. Cal was running it. Not that they're world beaters or anything like that, but and you'll see some of that from New Mexico as well. Kevin B. with a Fletch reference. Seeing him listed at 5'10" reminds me of Fletch. He's actually 6'5", 6'9" with the afro. Fletch playing for the Los Angeles Lakers. Yes. Edward N. asks JGT prediction on Hank's passing yards shoot. My guess is that they're not going to throw a ton. They would be wise, I think, to run the football a good amount tonight. So let's say something in the neighborhood of, and I'll write it down just so I can be credible for this. 13 of 19 for 175 and 2 tutties. That is going to be my guess. So I wrote it down. We'll have some accountability. If I miss it by much, we'll be doing some up downs, okay? We'll definitely be doing that. Auburn's biggest critic is here with us. Let's go New Mexico. I love it. It's good to have haters. And I think he's just good-natured. I like that. That's good stuff. I would do that. I would go get in a Duke chat like that and be Duke's biggest critic and just like make fun of players from like the 90s. Like rag on Cherokee Parks or whatever. Excuse me, Auburn fan 123, my man. How you doing? Glad to have you with us tonight. JG, better chance of 3 and out or a touchdown here. My guess is run the football and they just grind out like a field goal drive here would be my guess. A lack of creative stuff, but they get it done. And Snobburn says going to need 40 to win tonight. I really don't think so. I think Auburn, I can't remember what prediction I had for this one. I think it was 33-14 or something like that was my prediction. I think I might have had it 38 initially, but I dropped it back because Payton wasn't going to play, and I wasn't sure. Poppy Clan, my man, says, in Hank we trust. Poppy Clan, unfortunately. Oh, we get to watch the Eagle flight. Let's see. So he comes down quickly. Yeah, that's a business trip right there, right? That's just around. You don't even go a full lap. And then he's right on the sack, on the meat bag. So, solid flight, just a little short. That's all. That's what she said. Diego says, are you adding an interception count right next to the drop count, Jay? LOL. We probably should have done that last week. I remember at one point in the first quarter we were kind of thinking, because there hadn't been a lot of drops in the first game, and we were like, we had to come up with something else, and then we never thought there would be 4 interceptions. All right, there he is, Jeremiah Cobb, getting the kickoff return and doing a hell of a job here. Holy shit. All right, he's rolling. Great return. Absolutely outstanding return. Gets it back to, the 31 or so? Showing some vision, showing some speed, and showing some long-range speed, too. Great return right there. That is the way you give Hank Brown a good opportunity to kind of get his feet wet, right? First drive, you're going to start at the New Mexico 31. That's terrific. Let's see who had a big block here. really nobody. I mean, it was just good positioning. Cody Burns out in front right there. Didn't get a block. Anyway, let's see what we got here. This angle's weird. These are like third-string cameras or something. All right, first throw is to Cam Brown. That's because Cam Coleman's, I guess, a little banged up. He got banged up in that last game, and I thought he might not play this week. It was kind of an iffy thing. He had an arm issue. You got Robert Lewis playing outside too. First throw from Hank was overthrown. It was a high, but Cam was able to tap that ball and catch it for a modest gain. And the second play was a run play. Not bad. This is about what I expected. I got a super chat coming through from my man, Fat Crack, the man himself. See it? There's a little bubble. It's going to be a first down to, was that Lewis? Yeah. Says JGT, my man. We giving you some applause for that. I got some good stuff heading your way. Time for Hank War, Damn Eagle. Thank you, Fat Crack. I know we were talking, and you were very generously sending me some delicious brown water, which I look forward to drinking on the air. All right, Hank's, that pass was not great. Throwing for Dre. Probably contested a little more than Freeze would have liked, and the throw was in an area that really was not very safe. So whatever. I'll have to go through and grade every single throw after this. They do that at the Penn State site, and I think it was a little overkill when I saw it, but then, oh man, I feel like a stranger said, give Cobb the ball. That's what he said earlier, and they did, and look what happened. All right, another throw to Robert Lewis. Kind of a check down on a rollout. Bego says, I got no yellow first down line. Yeah, I've missed that on this first drive. I mean, obviously, when it's New Mexico and Auburn playing, you're getting like the C team, right, from ESPN, ABC, ESPN. So maybe they just don't even have anybody to run it or whatever. Seriously. Yeah, I'm with you. AU Taxman thought that might have been a pick six in the SEC. I think you might be right. That was a dangerous throw. Little zone read there. Gave the ball up the middle to Jarquez, who's just, I think, a little bit short. Like maybe like a few feet. So they're at a fourth and, well, as Rod Brown would say, a fourth and a long one. Oh, a short one. Yeah, short one. Small Time Republic says Disney is having to tighten the belt. Yeah. They took away our first down marker. It's bullsh. All right, so they need to get the 10 on this. Got Rivaldo in there, Brandon Frazier in there, Luke Deal as well. You think this is definitely going to be a run? Oh, they're in a 40 formation now with Hank is out. It's going to be a wildcat to Jarquez, who fumbled the ball. I think he may have actually gotten that first down with a spin. But he was going to really second-guess this decision to go with the wildcat there. That could have been a disaster again. Sam H has Hank for 13 of 24 for 132, 1 touchdown, 5 interceptions. Oh, damn. That was a tough one there. So we're going to have to reload the widget again. Yeah, that was not great. All right, we're back going. First and goal from the 10. Hank has had an okay series so far. That was a challenging throw for Dre, who was defended well. The ball is coming out well. I think he's got some zip on it, but I don't love the decision making yet. As I'm not able to see everything, but these throws have been just not open. Now that one was open. That's a tutty right there.
The more you fuck around, the more you're going to find out.
Touchdown,
There it is, a touchdown to the best teammate on the team, Camden Brown. A guy who kind of got passed over, honestly, by Cam Coleman, and it just kept working his butt off. doing what he does. Got an opportunity tonight to start with Cam out, and there you go. There's a touchdown on a slant. Good throw, good catch. And, yeah, that's a good way to start things for Auburn Tigers. And the extra point is through. So, what do we think about that first drive? Thoughts on that? I'll update these stats as we work on that. Tank was 4 of 6 for 24 on that bad boy. 4 of 6 for 24. And a tutty. Jarquez is 3 carries for 8 yards. Whoa, easy there, buddy. And third down, Auburn was 1 of 2 on that drive. So, one of 2 stats are now updated. We've got a super chat coming through from the man himself, Darkside. There he is. My goodness, a quick decision and a slant route all in one. Things we like to see. We've been clamoring for more slants for sure. Like they were good in the first game, and then they had some slants, at least one good one in the Cal game on that first drive. And I was like, okay, here we go. I mean, you're going to slant it, and it makes sense, and it's a throw Payton can make and all that. And then they kind of got away from that, and they started going deep. And then this game, it's been better. Yeah, Tripp says in the SEC games, 2 of those would have been pick sixes. Yeah, I don't know about pick sixes, but they probably would be extremely not advisable. We'll put it up that way. Let's see. Chris says, Chris M., of course, legend himself. That was competent football. I am confused. And Scott P. says 2 interceptions if that's Georgia. Yeah, but it ain't. And it's his first start, so we'll give him a little bit. We'll give him a little bit of grace. You know what I mean? Kevin B says props to a Cobb on that hellacious run or hellacious return. Yeah, it was great. Got them set up and at the 31. So that's a great way to get things started. Looks like our daggone chat's getting. I'm just gonna let it run. We'll let it figure itself out tonight. It's having a moment. It looks like. This was a problem we started having last season, and then it happened during basketball season too. And I was like, they'll get this fixed, and they never did. No, hell, I'll reload it. I'm a cuck for this stuff. Terrence, my man, is here. Terrence W. has been with us a bunch for football games for years and years. The Arkansas game coming up scares me, and the rest of the schedule terrifies me. That is part of it. Got Arkansas next weekend, then Oklahoma, all at home though. So, just want to see Hank just kind of play at a level that's higher than what we've seen from Payton. To me, that level was that drive. I should take back. Was solid. I give him like a B for that. Some dangerous throws, but also a nice throw for the touchdown, and he had a nice throw before that too, a little early in the drive. So, solid. Wargill 0008 says JJ going to switch to Twitch. That rhymes. If they don't fix it, yeah, I'm sure. If I threatened the people at Ecamm, they'd be like, "Oh my God, I'm so scared." They would blame YouTube for this. I promise you that, because it's not really their fault. It's a widget I use through Streamlabs, because there's really not another way that I've ever figured out to get it to work. But anywho. Runner 24 says Arky did not look particularly good today. They were playing UAB, I think, and they were down early. I guess they came back to win that. Yeah, I have thought about Twitch before, honestly, but it was this is a native app for Macintosh, which is what I use, or Apple. So that's the reason that I use it. It's just an Apple thing. And the guys it's two identical twins that run it. They just seem very responsive in general. This camera's ass. Look how blurry it is. It's not like there's some thing going on here. There's a drop for them. You love to see it. Yeah, Bego says Arkansas was down 17-3 at one point against the hated UAB Blazers, or beloved, depending on how it goes for you. We've got some folks that are UAB fans, of course, since a lot of our folks are in Birmingham. Let's see what we're looking at here. Auburn getting a little more stacky in the box. It's still kind of a three-man front, but now they pulled two guys in. It's going to be 3rd and 10 here. Keys maybe a step behind where I'd want him to be on that blitz, but that's all right. Diego says 1990 broadcast, they forgot the HD cameras.
Sometimes may be good, sometimes may be shit.
It does not look good tonight. These are bad cameras, but whatever. I mean, this main camera for like every play is just horrible. It really does feel like it's back in SD. Like, no joke. I'm confused about something here. Oh, okay. It looked like 10 to me, and it was actually 18. There's a first down. They converted a 3rd down. We'll go ahead and give them credit for that. Bego says 3rd string cameras too. My man. Someone said in the chat earlier, we're not getting beat by somebody named Luke. That's just the way it goes. I like this formation. Kind of a heavy look there. That's a good play from 18. Was to kind of string it out. He had outside leverage and contain, I should say, on that. He played his outside shoulder and did exactly what he's supposed to do. That was good. We're talking about Jaron Thompson right now on the telecast. Who is this playing the 3 technique? Oh, it's Keldrick. They're going to try a reverse on that one. Eugene actually he played with his eyes up, did a good job on that. That's really not bad for a reverse. Defensively, that's fine. For me, I don't know if y'all feel that way. Terrence says Scott is great at tackling after allowing a completion. Oh boy, I better do something here. That's actually really smart. So they were running that little quick throw, and they were going to try to throw it from the wideout spot. And then it went backwards, so that's a live ball. He fumbled it. Yeah, that's a mess right there. Intentional grounding. I guess those are weird looking pants on that guy. He's got like flared bottoms. These are like 1970s style pants or something. What's going on? Oh, I understand what was going on. It wasn't even the quarterback in there. I mean, the quarterback was the one who was receiving that ball. Now, that's a legal play, right? They judged that it wasn't ahead of the line of scrimmage, right? Yeah, Small Time Republic says the ref wearing hammer time. Hammer pants. They did look like that, actually. If he did that little stop. Hammer time. And I'm known as such, and this is a beat that you can't touch. Jalen McLeod was coming to eat that guy's lunch, but he wisely got out of bounds. CDF was asking about 3rd down defense. Let's take a look and see how bad it is. I'm going to take a look. That's not a stat It's not a stat I looked up this week. Probably should have. Let's see. 3rd down. Opponent 3rd down conversions. That would be what you're looking at there. Yeah, Auburn's bottom half. But they're basically in the middle. Boy, if that ball would have been picked. Oh, they're going to Spooty with a pass interference then. And Wooden letting him know a little something about that. I don't know what he's saying. Probably saying something like you got lucky or something. Auburn's 70th, G, in 3rd down defense, which is like it's about in the middle. I could feel that one coming. EPW says the world's worst third down defense. Oh, man. Yeah, Spooty. I think Spooty was getting worried that he was going to get beat on that one. I wouldn't argue that one too much. Young Bezos just says, I'll be damned. Metallic, oh, my man, says this defense reminds me so much of Derek Mason. That is not a compliment. Oh, Jesus, he caught that ball. Hey, that's a great play by number 12. Jaron was in pretty good position, but he wasn't playing the ball. He wasn't playing the ball. And it was a great throw and a great catch. I mean, you just got to give him credit. That was really nice. No, Jaron was trying to play the ball, I guess. He just didn't actually play the ball. Hey, that's a really good play, though. Sometimes you just get beat on shit like that. That's well done. CDF 3rd and 19, no problem. Oh, same end zone, too. All right, so New Mexico's going to load up here and just try to pound their way in. They are not going to get in on that one because Dorian Mousey knocked that old boy back. A little bit Jason Jones playing at nose right now. Surprises me a little bit. You've got Kieran from Arkansas State in there. Yeah, this is your usual crew here. These are all your big boys here. Did not get it on that one. Oh, no, he got in there on the second effort. Good work for them. I don't know. Whatever.
I don't like your jerk-off name. I don't like your jerk-off face. I don't like your jerk-off behavior. And I don't like you. Jerk-off. Do I make myself clear?
Someone said earlier it was going to take 40 to win this game. Hey, Durkin has a reputation for, tightening things up as they move along. So I don't necessarily think this is the kind of deal where, New Mexico's just going to keep scoring, but we'll see. My high school coach used to do this kind of shit all the time. He thought this was so clever. Hey, they got in. Give him credit. Except there's a flag down, but we used to do this in high school back in the 80s. They would do it's time for a point after, and then it'd spread all out and stuff. Wizard D said we only had 3 hands in the dirt on the goal line. WTF is that? I would just say that's kind of new wave goal line defense, but I'm with you. You got to get down. Yeah, that's definitely illegal motion on number 5. And he got injured. Bronco Mendenhall, again, Brian Kelly's brother, who is the accountant. He also runs Ironman's in his off time. Oh, man, number 5. So he got rolled up kind of incidentally. Yeah, I don't like seeing anybody get hurt. Oh, he looks like he's going to be all right. He's kind of walking off. Let's see what the third down conversion rate is right now in this game. Yeah, they're still 1 of 2 right now, but that was a stinger, that last one. And Revences got bailed out on that one. Yeah, a little bit. So they got backed up, and now they're going to just kick it. It's kind of a bummer, though, man. I just feel like this is too much of a grind. But whatever. It is what it is. There's Spooty Kite. You'd like to see Jaron play that a little bit better. But he did have his head back, and it was a hell of a throw. Hey.
Hey.
Is that what I think it is?
Za.
I know. Did you order that?
Well, it was free.
It was included with the price, or it was free?
If I went and picked it up, it was free.
Oh.
So, there you go.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Administrative assistant in the house. They're losing 10-7, Courtney.
Oh.
Also got a super chat coming in from CDF. It says, looks like we'll be able to tune into the UFC in the Sphere.
Hey, peeps.
There she is, administrative assistant herself.
Uh-oh.
And my pussy's up in here, too. Have you guys seen our new pussy? I think I showed him last year.
Look at that fat cat.
Look at that. Look at Fatty
Oh my
McFatty.
God, Fatty McFatty.
Look at him. Hey, say hi to the peoples. Can you say hi to the peoples? Yeah, I'm gonna put
Fatty
you down.
McFatty.
That's Herschel.
16 pounds.
Herschel, our kitty. We picked him up at the pound, and he's been a great cat. He's just big.
He's just large.
He's just fluffy.
He fits in with us.
he's a big boy. Raven says, "Hey." Terrence talking about the basketball team. They're loaded, man. I mean, they got a lot of seniors. They got a little bit of everything. And if Miles Kelly is going to be the shooter that I think he is, and you get some growth shooting wise from Denver, you've got all the pieces you need. You got shooting, you got ball handling, you got speed, you got transition, you got Janai, who's a badass. You still got Dylan back there, who's he gives you a good offense game every fourth game. But other than that, he is a good rim protector, rim runner. You got a lot of experience. You just got pieces everywhere. You probably would like to see one really good guard, like a first-team All-SEC type guard, like a Bryce or a Jared, which I don't necessarily know that they have, but that's nitpicking. They've got a lot of dudes, and they got a lot of depth. So that's the deal there. Pablito, my man, says, are we really in a shootout with New Mexico? How is our DL not taking this game over? Having to reload the widget again. It goes for about 5 minutes, and then I have to reload it. Sorry about that. Poppy Clan, thank you for the super chat, Pablito. Yeah, the DL is... The strength of the DL really is just kind of like its depth, not its outstandingness, right? And you're just not to a point in a game yet where depth helps you. So that would be my short answer to what you're saying. But, yeah, it does seem this has been a trend where it's slow defensively to start, right? Because Cal was like that big time, where the guy was like, 19 of 20 or 19 of 21 in the first half. Cassidy P, my man, coming in, says, wasn't sure I could join today, but happy drain, y'all. We appreciate that. Cassidy P is on a trip to another area of the country, and glad that he had a chance to check in with us tonight. So for me, it would be Final Four bust. That is how I would feel about it, Poppy. But, some people might not look at it that way. They probably don't want to hear that. The coaches, they say, wait, what? Because, coaches by definition want to tamp down expectations. But look, man, we know what the deal is. They got a team, man. They got a freaking team. All right, I think I have these updated now. Yeah, we're fixing to kick off for Auburn's second drive of the game. And we've got a fair catch at the 18-ish, so that will go up to the 20, 25. Tennessee, Oklahoma next weekend. That'll be a pretty good game there. Tennessee fans getting a little mouthy. I don't know if you guys have Tennessee friends, but I've got a few, and they're getting real pushy. They think they've got something now, finally, of course. First time since 99. And then my OU friends are kind of the other way. They're like getting kind of anxious because they think their offense sucks. All right, let's see. Auburn's kind of a tight formation there. Back with Jarquez, Luke, Robert Lewis, Dre outside, Cam Brown outside. It looked just like an inside zone run, but they were able to get about 5 yards on it. They'll take that all day long. Mobile alum is now joining us in the chat. One of our favorites. And Bego calls it the voodoo cam. There he is, Cassidy P with another super chat. I see we have moved to the basketball season stage of grief. I'm down. Yeah, this hasn't been going great yet. A little throw. Rivaldo's broken a tackle, but he didn't get much further. It's going to be a first down throw for Hank, though, so that's plus. And I didn't think it was placed poorly, so that's plus. That was a dime, just like Chip said. That was amazing. A long throw down the right sideline for Dre, who had about 2 steps on his guy, and it was a beautiful throw. Definitely the best throw of the night for Hank. And really nice. Shows you a little bit of the touch. I mean, it was a strong throw, but he put it right where it needed to be. Really, really nice. Yeah, Diego says his deep ball is for real. That was a really nice throw. Peyton hit one like that to Cam Coleman in the first game? First or second game? Yeah, first game, I guess. Inside zone run right there. And Jarquez carrying guys. It's going to be 3rd and 1, I think, or 3rd and, half a yard. Inside zone's been working pretty good in this game. I'd like to see the stats on that particular run paradigm or run concept. It's been good. Probably 6 carries for 15 yards. 6 carries for 25 yards, something like that. Another inside zone run there. And Jarquez gets the first down. So it's going to be 1st and goal from the 1, I guess. Bego, I'm just going to let this chat. If you guys are watching the show just on the main screen here, the chat it tends to stall about 3, 4, 5 minutes in. I'm going to see if it catches itself instead of manually reloading it. If you guys are on YouTube, just watch the chat like normal because there's a lot going on in the chat. I do say something. Oh, there we go. Touchdown. I think they kind of threw him in there, but we'll take it.
The more you fuck around, the more you're going to find out.
All right, nice touchdown drive. 7 plays, 75 yards, keyed by the long throw to Dre down the right sideline. That was a 50-yard gainer. And Jarquez is now 8 carries for 26. And he got the tutty. And the extra point is going to be good. So let me update Hank's numbers. And let's see if 3rd down changed on that. Auburn's 2 of 3 on 3rd down. They got to be happy with that. And Hank's numbers are now 6 of 8 for 81 in the tutty. So that's pretty good. The thing that kind of threw me off a little bit was 81 yards. Some of the throws on that first drive, though, were a little suspect. I thought he protected the ball better on that drive, and particularly the throw to Dre was really, really nice. I mean, just laid it out there in front of him so that it wasn't going to get picked. Either he got to the ball and caught it, or he was going to go incomplete and have to worry about. There's your Walker White shot, talking to Peyton over there on the sideline. That's pretty good. Yeah, CJ's a fan of that throw. And A. Robinson says about to be 17-14, though. Always the positive. Always the positivity. I love it. All right, so New Mexico's going to take over for their 3rd drive. Field goal on the first drive. Set up by a long scramble. That was a meandering play that I'm sure is going to give DJ Durkin nightmares. And then they just pretty much ran down the field on that second drive. Just marched down the field, I should say. So you'd like to see Auburn defense kind of step up a little bit and be a little tougher on this drive. Offer a little more resistance. Ravin still bobbleheaded over Herschel being on the air earlier. Says, is Maverick making an appearance tonight? Herschel getting all the spotlight. We haven't had much in the way of pets in this. Oh boy, this season. But I don't know. Maverick's he's such a rambunctious little turd. I don't know. Would want him on the air. He'd try to eat that mic or whatever. He's such a mischievous little dude. I'm gonna reload the widget. It's really starting to bother me. There he is, Galatian. Jim Fife was the voice of my youth. Truly missed. I didn't know him as a youngster, but I did know him as a young adult. And love the guy, miss the guy. Montgomery legend. Auburn legend, obviously. And yeah, he's definitely missed Galatian. Great play there by Austin Keys, but I'm sorry, Sante, but did not get him down. Boy, that's a risky-ass throw. And now Jaron is saying he picked that ball off. If he did, he literally climbed over him to get the ball, which is a great play. Super chat, my man, coming through from Dark Side, his second one today. He says, JJ a little early, but thoughts on Taylor Davis? Hot, hot, hot. Yeah, she's good. She's pretty and good, and by all accounts from the guys that I know who have talked to her, say she's really nice too. So, what a catch! That's going to be on SportsCenter. That's a play right there, guys. He just literally snatched that ball right away from homie. That was great. Becca says, I think he intercepted that. I think you're right, man. I think he did. Really, really good play, man. Wow, that's creative, too. Just to stick with it. I think you could kind of yank it right off of him like that. So they were talking last week, the kids were about, did not create any turnovers in the Cal game. And there you go. There's one. I think Damon's even shocked by that one, too. He says, well, I'll be damned. He did intercept that. Yeah, that was a great play, wasn't it? All right, so the Auburn Tigers are back in business. Hank gets another short field to work with. That'd be huge. Be real big. Of course, they're going to review this, and the chances are it's about 50-50. It'll be ruled incomplete for some reason. And, we've had some weird, in our games, we've had some weird targeting decisions, right? And I said in the last game, I'm never going to make a decision on a targeting call ever again because it was so crazy in that one. Call reversed. Going that way. Going that way. There he is. Ryan's with us tonight. War Eagle Ryan's here. Hope all is well with y'all. We're doing pretty good. Appreciate you asking, G. Diego says, say it with a Gus voice. There is doubt. I have some doubt about that. I do have some doubts. But not the kind like Gwen Stefani. Me and Christy really like her. Perry Thompson playing wide right now. With looks like Sam Jackson maybe in the slot here. I have a hard time with the numbers with these voodoo cameras. Yeah. It is going to be Sam Jackson. He's looking that way. He's throwing for Perry. No, he's throwing for Sam Jackson, who kind of floated out of bounds at about the 5. But, hey, that's a good look and a good throw. They're going to try to get this next play in before the clock goes dead at the end of the first quarter. Might as well. That's a nice throw. Inside zone run to Damari Alston, who gets him down to the 2, and that's going to be the end of the first quarter. So, offensively, guys, how are we feeling? I think it's been good. It's been a little grindy, but it's been effective. And Hank, a little shaky in the first drive, but good second drive, particularly the throw to Dre. And then he's been managing it well here. 2 short fields, though. I'd love to see him commanding some longer drives, but he did have a 70-yard drive there with the first touchdown drive. So, for the second touchdown drive. So, it looks good. The thing is, this New Mexico defense, guys, it's not good. And I'm not trying to shit on them. He's managing the game great. And, I mean, considering it's his first college start, I don't care who he's playing. If you manage it well, that's a W. But, I mean, Galatian says it right. We may have a quarterback here. I mean, this is at least what we would have expected from Payton, if not better. So, that's great. Bego says Georgia and Kentucky are scoreless in Lexington. They're playing inside the Commonwealth Stadium tonight. Jordan W. says, can't ask anything more from Hank. Impressive so far. I agree. Again, some of the throws on that first drive gave me the heebie-jeebies a little bit, but I haven't seen him as much here lately, and he made a great throw to Dre. Great throw. And the touchdown throw to Cam was good, too. Let me update some of those numbers, Decatur Tiger. Appreciate you kind of prompting me there. You weren't trying to do that. I'm just saying I see it. 7 of 9, 107 is what he's got now. So he's playing. Now, my prediction when you guys axed me earlier was 13 of 19 for 175. So he's probably a little ahead of schedule for me. Mm-hmm. Ryan says Campbell and Bo Nix also had some questionable games in their first starts. God, I can't even imagine what Jason's were like. I mean, I covered Jason the whole way, and I just remember he was very up and down for a long time, and I had given up on him mentally. I was like, oh, this guy's just not going to beat it. And then, his senior year, he was terrific. Ended up playing in the NFL, and he was, I wish he hadn't gotten hurt because he was really, really catching on with the Raiders. Let's see. Michael W. has a new picture now. Says, I called it last game. I need more fast break offense. I will take $1 million of Hughes money. You're welcome. I like it. They've been tempo's been solid today. There he is, Neil, our man Neil, the Welshman who lives in Scotland. Heisman Hank, my man. Give him some applause for that. He's been getting lubed up with some liquor over there. Neil has a little wine action, I think, is what he was saying earlier. I was talking to him earlier. Let's see. Oh man, I missed something here. Christopher B, my man. It says, JG, I dug those throws on the first drive. He let it rip. That wasn't Payton's issue. Too hesitant. Hank tonight, snap ball, throw ball, don't overthink it. It does seem that he is definitely throwing. He's less encumbered, right, by you're not going to – he doesn't seem like he's over-processing, kind of what you mentioned. So that's the thing for Payton. I always thought he was just being too risk-averse. It doesn't seem like Hank is doing that tonight. I don't know if that's really just kind of who Hank is. And the rap on him was always he could throw the football, he just can't move very well. But tonight it doesn't really matter. All right, we're back with the second quarter. Damari got them down to the 2 on a run. And so they start this quarter at the 2. It should be able to stick this bad boy in. You got Micah Riley Ducker in there, Luke Deal, you got Rivaldo. Now Hank is out of the picture. It's going to be look like a wildcat snap to Damari. And he got caught. Not his fault. A lot of pressure coming in from the outside on that one. By the way, I don't know if he'll be playing tonight, but Garrison Walker, who played at Auburn as a walk-on for a long time, he's actually at New Mexico this year and played in the Arizona game, so I'd like to see him if he's out there. That was a good decision from Hank, a smart decision. They were running inside zone. He saw things didn't look good, and he just kind of held the ball and got crushed, but it's kind of a problem. I didn't like the Wildcat play and feel like it was blocked well. And then that second play right there, that inside zone didn't work well either. So Auburn's got to really bow up here. Oh, it's fourth down now. Shit, I didn't realize that. Yeah, that's Alex. Isn't it? I can't. No, it's still Towns. They'll take it. Take a field goal. Why not? Not a fan of getting to the 2-yard line and then going backward after that. That's not great. But I don't know. I have to go back and look and see what was going on there. T-Park says, holy ish, the offensive line in the red zone definitely got overrun, for sure. And Jordan says, Mr. Magoo, yes, number 33. I don't know how I could miss. McPherson's 38. Still coming back from that really scary digestive issue he was having during the summer, but he's definitely doing better now. And he'll be back kicking with the varsity pretty soon. Like Julie just says, WTF was that? You get down to the 2, and then you get crushed on a pair of plays that you should just be overrolled. You should just be bowling over New Mexico's defensive front, and the opposite happened. So that was not good. I'm with Chaz on this. Wildcat is played out. I'm not a fan of Wildcat anymore. It was kind of novel and interesting in 07, but these days it just seems like teams are ready for it too much, you know? Oh, did I miss a super chat? My bad. Mobile alum jumps in right as I was doing this thing. JG, have you ever interviewed Hank? Watched some interviews with Z Blackerby. Looks like a great kid. I have not interviewed Hank since it's like a year ago, so nothing lately. He's not somebody that I usually come in contact with a lot. But he's playing a great game. Looks like Kentucky's leading Georgia late in the first quarter, which surprises me a little bit. That's actually really good. Thanks, Mobile alum. I appreciate you. Ambitious says, this explains why Hugh never had a good running back. His scheme is awful. Auburn's got to do a better job on this. Somebody had outside on that. Outside leverage did not get the job done. I'm going to go back and watch that run that they got away with there. I'm trying to see what the concept was. Was that a bash? The way Auburn looked, the way it related to that run defensively looked a lot like the one I highlighted in the Know the Enemy piece for this week. I'm sorry, the camera eye. No, that's just kind of an outside zone. But you had Keldrick playing outside leverage. You need a linebacker to scrape outside of him, and it didn't happen. Dorian Mousey probably got held, but he needed to be the guy to get over there for that, and he didn't get it done. When you're playing, when you do that 3-2 look and your 3 technique is shaded inside, I don't understand. Somebody's got to come outside of that. You've got to have like an automatic scrape or something, and I don't understand why there's nobody out there to do that. I feel like that's like a paradigm flaw. It's something that Cal exploited a little bit last week, and it looks like they saw it on tape too. Yeah, Dixie said 0 outside containment. Yeah, on that particular run, it was bad. I thought that Spooty was going to steal that. He was just going to catch it right there at his he didn't get it done. My man Shane's here. What's up, bro? We've got problems, y'all. I think we know that, Shane. The question is, how bad are they? Appreciate the super chat, man. I really thought Spooty was going to intercept that. I was going to catch it right there in his gut. Yeah, Shane, you want to see a little bit more, you know? Not from Hank in this case. Just from particularly like the offensive front getting worked down there at the goal line on that last drive is really disheartening. And the pass rush here is not... the pass rush has not been very good tonight. Auburn fan 123 says, why the F are we blitzing on 3rd down? They probably about, why are we not, do you mean? There's a run blitz, but they picked it up. It's well done, man. I thought this was going to be New Mexico's offense is actually pretty good, and this number 4, you know, they left him in there all last year, and he had a bad year. He got knocked around and played like ass, and you know he's just better now. He's kind of like their version of Jason Campbell in the sense that he just needed some time to get beat around, and he just got better, and now he's a more fully formed version of himself. So I thought it would be a little bit of a struggle on this side of the ball. I just wasn't ready for it on the other side of the ball. I thought Auburn would just be able to run him out. So you want to see more pass rush there, and you're just not seeing it, and instead you're seeing a bust. Yikes. Guys, oh my God, what is this? Sam H. says, Durkins, what is you doing? Not very good, guys. It's just not very good. Oh, man. Mega Tiger, my man. For the record, if we aren't up at halftime, I'm posting both Stoltz's cell phone number and his AOL IM online. Don't do it, Mega Tiger. Please, God, not the AOL. I'm begging you. Pretty funny, though. CIB Addict says this is embarrassing. Yeah, this is a slow start. It's a nice catch there. Might be a trap, though, guys. Oh, my man. Pablito jumping in. Joel Bonamolo is not walking through that door, fam. And if he does, he'll be gray and old. Metallic Ops says, get that DC hot board ready. Wow. It's getting bad, guys. Getting bad. Wow, Robert says, I still think Florida's worse, but I don't know. Like, Auburn's better than Florida, right? Now, here's one, Ryan S., who I respect a ton and knows a lot about college football because he played it. Scott is a bad DB. I think he's a good DB, but he's a bad cornerback. Some guys are just better as a nickel, you know? And I have not been impressed with him as an outside cornerback. You guys better get over there and get some shit ready here. They're about to run a play, homie. You got Jaron, looks like he's in man coverage here on the hash. That would concern me. I don't think of him as a good coverage guy. Oh, no, they've got an offside. Eric thinks Auburn's going to be winless in the SEC. That's a take. I don't know, though. Something's going to have to change on this defensive side. It's got to tighten up, man. Be like, hey, man, your team's not going anywhere. Boy, the ultimate insult. A. Robinson says FSU would score 40-plus against this defense. Oh, my God, that's really, really mean to say. Shane says, I'm not convinced Auburn is better than Vandy. Vandy has been playing better football this year, haven't they? All right, they're down to they got a first down at the 3, I guess. Guys, man, this is concerning. What's not concerning is the Auburn offense has been fine. Actually been running good. But stopping New Mexico has been more of a challenge than I thought it would have been. I thought they were going to score, but I didn't know they were going to just every frickin' drive. Looks like this is some kind of a bandit concept, which you have to kind of do when you're down on the goal line, but I don't love it. Yeah, they're trying to beat Dorian Mousey in coverage. Hey, credible coverage. My man Mang says, of course the year we get Vandy, it'll be a damn dogfight. You're speaking the truth there. AU88, my man, says, our defense couldn't stop a marching band. Hey, now. Uh-oh, Neil Jones says FSU women would score 40 against this defense. Wow, that's really scientific. All right, so they went for essentially a home run there to try to beat Mousey. Thought they could beat Mousey in one-on-one coverage for a touchdown, and the ball placement was great, but Mousey actually was up to the task on that one. So they're going to have to go to a field goal attempt, and they hit it. So 17-13 is what you're looking at here early in the second quarter. And in general, pretty underwhelming from the Auburn Tigers so far. Third down, they are 3 of 5. Auburn is 2 of 4. All right. Those stats are now updated. Let me see if there's anything else I need to check on Hunter. Hunter's still 8 of 26. Hank's still 7 of 9 for 107. So that's where we're out. I'm with you completely. Thanks, Neil. That was funny. And AU Tiger 98 was pulling for the field goal defense there. He said Mousy with good coverage. I also thought it was very good. Yeah. I mean, bottom line is that it was an incomplete pass, and he was right there with it. So, taffy.com for those of you who are jonesing for taffy and haven't been to Gatlinburg lately, where you can buy a lifetime supply of taffy for like $50. If you so wanted. You could also use that for cleaning your car. You can use it as plumber's putty. Just various things you can do. My man, Bo is great. Says Mississippi State getting beat by Toledo 14-3 in the second quarter. One Fly says Eugene Asante out there. He has been. I don't know if he was out there on this last play or not, but he's been playing, yeah. Grant says, anyone know why Lee isn't playing? I don't know the answer to why he's not playing, but he's not. They're playing champ there. I mean, reminder that Kayan had a bad game last week. Let me see if I can get any intel on that. See what I can get, if I can get an answer on that. Johnny Red Dot says Taffy holds better than this defense. That's pretty funny right there. Very timely. I like that. I'm looking at Young Bezos. I'm checking in on Kane Lee. Okay. Demoted. So he had a really bad game, which we kind of saw that happening in real time last weekend, but he got demoted and they moved Champ over there in front of him. McLeod's been playing a bunch this game, so yeah. Although they're kind of using him more as a linebacker, but he kind of shifts. He plays end linebacker, plus some, a little some. Not like they used Marcus Washington back in the late 90s as a true jack. As the Jack's commercial was on, it was nice, wasn't it? Johnny Red Dot says, is the bourbon close? Yes, it is within arm's length at all times when Auburn's playing. There's Dalen McLeod playing right there. He's playing linebacker. I'd like to know who is responsible for covering that. I'm getting some conflicting reports about Kane Lee, actually. So, you got one person saying he might be hurt, and the other person said he just got straight up demoted. So, that's my main man from Nebraska right there. The tight end, Riley Ducker. EPW says Lee has a calf issue. He also has a performance issue. But yeah, it could be a little bit of both on that one. I hate to see Tennessee win. I don't give a shit who they're playing. I just hate watching them win. I'm glad I don't have to. I'm glad I get to watch the Auburn Tigers tonight, as middling as they are at this point anyway. All right, we get another chance to see Hank, fourth drive. Kind of a straightforward run play there. Jarquez gets essentially nothing. It wasn't his fault. Eric says, "Can I swap the taffy for drugs?" Some would argue that the taffy is a drug, sir. AU Taxman knows what I'm talking about. Marcus Washington was a beast and even better in the NFL. That's right. He played for the Redskins. And a kid from the Auburn Opelika area. Oh, fart, man. Jeremiah Cobb. That wasn't his fault. He got met by Arnold, who is their nickel. And I really like this kid. This kid's a fighter, man. He really stood out to me on tape as somebody that just combative, in a good way. They ask him to hold the edge a lot, and he's not a big dude, but he's up to the task. He will definitely fight his ass off for you. Now, here he's just playing more of a standard cover situation. See, they're doing 3-2 also, 3-2 box. It's 3rd and 10, so you don't blame them, but you see it a lot more than you used to. That was the first bad drive right there. So it was 3rd and 10, and he had an open receiver, but the ball was just nowhere near where it needed to be. That was going to be a first down, I think, guys, if he hits it. Because he was kind of going toward the logo there, and I think he was going to get some space there. Let's get on the other side of the logo. Let's see. Neil says taffy is the slang name for a Welshman. Load me up for a ton of that stuff. Oh, man. This is a bad choice by New Mexico to field that punt. Auburn was all over. Malcolm Simmons all over it. Spoody was all over it. And Jeremiah Cobb was all over it, too. Three young studs right there making a difference on special teams. Great play. Julius says 8 minutes till halftime feels like forever. Young Bezos says Simmons is a dog. He really is, man. Plays. He's got a lot of flair about him. You know, he cares. EPW says Deal hasn't blocked anybody all year. I'm not sure I would agree with that. However, he's been a little underwhelming considering how, you know, because like when he decided to come back, we were all like, oh my gosh, like he's been playing like 18 years. He's going to be really good, but I haven't really noticed him much as from a positive perspective. He's just been average, you know. A little surprising. That drive sucked. Absolutely horrible. Ed D giving us an update saying Colorado is up. The Fighting Deons are up 7-3 on the Rams of Colorado State right now in the second quarter. So you guys get mad about some funny stuff. CJ's mad about the 3-2 look. Like, I understand. The defense hasn't been very good, so that's the problem, really. It's not the 3-2 part of it. Robert says, basketball soon. We're like Kentucky now. Shit, Kentucky's playing Georgia great tonight. AU88 says, also, we can't block New Mexico. We suck, JG. I would just say this.
Sometimes maybe good, sometimes maybe shit.
Scott P says, JG, when does Auburn turn the corner? Doesn't look like 24. Yeah, I thought this was going to be a little bit better. I thought Auburn was going to look a little better. Surprised. They just got to kind of focus on winning this game, you know? And we can kind of kvetch over all the stuff that we kvetch over, but Caleb said Auburn used to be an absolute powerhouse. What the freak happened? My argument to that would be Harsin happened. Harsin showed up, lowered the standards, didn't even recruit, and now they've just gotten way behind from a personnel perspective, and I think the culture was bad. Not bad like in a bunch of like dickhead things going on. Bad in the sense that like you're not focused on being the best. That's what I meant, and they're having to turn that around. And I still, if you're just asking me, I still think Hugh's a fine coach. He's not what I thought he would be when he got here, but he's still good. I mean, they're still getting players. The recruiting's been really good. And until further notice, they're good in the big games, but there's some stinkers in the bad games. This is another one. This is some kind of a joke. How does a Welshman find a sheep in the tall grass? Irresistible. How do you feel about that, Neil? I think Neil would come over there and whoop your ass is what he would do. Cassidy P jumping in again, even though he's not home and he's a long way from home, but he's still super chatting. I think 11 field goals wins this thing. Come on, Magoo. You went on one of those rants last year, didn't you? One of those, it's only seven field goals away, guys. Pretty funny. Yeah, Auburn fan 123 says, Hugh always looks sad on the sidelines. He does, man. I think I mentioned that on my show. I did I shouldn't say not my show. I was on the show with Cole and McElroy the other day, and I think I referred to Hugh as heartbroken. He just looks heartbroken on the sidelines too often. He just looks like it's like he just has this permanent view of like, this can't be happening, you know? And it's kind of the view that we have, right? Where you're looking at this game going, this can't be happening, but it is happening. Jeez, there's another one, guys. Fucking A, man. Thank you. Sorry about that, guys. Yes, thank you. I got it. My bad. I was trying to mute when I have a bite of something, and then every now and then I forget. I'm sorry. I will not have that happen again. And I even have like a visual thing that shows me whether it's muted or not, and I still screwed that up. It's terrible. Rich says, I can read lips. He says we suck. My man. I'm so frustrated by the chat tonight. So frustrated that it keeps locking up here on the main page. It's really annoying. Actually did pretty well last week. I don't know what the deal was. All right, look at that. Kentucky is now leading Georgia 10-0. Is that right? Wow. That's good. By the way, I am drinking Hancock's tonight. This is Buffalo Trace. A lot of people call this the light Blanton's. 88 something proof, 88, 89. Tastes good to me. It just don't hit very hard. That was kind of what I was hoping for tonight, that I wouldn't get super drunk here. Boy, my phone's blowing up right now. Thank you, Mobile for letting me know. And I'm glad that I had fixed that before you caught it, because it's terrible. See, Eric says, I think Durkin's mic might be muted as well. Diego says, our biggest problem isn't the chat, but that damn defense. And Raven says, I can only imagine what secrets we missed out on.
Sometimes maybe good, sometimes maybe shit.
Come after me. I'm a man. I'm 40.
I wish I was still 40. I think when I made that soundbite, I was close, though. Yeah, Daniel P. asking, what do you think? This is not looking good. I completely agree. This is below what I expected. Offense has been fine. I'm not really thrown off by the offense. The defense has been concerning tonight. It seems like there's something else going wrong every freaking time we turn around and look. Too many busts in the pass game. I don't feel like the defensive front's been good enough against the run tonight. Mobile Lump says, what was your answer? I got to go back and look at what the question was, and I stood there and wasn't answering you. If we have a 6-6 or worse season, do we hang on to the class? Okay, yeah, I did answer that, didn't I? you would lose some of it at 6-6, I think. And I wonder a little bit about Deuce. I'm still I would still say that I'm a 90%ish on Deuce. I still feel like that's a go, but he hasn't committed yet. And I don't necessarily think that troubles at quarterback bother him very much because, he's the savior. He's the guy he's your long-term solution at quarterback, and that's what you've been selling him in on the whole time. So I don't think that would freak him out too bad, but you just want to look at this team and feel like there's a good shot this team is going to step forward, right? And this defense doesn't give you much of that. You don't feel really good about it. So would they keep it together the whole way? I don't think so. But will they lose it all? No. But they might lose some important pieces. Sam8 says we're losing momentum with him. I'm surprised he hasn't committed yet. So that's just kind of where I would say. All right, as I've been talking and babbling and muted and all that kind of crap, they've gotten all the way to the 20 on a 3rd and 5. Auburn needs a stop here. He's going for the end zone. He had a guy, but did not get it. So Dan Pierce is going to feel like he let that one go. Just kind of threw it to the wrong side of him. It might have been an offensive pass interference, too, if he had caught it, because he kind of pushed off. But Galatians says, unless we start showing proof of concept, Deuce is gone. But I just think there's a long way to go. But, yeah, tonight's not been – it's been okay offensively. I'd probably give him like a B. Oh, the field goal defense. Auburn 98. Come on now. You called it, brother. Field goal defense has been really good this year. Not much you can say about it, aside from just good news, I reset some things on this chat. We'll see if it works better. I don't know. Cats DP says, still don't like a 3-man front with our personnel. We don't have a dude who commands a double team. That's probably true. Rakes, maybe. And someone was saying, was it? Yes, Snobern says Auburn should be moving the ball at will against this defense. And I agree, this New Mexico defense is bad. They've been doing pretty well, though. The last drive was bad, but the first 3 drives were fine, and this one's off to a nice start. So let's just, let's see what happens here. Mobile Lump says, JG, thoughts on Durkin? I like him. I like the juice we've been seeing. From a formation perspective, from a strategy perspective, I'm not in love with it right now. I think it's too base. But the effect that he's had on the kids has been really, really good, really positive. I feel like they play with more animation, more emotional investment, and I really like that about him. So pluses and minuses. I'm just surprised. I thought that I would really like his strategy. I thought we would like that. I thought that would be a big-time plus, and it just hasn't been yet this year. Pablito, my man, with another super chat. Thank you. This is definitely not your first one tonight. Those helmets, too, the Mustangs helmets. Do you think Hugh's demeanor, both on the sideline and during press conferences, is part of the issue here? That's a complicated answer, Pablito, and I think you're onto something. I mentioned this earlier. Hugh's not what I thought he would be when he first got hired. That was a nice throw, a nice catch from Cam Brown, get him to 3rd and 1. I do think there's something about Hugh that's missing from a personality perspective. He just seems, I don't know what the right word is. When he was at Ole Miss, the knock on Hugh is that he was just so hard-headed, he thought everything, he knew the answer to everything, and he was hard to deal with and hard to work with because of that. It's like he's completely the opposite now. He's trying so hard to be a consensus builder inside the complex, and I don't think it works. And so sometimes I think it's almost like he's soft in a way, like he just overthinks things, and he's trying really hard to be wow, that was a dangerous ass pass right there. He's trying really hard to be a great person, a great man, which I respect. I try to get better myself. I go on a whole rant how, to me, that's what religion is that you become a more realized version of yourself, which is why you were put here. But I think in the journey of doing that, he's kind of softened up a little bit as a football coach, and maybe that's part of it. Nice run from Damari. Nice little bend right there. Showing some zip, too, man. That was a great run from Damari Alston right there. Yeah, Bego did not like that throw into triple coverage. Damn right about that, brother. Terrible idea. Oh, Taxman. Well, that's not very nice. Cassidy Pieces with the new offensive coordinator and defense coordinator this season. It feels like Hugh is in year one again. Yeah, I can kind of see that a little bit. You know, he kind of, when he hired D. Nix, he was like, oh, we're bringing the band back together, basically. And hasn't gone as well as I thought it would. I don't know how I feel about these 2-minute warnings in college ball now either. You know what that, they're like, oh, we're doing it for the kids. Bullshit. You're doing it for the commercials. But whatever, you got to pay all this stuff. The money from the SEC that goes to Auburn and all the other schools, they don't come from, you know, the generosity of people's paychecks. It comes from, hey, that's the girl from Bella Ramsey. I know she's doing commercials now, too, from The Last of Us. And she was also a great, she was in, not House of the Dragon, the big show, Game of Thrones. Her name was Lady Mormont, and she was awesome. She was like this young chick that ran a house, and she was so tough, too. I loved it. Wow, Galatian, that's certainly a take. Jarquez is so mid. I like Jarquez. I don't think this is a Jarquez problem, my man. I think this is a blocking problem. And to a lesser degree, maybe a paradigm problem. I hate having to reload this all the time, but whatever. Yeah, Bago says she got squished by a giant, squashed. I loved Lady Mormont. She was awesome. It was a great, yeah, see, Damon remembers. She was a badass in Game of Thrones. Remember when before the Battle of the Bastards, when they were all kind of having their meeting there at the midpoint, and she was there on her horse, and she's just looking at that guy going, you're an idiot. Yeah, Bolton. That was funny. AU Taxman loved Last of Us. I did too, man. Great show. My hopes for it were low because I just thought it was going to be some goofy, you know, oh, these people, basically a redo of, you know, society goes down because there's been an outbreak and blah, 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 you know, we've seen a million times, but it really wasn't that. I mean, that was part of the story, yeah, but it was a lot more about the bonding between Pedro Pascal's character and Bella Ramsey's character, which I thought was great. Really, really enjoyed that. Anyway, I'm getting off topic here a little bit. It's probably for the best. Shane H says, I'm starting to get 2015 vibes from this team. That's not great. Ramsey Bolton. Yes. And I ask you, bastard. Kept calling him that. I'm like, bro, you're one too, so don't start. Metallic Ob thinks Tate Johnson is part of the problem tonight. That, you know, with the run game. I think it's more about that. Not necessarily Tate, but I'm just saying blocking. I think Jarquez is good. I do like Damari because I think Damari gives you a little bit more because he's a great receiver of the ball, and I also like Cobb. But Jarquez, as an inside zone runner, will just push people. He's just such a wrecking ball, you know. Christopher Love, he's talking about when he says the game is great, he sure ain't talking about this game. He's talking about The Last of Us, the video game, which really kind of set the tone, I think, or set the standard many, many years ago for games that are like that, you know. It was just a very thoughtful game in addition to being just fun to play. All right, we're back going again. Looks like there's some rain out there. Or fog or something. It was raining off and on in Montgomery all day. It's okay. And Robert brings a good point. You got to remember that whoever's running behind this line has their work cut out for them. Yeah, you're right about that. The line's been worse. Oh, it is pouring ass rain there. The line has been worse. It was pouring ass rain in Montgomery maybe an hour ago, so I guess it got up there. Might have been an hour and a half ago, I guess. Is when you're going to start running the ball. But I will say this about the weather here. It's been raining off and on, but I haven't seen any lightning or thunder. It's just been rain. Oh, they called a timeout. I don't know why number 22 is jumping around. Ain't nothing that... Man, that's a really hard rain. That looks like the West Virginia type rain from that game. What was it, 2000 and... When was that West Virginia game? 2008, maybe? No. It would have been later than that. Like 2013, 14? Ammo, this is actually an old school one there. Are we still throwing wet balls at practice? That was a Tommy, right? Brandon Cox. If he handled throwing a wet ball, it was funny, man. Hornatius says that's some Forrest Gump rain right here. Yeah. At night, it would rain so hard, sometimes it felt like the rain was coming up. 2009, Casa DP says, my God, is it really? Oh, man, the years get away from me so fast, y'all. I was in the press box for that one, and it was like getting wet in the press box, which you never have happen. Run the ball. Ooh, Damari. Slippery. That's probably going to be close to a first down. I don't get my markers, of course. Cassidy P. This is 2008 was in Morgantown with the infamous Tuberville Heatergate. Also, Tub was wearing the wrong color Auburn. You remember that? He was wearing like Texas. Oh, goddamn. Ball's out. Auburn fan 123 jinxed us on that one. He said Austin is so much better than Jarquez, and then he fumbles. Damn it! It was a good lick, man. Yeah, one fly says, "Well, so much for that." Oh, man. Jeez Louise. I know the weather's a problem here, but it's a problem for them, too. James Taylor Studios says this is going to be a very long year. I hope you're wrong, but I know you hope you're wrong, too, but it's very grindy. And also says, I cannot believe how poorly coached this team is. It is kind of leaking into it a little bit. I think the coaching is, honestly. 8288 says, going to be a lot of fans dressed as empty seats in the second half. Bobby Jameson Travis has played a bunch of snaps tonight. And he's almost kind of established himself as that three technique ahead of Malik Blockton tonight. Rakes has been playing a bunch as nose. Let's see, like right there, that's a frustrating one. I mean, looks like Eugene might be hurt here. I feel like that gap should have been filled. I don't know. I'm going to update some stats. All right, got a few of those updated. Look at these third downs looked at, too. 3 of 6 for them, 3 of 7 for Auburn. Third and 6 for them. 1:18 on the clock. So you got an opportunity here. Looks like the rain's eased back a little bit. And they got a first down. T Park says, I mean, we just look so damn soft on all sides of the ball. It does look that way. Oh, they marked it as a 4th and 1. Yowzers. That was a good spot for Auburn. Yeah. Small Victory says, how is our D so confused? I just don't like the run fitting tonight at all. It's not been very good. Some of these runs, you're getting some... Your defensive line's getting the job done against the run, and then you're not fitting... The second-level guys are not fitting the way that you're expecting them to. I wonder if Hunter is going to feel like that was a big deal, too, when we talk to him at halftime, assuming that I get him. Let me make sure that Kozan's good. Fourth and 1. This is kind of risky, honestly. I mean, if they weren't to get it, Auburn would have good possession, a really good spot. Oh, well, never mind. They just got a penalty, so that's a wrap for that idea. All right, Kozan's good to go. Metallic Opposites teams take the personality of the coach, and Hugh looks like he's bored, except when the quarterback messes up. He's not bored. I understand. You're saying he looks bored. I get it. I can tell you he's not bored, even though he may look it. He just can't. It seems kind of like he just gets so frustrated when things don't pop the way that they. Maybe when he was at Liberty, he had gotten his team so well drilled that he was just used to them doing shit right, you know? And they had a lot of success at Liberty. And maybe he's just kind of fighting a culture battle here that has just been hard for him to I don't know. He does get beleaguered a little bit, I think. Let's see. Danny H says Coach Freeze inherited a disaster, which I agree with. I'm optimistic that the future will bring better days. War Eagle, now, if I was on your side of the screen and you were on mine, I guess, I'd be saying the same thing, I think. But I don't know, maybe from my perspective, I just knew how bad it was with Harsin. You guys, it's not like anybody in the chat's like, oh man, things are going great with Harsin here. I really miss him. Like, nobody thinks that, but I wonder sometimes if people realize just how bad and how low it got, you know? Despondent is a good word. Small time republic. Really good. That's a good description. I don't know as though he's despondent, not quite that down, but it's just kind of like vaguely down and vaguely like low energy, but not because he's old and not because he's like doesn't care. He does. It's just like he's always concerned with like doing the right thing by everybody else all the time. Do you know what I mean? And it's not something you would criticize a human being for doing. It shows me he's evolving as a person, which is great for him. But as a football coach, I feel like it's getting him a little further away from like being that taskmaster, but maybe, I don't know, guys, maybe the era of being a taskmaster is over. Maybe in the NIL era, you just can't really be a taskmaster, and maybe that's part of the reason that Saban retired when he did. I don't know. Bego just says team needs to take the stairs. I love that. The stairs jokes never get old for me. Should be able to return this. Got a flag again. I don't think that was roughing the kicker, though, because they avoided the kicker. I don't know, there could be a tripping call, maybe? Oh, do they call tripping anymore? Good point, Edward. He says Kirby's a taskmaster. Yeah, he does seem that way to me. I don't know him personally, but yeah, watching him on TV, he looks like he's pretty tough. Yeah, so that's a good example. I don't know. I don't know. I don't have a great answer on this. Christopher B says stern coaches are winners. You know, people always want to say, well, John Wooden this and John Wooden that. John Wooden was a nice person, but he was also very stern. And I actually met him, too. Shook his hand. Holding on the Auburn defense, but on the punt return. Something kind of went weird there about 2 seconds into the return. Ooh, another foul on Auburn. GW says Auburn has had a micromanaging problem and has for decades. I would argue, like, right there, that's the problem I thought was at the 30. It just didn't look right. Everybody's looking back. And I don't necessarily think this micromanagement problem that you're talking about, which is probably dealing with BOT and other elements within the program, I don't really feel like that's a problem anymore, or not right now. I don't think this program's hamstrung. In fact, I've been really impressed with the way that Auburn has worked together, kind of in the dark, in the corners, I guess you'd call it, with NIL, with adding personnel, with coaching. I just feel like it's been really uniform and good. Now, if they continue to suck like this, you know how it goes. But, yeah, this is frustrating. Interesting. Solo says they didn't give you a player or a number on the personal foul call. It was just kind of a random personal foul. Like, oh, by the way, it was somebody. I don't know. Somebody out there. Just trust me. Auburn's taking over with 50 seconds to go on the 19. You think they're just going to, just like Robert S. was saying in the chat, just kneel it down and get inside. But it's also an opportunity to give, Hank another chance to do something here. He probably should have kept that, but he ain't going to run, man. That ain't Hank's game. Not that it matters. We're just trying to run this thing out. But Stewart says we have to acquire talent, step one. Yeah, remember, there were so many holes, guys, in this roster, and I think they filled some. But in other areas, particularly at offensive tackle, they haven't. And so that's where you're hurting right now. First down run against a very light box just because New Mexico's, defending basically in prevent. Yeah, I think Metallic Ob's right. He said poor roster. And we haven't found the right coaching/player combo yet. Yes. I think that's fair. I would consider throwing the ball here, honestly. I mean, what's the hurt? And try to give Hank a little confidence going into the second half. Why not? I don't know. Hornatius says he's about to watch Bad Monkey. I love that show. That show is so much fun. Vince Vaughn is kind of like a gumshoe. He's living down in the Keys, he lives down in the Keys. Sometimes he's up in Miami too, and it's just really fun. Really, really fun. And I don't know if you guys noticed this, but the colors in that show are amazing. Somebody who's in charge of cinematography does a great job in that one. Just with all the colors and the lighting. Truly amazing. Damn, let's call a timeout. Might as well. Fuck it. Auburn doesn't have a timeout. That's why. That's why they don't call a timeout, Jay. Is he going to spike this? Okay. 5 seconds left. I mean, Daniel Carlson can hit this field goal, but I don't think Towns can. Let's take a shot here. I'm on board, honestly. AU88 says, we're as disciplined as Jerry Sandusky at a Cub Scout meeting. Oh, boy. I better not read that one, but thank you for the super chat anyway, AU88. Come on, man. You don't put me in a situation to say that. Also, Solo Tigre, I don't need any that was a shitty throw. Don't need any context on this one. Michelle Monaghan is fine. She is indeed. She's doing Spectrum commercials in my market these days, and it's kind of off-putting in a way because I don't really want to see her do that. I'd rather see her do the other stuff. Like what we saw in True Detective. Uvids says, Brown has been... Is this Holden in there? Brown has been good, but the entire team is just bad. There just isn't enough big-time playmakers. I agree with that. With Cam out, for sure. Interesting they'd put Holt, and he's going to run. Exactly like they wanted for you to run, Holden. Just throw the ball deep. Like, fuck. Look at Hughes looking at him like, what are you doing? Guys, what the fuck was that? I bet you the last thing Hughes said to him in his helmet is, throw the fucking ball. And throw it. And he aborted on it really early. And he aborted on that so early, too. Like, what the hell? And also, why is Ole Miss playing on the CW? So many questions. My man, Collins. What up, bro? Good to hear from you, man. Let me see if we can get Coach Hunter on here. I'd be curious to hear what he has to say about this. He told me earlier today he was a tentative yes for the show, so hopefully be able to get him on here. Ooh, may not get him. Oh. We did not get him. So, no go on that one. Let me check and make sure we're going to be able to hear this. Because every now and then I get on here and it doesn't work the way that it should.
Call testing service.
There you go. You guys can hear that. Yep. All right, let's get Kozan on here. No problem at all. He is definitely ready to go. And we'll see what he thinks about what he's seen so far from this one.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, Alex, how are you doing?
I mean, this is a mess.
Yeah, I don't like the way this is looking at all. What's really stuck out to you as far as bad news?
I think the secondary, I at first I was wondering if they weren't on the same page. I'm starting to think it's a talent issue. For the past decade, secondary's actually probably been the best position group at getting guys to the NFL, and usually have been pretty good and given the defense, leverage to execute an attack and offense in other areas. This year, it seems like they don't have any Sunday players, and it's got me concerned. I mean, we're making New Mexico look like an SEC team, and I think an SEC team. I mean, Ole Miss looks like it would throw for 600 yards against us.
Yes.
It's concerning.
Yeah, it's concerning for sure. I don't like the pass rush either. I don't feel like it's been great at all tonight.
No, I'd say the defense as a whole. I mean, besides Falk, I'm not seeing a ton of talent out there. So it's hopefully this is the rock bottom from Harson's recruiting, but it's tough.
Anything good sticking out to you?
I like Hank. I think he threw a couple of questionable balls, and hopefully they're able to use the film study this week to show him, like, hey, you can't throw that because it's a pick against a defense with a pulse. But I think he's made some good plays. I think he's growing in his confidence. You're only going to learn so much from him this game, right? New Mexico, stakes are low. You're supposed to win. You've got better talent. When you're in the SEC and you're playing, at Texas A&M, and you've got two defenders in your face and it's 3rd and 8, that's a different thing, right? So we're only going to learn so much this week, and Arkansas will be another step up on the staircase for him. But I've liked what I've seen so far. Biggest thing that to me stood out on offense, I think the offensive line, they're shuffling a lot of guys around. I think the right side with Wade and Wright have sprung a couple of runs, which has been nice to see. They haven't done a great job of getting off on linebackers, which they've got some pretty good experience up front. So that's kind of a question mark for me. I mean, kind of 101 when you're double teaming and the linebacker shoots your gap, you've got to come off and get that guy. And a couple times they haven't. So that stood out to me. But it seems like Hugh at least realizes, like, we can't mess around. We've got to run the ball and put this game away. It's like, when I was always playing, I always told the guys, like, when we get up on these teams, you got your opponent down, you got to cut their fucking head off, because if you fuck around and let them hang around, that's when you get beat and you wind up losing on a fluke play. So hopefully the team realizes that. But I mean, this tight of a game against New Mexico at the half, it's just it's kind of got you scratching your head a little bit. So.
I know. What have you thought about the quarterback so far? I mean, do you feel like he's an upgrade over Payton from what you've seen?
I think so. But again, you got to look at the opponent, and how does he look against Arkansas next week? That'll tell us a ton, right? Like I said, you're only going to learn so much
when you're playing New Mexico, for sure. Does this change the way you feel about this team when you look out throughout the season? I mean, because for me, when we came into the season, Alex, I was thinking 7 or 8 wins. At this point, after the Cal game, after this first half, I'm wondering, man. I wonder if that's too ambitious, if maybe it's more of a 6-6 situation.
Yeah, I think this team's struggling to make a bowl game. The SEC appears to be down this year as a whole, right? So it's not going to be quite as tough. Like, I think there's going to be a lot of games where it's going to be kind of a coin flip, but I'm not seeing anything that you can hang your hat on that's going to work consistently against SEC teams. I think hopefully the offensive line, I know they're shuffling some guys, they can get that figured out. And then the run game can be something they can lean on, because they've got probably the best trio of backs they've had in a while.
Yeah, they're good.
So finding ways to use those guys, I think, would be something you'd want to do, and then let Hank develop. Defensively, I'd have to look at the tape a little bit closer and get the end zone view, but I'm just not. It's too passive. I'm not seeing any scope poppers on the defensive side who are ready to just rip someone's head off. I'm just not seeing. We're playing a little too passive defensively for me.
Yeah, and I feel like the calls are passive. I feel like you're seeing a lot of 3-2 boxes, and it's like it just seems kind of read and react to me. I don't know.
I think that's right, but I don't know if that's Durkin has seen his talent or lack thereof in the secondary. He doesn't want to put those guys on islands. Yeah, it's very reactive.
Yeah, and that's not the way you usually play defense, at least not these days. Usually you're trying to dictate the tempo as best you can, right, defensively.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. So...
All right.
Talent issue. Hopefully they get this figured out, but I'd be interested in seeing what they're saying in that locker room right now.
Yeah. All right, Alex, thanks for your knowledge, my man. I appreciate you giving us some time.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, Jay.
See you, man. Bye. There he is, Alex Kozan, the former Auburn offensive lineman, played for a number of years. Young man from outside of Denver. And they're showing the South Carolina missed field goal there. And that was a stinger. Robbie Ashford again on the losing end of a tough one there. I was thinking we could get B-Matt on the horn. This would be a good situation for B-Matt. Don't you guys think? I think it would be. He might really rip. I don't know. Let me see if I can find him on here. I haven't even sent him a text or anything. Oh, dadgummit. No. All right, this is what it's like when we have a live video here, guys. I'm going to type all this stuff in. There we go. Let's see if I can get B-Matt on the horn. I bet he'd be fun to talk to right now. Someone said earlier, call Fish back. I will. Actually, I know Fish, so maybe I'll try to get Fish on the next time. I'll write that here. What up, man? People were wanting to maybe hear from you.
Well, I like trucks, and Auburn sucks. How about that?
You think it's bad, huh?
I mean, it's just really lame, boring. It just – all right, defense. When's the last time an Auburn defensive player had a big hit?
It's been a while,
that was a great play by Jaron Thompson, but this defense plays soft. They give up chunk yards. They can't get their body turned at all on a play. I know you're supposed to stay in phase, but you got to be able to get your body around when the ball's coming. At least one out of a few times, right?
Yeah.
And then offensively, they don't run with power. Once New Mexico figured out what Auburn was doing, it was pretty easy to slow them down. Hank was 1 of 6 to finish the first half, which ain't good. That's Payton Thorne-esque right there. So, and part of that, I guess, was the rain coming in, late in the second quarter or midway through the second quarter, which probably caused some problems there. But still, it's just not a very exciting team to watch or to cover. Or I'm sure the fans feel that way too. Here they are again. I wouldn't say a packed-out Jordan Hare, but a pretty good turnout for New Mexico on a really rainy day, and they're just, seeing a pretty basic performance by Auburn.
Yeah, very basic. We were talking earlier, bro, kind of like with Kozan, who was just on. I know you didn't hear him, but he was talking about how he feels like the play calling on the defense is passive, and it kind of makes them passive in a way.
Yeah. Oh, I agree 100%.
What's his theory?
They did the same thing the first half against California. Played that soft stuff and, came out in the second half, played much more aggressive. It made a difference. But, I don't understand it. Their secondary is terrible. I mean, they've got some issues with talent in the quarterback position. They just really do. And they're not getting enough pressure. They're giving up outside containment every single time. They have not stopped the guy from popping outside one time. Every single time they give it up. Bad angles. Yeah. It's just hard to find a bright spot from that first half. Hank Brown was good in the first quarter. That was a bright spot, I guess. But, overall very average when you look at the second quarter.
Yeah.
Auburn had some decent runs, but they also fumbled. Damari had a fumble, and a lot of times the running backs were getting hit in the backfield or barely get to the line of scrimmage for contact. I don't know. There's nothing I liked about this first half at all for Auburn.
Except Melendez committing, right?
Now that kid, let me tell you something. That kid is special.
I know.
I mentioned this before. Watch his tape. He plays physical. He's fast. He can get out in space and make plays. He's going to be one of those linebackers that just flashes. I can't wait to see him at Auburn and see what he can bring to this defense. Hopefully this defense plays more aggressive in the second half and gets everybody a little more fired up. I just think one of the things I don't like about this Hugh Freeze team this year is they play so soft early on. It just takes the home crowd out of it, right?
Yes,
if you watched South Carolina earlier, they came out on fire. I mean, I know they ended up losing the game, but they came out on fire. That crowd was into it. They were making plays. Had they been a little bit more careful in the first quarter, they might have scored a couple more touchdowns. But Auburn's the exact opposite. In these two games that come out just flat as a pancake.
So the Cal game plus what you see in the first half of this game, does it change how you feel about this season? Meaning, you thinking 6 wins would be a challenge at this point?
I think it's going to be a challenge to get a winning season. I hate to say it, but I just don't see it.
God.
Like you're already on your second-team quarterback. He's playing a New Mexico defense that's been absolutely terrible this season.
They're bad.
And he's 8 of 14 for 115 yards and a touchdown. I mean, that's fine. But he's not playing, Georgia. He's not playing Alabama. He's playing New Mexico at home.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
all right. I know you're getting a little frustrated by it, but because it's about time we start covering a good team, right? I mean,
right. I mean, 3 straight losing seasons, just a bunch of average in the latter part of Gus's time, and Harsin made it worse, and here we are again.
Yeah.
I mean, this is just terrible.
All right, my man.
Auburn fans have to put up with this crap. Yeah.
I will. We'll check you again after the game. All right, G.
All right. Peace out.
See you, man. Bye. There he goes, BMAT. I think we got to get a BMAT. There we go.
Yeah, like a medium banana pudding milkshake.
If you guys remember, he was on. We were on a call with BMAT maybe a year ago, and I don't remember when the hell it was. It might have been during COVID. I don't remember. And he was just like, "Hold on, man, I got to make an order here." And he goes, "I got to get a 1 large milkshake." It was really funny. Listen, I communicated with Hunter, and he says he's good to go now. So let's see if we can get Hunter on the horn. I'm going to give him another call and see if we can get him on here. That would be really, really good if we could, because he knows ball. I mean, not that he and Alex both know ball really well, so we would love to hear from both of them, honestly. What's up, Hunter? It's JG.
Hey, man. What's good?
Well, not much with this team, bro. I'm concerned. I'm really concerned. Can you say anything to make me feel better?
I wish I could. Shoot, man, I think defense is, from a strategic standpoint, is trying to play very bend but don't break.
Yeah.
So you're not seeing a very aggressive front because they're trying to keep more guys back in coverage to not allow the big plays, and then kind of tighten the screws when the field shrinks when they're in the red zone. I mean, just looking at it, I feel like that's the philosophy. The edge has been soft because they're trying to set the edge with safeties from an off-ball alignment, at 7 or 8 yards off, and that hadn't been very effective to this point.
But why would tell me about why a defensive coordinator would prefer to do it that way? What's the advantage to that?
If you're a 3-man front by choice and you're facing an RPO team, and you want to be able to play some blended coverages, playing some man over, some man under, kind of dictate what goes on with the RPO. Basically, almost pitching backwards, almost playing pass first over run. And I think that's what Durkin's doing right here to protect that secondary a little bit.
Okay.
Which makes you more vulnerable in the box.
But this is not something that you do in your own personal life, right? Like in your own coaching life.
No, if I generally err on being way too aggressive, to be honest. But
okay,
that's me.
We're all kind of trying to figure out what the advantage is to this 3-2 box look, and I feel like it's always they're getting hit on the edge way too much, which is something you've noted, and I don't understand why this keeps fucking happening. Why don't they run 4-man fronts?
And a lot of time, I'm not trying to challenge the scheme. I'm just bringing up things that I see. You generally don't want to have, when you're in an odd man front to the wide side of the field, a 3 technique being the widest defender that you have at the point of attack.
Yeah.
And your edge player, your force player being 7 or 8 yards off the ball, just because there's so much grass right there. And multiple calls have put Auburn in that predicament tonight and found them lined up that way, and they've hit some outside runs because of it to the wide side of the field. And I think it was Smith most of the time. Sylvester Smith has been that safety, that weak side safety that has been off the ball and forced accountable right there and hadn't been able to close that gap.
That's tough, dude. They were better in the second half against Cal defensively, and I'll be curious to see if they can make that adjustment coming into this second half too, because they got to do something here. They're in peril right now.
Historically, Durkin's a big halftime adjustment guy. Everywhere that he's been, he is. But it's kind of, you've got the funky weather in play. You've got a disjointed offense in play. There's a lot of bad variables right now. And only giving up 13, it had been pretty, but you've only given up 13. That's not a terrible situation in terms of points on the board.
That's true.
But they've got to come out and establish something where Auburn can control the tempo of the game, the run game is what's been so putrid to me, more so than anything else, more so than defense or anything else. The fact that they cannot line up with physics on their side and dictate the tempo of the game in the offensive run game right now.
Yeah, they had that. Remember, they were down at the 2 or whatever, and they had 2 consecutive run plays where they couldn't win the line of scrimmage.
That's missed blocks from the backside.
I mean, what the hell?
You've got defensive run throughs on the backside. It means there's a misassignment somewhere. They're not getting the count. They're not taking the right steps in some regard. I know it would create tendencies, but I think you've got 2 running backs with entirely different personalities. Jarquez does not do well on the zone run stuff where there's an if-then for him. Oftentimes he makes the wrong read or cuts when he shouldn't cut. And I think he would thrive a lot better with gap scheme runs where he's got a direct path behind a blocker and you can use his burst to press that. But Austin reads the zone so much better. A couple times tonight he's pressed the zone on the backside, waited for the horizontal movement to happen and pop through for some big gains. So, you kind of have to game plan, I think, know your personnel right there and know who to run and when.
Yeah, those 2 guys are very different. You're right. Well, we're just going to have to see how the second half goes, brother. They're about to kick off. So
yeah, hope you see an uptick. Hope you see some better football.
Hunter, thank you for spending some time with us and teaching us a little something about the game, bro.
Hey, man, I enjoy it. Appreciate you, Jess.
See ya. Bye.
See you.
There he is, Hunter 48. He is an actual, real, live coach, head coach here in the state of Alabama. He coaches high school ball. And he's also a great poster on the board. He posts as Hunter 48. And or you can call him Coach Hunter. And the guy knows ball. He played linebacker at Troy State, which is what it was called at the time. And he's a hell of a football player and a hell of a coach, too. So we love hearing what he has to say. Basically, he was just saying this whole concept of setting the edge with safeties, he's got some concerns about the reaction time on that, about if Sly is getting down fast enough, and then just getting outflanked when you've got, like you were saying, a 3 technique or even a nose last week as your outside guy. It's just you're asking people to do things that they're just not really ready to do. So, yeah, it's frustrating. So second half is about to kick off. The Auburn Tigers will take over. Will receive the kickoff. And we will see if Auburn can get this turned around a little bit. I mean, Auburn's leading this game. But at the same time, you feel like with the field, the way the field has been, Auburn has a big advantage as far as field position. Hasn't been able to capitalize on it. And defensively, I just don't like the way it's been going. I just feel like it's been too passive. Alex Kozan talked about it. Hunter talked about it. And, of course, BMAT talked about it as well. So let's see if they can change that up. We will not learn about that for a little bit longer because Auburn is on offense at this point. But let's see what's going on. Hunter wants to see more out of the run game. And he would like to see Jarquez, who is in there right now, specifically running more gap-type runs. They've been going mostly zone tonight. This is also a zone concept here, but he had a really easy read on that, and now he's out doing his thing. Really good first play of this drive. It's probably a 25-yard gain right there, and that's huge. Edge. Absolutely edge. Hank Brown is the quarterback, and Jarquez is the tailback there. Had a massive, massive hole. Some really good blocking on the right side there. And that's something Kozan mentioned. He thought that the right side guys, which is D. Wade and Jeremiah Wright, have been blocking better. And he noted that they've been getting more push. And so there you see it right there. Some really nice blocking from Jeremiah Wright. I always find it interesting to see if they do zone or gaps. Because you think of Jarquez as more of a zone runner. But they're running zone. I'm sorry. You think of Jarquez as a gap runner. They're running more zone concepts right now. Probably because it's an easier blocking situation for the lineman, and you've got to hold. That was going to be another good run, but a 7-yard gain it wipes off. Donnie, my man, Donnie, you're way out of your element, Donnie. He says he saw a really good block there from Dre. I did not see it, but that doesn't mean I'm sure you're right. I was just watching some of the stuff in the inside. Stop holding, Wizard D says. And also Terrence has had enough with this holding bullshit. All right. Hey, nice little easy throw. An easy Camden Brown getting a little fussy. I like it. He'd be the last guy I'd ever think would be fussy out there. Cam is such a introspective and smart individual. Just such a thoughtful person. And as Hugh said, a great teammate. I may end up finishing out all this Hancock. Again, at 88 proof, it ain't too bad. I mean, it ain't going to tear me up like it did in the Ole Miss game. Nice little jump step there from, I think that's Damari now, right? Yeah, Damari in there. Nice little jump step. It's going to be 3rd and 1. Another kind of grindy drive so far. But all we're doing, we're just looking for numbers. Yardage and points would be good. And we got our very first time. Somebody says, fire Hugh Freeze. First time we've seen it. It's an interesting take. They set that throw up for Rivaldo, and by God, that's going to get it done. A 5-yard play. Might as well just take what you get, man. Take what you get. Yeah, Chris M says ESPN field stripe fail. Yeah, it was hilariously wrong on that one. I guess they're trying to get it working, but it hasn't worked for shit tonight. Look at this off coverage here, man. This is ripe for some slants, some curls. Oh, Jarquez is blasting through he dropped the fucking ball. I think Rivaldo got it back, though. That's 2 fumbles in 2 weeks for Jarquez. Now had a really painful loss, a lost fumble in the Cal game, which you could argue really did him in. And then right here he loses it again. But Rivaldo was Johnny on the spot to grab that bad boy. I'm telling you, man, I could never be a coach. I'd be dead already. I'd have an aneurysm. It's like, how can you fumble the ball so much? We got Jeremiah Cobb getting an opportunity there, and I thought he made the most of that. Made a couple cutbacks. Love Jeremiah Cobb from Montgomery Catholic here where I live in Montgomery, Alabama. Yeah. Galatians says Jarquez reminds us that Jarquez has always had trouble coughing up the ball. For as strong as he is, you'd think he'd be able to hold on to that bad boy a little bit better because he is extremely strong for his size. So they got Damari back in there now. They're going to do a little, what we used to call a Steeler sweep back in the day. That's a touch for fucking Malcolm Simmons. No, they're going to call him out of bounds at the 1. I thought Mo was going to give him another touchdown right there. He's ready to run that play back. Nah, he's not going to get it. Yeah, he did step out of bounds. Mario Fannin looked like Tarzan, fumbled like Jane. Well said. That makes me laugh. I love Mario Fannin, but I can accept the fact that he fumbled a lot. Here we go. Hunter was talking about this too. You should be able to line up and knock fucking New Mexico off the freaking ball, and they're not doing it. They're not doing it. They haven't done it all night. They haven't done it all night. It's just not good enough, man. All right, 2nd and goal from the 3. Shit makes me nervous. You should be able to knock them off the ball. I know they've loaded the box here, but still, come on, man. This is not good. That's great. Micah Riley Ducker with his first career touchdown.
The more you fuck around, the more you're going to find out.
All right, I was worried about that when I thought that play was designed to go to Damari on kind of a little flare, and he got blocked in the backfield, so he wasn't going to be open. And so I was like, holy shit, this is going to be bad. And then guess what? Micah Riley Ducker was open, doing his job, man, getting where he's supposed to be. And catches the touchdown. I believe that's his first, got to be his first touchdown as an Auburn Tiger. And the extra point from Can-Do Magoo is good. So Auburn's now up 24-13. You know, Micah's just like, yes, sir. Great kid, too. Really paid his dues and fought his way up. So you love to see it, man. Let me check on, let's get these stats updated. Hank, 12 of 18 for 139. And the 2 touches. Let's see if I can fix this box here. There we go. This is about the stats that I thought he would have for the day. Honestly, let me go back for my accountability here. I said 13 of 19, 175, 2 touches. So this is about what I thought he would have, but we're early in the third, so I might be behind on that one. Let's see if we can get some of these other numbers updated, because Austin definitely has some carries now. He's Damari 7 for 42. And Jarquez is now 18 for 132 and the touch from earlier. So that was a really tasty drive right there. I was definitely getting some work done. 10 plays, 75 yards, and 5:02, with the exclamation point being, or the period on the sentence being from Can-Do Magoo hitting the extra point. So that's good. Your leading receiver right now is Camden Brown, 4 catches for 33 yards and the touch. Your long play was the long throw to Dre Lambert-Smith on the second drive, I think it was, 50-yard catch. And Sam Jackson had a 26-yard catch as well, so things going pretty good. Andrew Lee, my man, says daddy-like. Yes, sir. That's exactly the way that I would describe it. Great drive. Great drive to kind of shut me up, right? From having questions. 3 of 8 on third down for Auburn, 3 of 7 for them. That's probably not great, but, you know. Let's see. Caleb says, man, Hank is a smart man. I do feel like his decision-making has been better as we moved along in this game, right? He had some in the first drive. I was like, yikes. We were thinking a couple of those might have been pick sixes or at least interceptions. He's been better with the ball. I think his throwing decisions have been better since then. So that's terrific. Let's see what Decatur has to say here. Honestly, Austin needs more run moving forward. Fits the offense better, and he's significantly better in pass pro and route running compared to Hunter. Now, he's definitely a much better receiver than Hunter is, although Hunter's okay, but I think Damari's really good. And Damari is more of a he's definitely a zone runner. He's discerning. I feel like his vision's better. Jarquez is more of a really good athlete, and Hunter talked about this before. This is something that I've talked with Hunter about a few times privately. Those are two very, very different kinds of tailbacks, and it's not just physical. Jarquez likes to follow a blocker. Now, tonight they haven't been asking him to do that because of the offensive line limitations, but in a perfect world, Jarquez is a guy that follows a blocker and runs on a power, on a counter, shit like that. Damari is more of a diagnostic tailback. You know, give me a look, and I will decide what my best choice is, and then we'll go. For Jarquez, it's like, you're going here, let's fucking do it. You know, so it's two different approaches to running the football, and they both can be great. It just so happens they're using mostly zone blocking right now. Probably due to limitations along the front. Let's see, there's some questions about where is Perry. Perry's playing a little bit so far. Here we go. Too much space over here, man. Cleve, my man, right here says Hank just looks so relaxed and loose and seems to have a confidence about him and the receivers. He does look good. He's had a few good drives here he's put together. Let's just give him a little more time here and see what he does. EPW says, where the hell is Perry? So Perry plays behind. Perry is he's a Z. He's a backside receiver, and he plays behind Dre. And Dre's been having a terrific year. He's a terrific player. And so I think Perry, that's why Perry doesn't play as much, because he's playing behind probably the most consistent receiver they've got. That's the short answer. Ammo just says, long live the drain. I think I got a good sound for that one.
And how big a boy are you?
Well, it don't make no difference. Just bring her on down. You're tough as hell on this phone.
My man, Ammo. Thank you, bro. Thank you very much. And Charlie Cease says 0 is not a cornerback. Yeah, we all think he's probably better as a nickel. I mean, he's been really good as a nickel in the past. I love that throw. There's another fucking throw down the hash. That's the third one tonight that is coming down the hash, and nobody's anywhere near that. I don't understand what's going on with that. That's got to be a very specific thing they're exploiting, and I don't know what it is. I have to look at the replays and shit to try to figure it out. I don't understand why those continue to be open. 2 of those were actually over the top earlier for big gainers. That time it was kind of a contained gain, but it's still, I don't understand why this keeps happening. Cleve, my man. This is too funny, JG. Appreciate that, man. But yeah, the Perry thing, I just don't understand. You can't play everybody. I mean, you can't play everybody. And I think Perry's just playing behind the most consistent receiver they got right now. I really feel like Dre's the best one they got. Well, no, let me take that back. Cam Coleman's the best one they got, but he's hurt. He's not playing today. And Dre's been really good too. Dre's definitely right there. Galatian, you're tough as hell on this phone. That's from Roy D. Mercer, who's a fictional character that a guy named Brent back in the day on, I think it was on KMOD 97 KMOD in Tulsa. It was definitely in Tulsa, Oklahoma. Oh, that's going to be Phil and Brent from the morning show in KMOD. I don't even remember the call numbers on the frequency on KMOD. It was like the rock station in Tulsa. I used to do a 97.5. Here we go. You guys ready? They have they do a 2 for Tuesday, like the rock stations would always do back then. They go 97.5 KMOD, 2 for Tuesday. It's Rush. And then it would be like, you go into Red Barchetta or you go into Tom Sawyer or whatever. 97.5 KMOD, 2 for Tuesday. It's Zeppelin. And you hear Stairway to Heaven start or whatever. But in the mornings, it was Phil and Brent. Unfortunately, the guy who did Roy D. There's another fucking hash throw again that's like wide ass open. Unfortunately, he passed away, so there'll be no more Roy D. Mercers. But I do love that stuff. Man, our chat was going so good. I'm sorry, let me rephrase that. The chat widget that was posting on our main page here was going so good for like 40 minutes, and now it quit again. Fuckers. Best chat in the game, though. If you guys are on YouTube and you're following the chat over here, the one that's not continuing to fail on the front page, but the actual chat, it's amazing. We're having great stuff. Charlie C says, there it is again, 0. Lucky he missed. Oh, see, that would have been a Junior Rose Green decapitation right there, but this is how you got to play it nowadays, or else you get thrown out of the freaking game. Look at the zone drop from Dorian Mousy. Now, see, Junior back in the day would have headhunted that bastard and knocked him out. But you can't do that. Oh, hell, Y-Song's hurting anyway. But Jaron got him good right in the ribs. But yeah, that's a difference to how you play the game right there. Actually, you got to give credit to Jaron. I mean, he did it right. Watch them try to say this is a fucking penalty on him or some bullshit like that. What is this? I don't mean to be cussing so much. I'm sorry, guys. Yeah, Wizard D says he paid for that catch. You damn right he did. Shit hurt, man. You can tell he's hurting. I don't want it to seem like I'm out here like thrilled about it or anything, but you like to see a good lick. One of my favorite things about football is you can get a good lick, you know. Not that I ever got a bunch of good licks in. I was a bad, terrible center at Holland Hall in Tulsa, Oklahoma, the Dutchman, or the Dutch. You could just say that. I was terrible. I was third string on the varsity. I did start on JV, and I was terrible. But I sure did like football. I was just terrible at it. Sometimes it happens. God just didn't give me the body to play football. I've got short legs, very limited athletic ability. I do have big calves, though. Bo is great. Says, my next door neighbor's 2-day-old daughter's listening, Jay. Let's keep it clean.
Sometimes it may be good, sometimes it may be shit.
Underarms, my man. What's up? He says, JG, first drain of the season. What's good, my man? It's your first drain. It ain't our first drain, G. But I'm glad to have you here. That's for damn sure. We're just kind of out here popping and slapping is what we're doing, man. About 2 hours and 48 minutes in, we're watching an Auburn Tigers team that we believe is fairly mid, and really wish they'd get their shit going. That would be awesome. Is Kanuman up in here? Kanuman says, tell her to man up. As a response to Bo is great. We love seeing Kanuman in here. Kanuman's as studly as it gets, honestly. Gunner says, JG, where's Can Lee? Can Lee, there's two issues there. He's got a hamstring issue, but I think more importantly, he got demoted and had a particularly bad game last week against Cal, and maybe they just didn't see what they wanted to see on the practice field this week. So they're playing Champ Anthony ahead of him tonight, and as I understand it, he's able to play. I don't watch I don't count players because I'm just doing the show with you guys. BMAT does, and he says Kane Lee's been out there tonight. He may have meant special teams or whatever. I don't know. All right, Dorian Mousey's. Oh, they must be having helmet communication problems if Dorian's having to change helmets like that. Let's see. Poppy Clan says, JG, don't undersell your body. You're svelte. Hey, man. So some dude came on here in the first show and said I was fat as fuck. And, dude, I've lost like 10 pounds since then. I don't know what the deal is. So I've been working on it. Hopefully by the time we do our last drain this year in the Orange Bowl for the Natty or whatever, I'll be even thinner. I don't know, man. My mom got sick and died, and I just got lazy about some stuff. But I'm getting back on. I'm good now. I'm back on it now. That was a really ugly looking play. Hey, man, early returns here and all. Oh, fucking A. You can't run into your tailback like that, G. Philip Bleedy over there chasing the quarterback. A young man who's from the state of New Mexico, went to high school in Portales, New Mexico. Made his way to Auburn via Indiana University in Bloomington, Indiana. 2nd and 10. That number 15 just cheated again. He did that thing that they're trying to do this year where the kids try to take some steps forward at the snap so they can get some forward momentum. We saw that called in the Cal game last week, against Cal. But they let him get away with it there. JBA uses Jay, sorry to hear about your mom. Thank you, man. I'm not trying to harp on it. She died on A Day on April 6th. I actually went by to visit her on my way to A Day, and they were like, got some bad news, bro. You need to go ahead and say your goodbyes. I was like, wait, I got a game. Anyway, sure, I'm glad I got some. Oh, my God. He wasn't even ready for that snap, and it just happened to fall right there where he could grab it. If he'd have caught that, I swear, guys, I would have freaked out, man. Poppy Clan, you're too nice, bro. I'm not svelte, but I'm not super fat either. Kind of in the middle. You're more svelte than I am, for sure. CJ says, Jay looked fine when we hung out last night. G. Appreciate that, bro. We were hanging out at the bar last night. All right, so 4th and 5. They're down, what, 11? They don't have a lot of faith in their field goal kicker. Also, Auburn's field goal defense is amazing. So they say, hell with it, man. Let's just go for it. They're going to go into the doubles formation here with that big old boy playing H-back here. 38 is a big old boy. Reminds me of that tight end that was from Oxford that is now back at J.J. Pegues. Looks like you guys saw evidence of a very serious hold there against Keldrick. Charlie C says, field goal defense is amazing. I love field goal defense. Field goal defense and free throw defense during basketball season really makes me happy. I love talking about it. We used to talk about dead ball rebounds, too, back in the day, back when Cliff was here. Me and Charles Goldberg from the AL.com, from Birmingham News, and Philip, who was at the Huntsville Times at the time. We used to always argue about it. It's pretty funny. Let's see. Underarms. Fair question. I apologize if you addressed it. I think I have once. I don't know. I haven't heard. Did something transpire for the change in quarterback on Friday? So nothing. It didn't happen. The change officially happened on Friday, yes. Nothing happened on Friday for that to happen. I think it was just a matter of Payton played like ass in the Cal game. Hugh was very open to a change, and he saw stuff during the week that made him think that Hank was going to be a better choice than Payton in this game. Or maybe even as far as going forward, I don't know the full extent of it, but he saw stuff this week that made him think that Hank was the better choice now. When I mentioned that to my wife the other day, she's like, oh, so I interpret that as Payton giving them tude. And I was like, no. Payton don't give anybody attitude. You ain't got to worry about that with Payton. I think it's more about maybe he was just really frustrated. I think he was still out there running stuff, being frustrated. And he just felt like Hank was more clear-minded and more confident, honestly, with each throw. So I think that's what it went. I think that's what it came down to. He had to make a choice at some point. I think he made the choice Thursday night, let them know Friday, moved on. There you go. Let's see, Cleve jumping in. Just wanted to say that I'm sorry to hear about losing your mom this past April. Thank you, brother. I appreciate you guys. I had a lot of people praying for her and praying for me at the time. And we are still trying to get this stuff. My mom refused to have a will. She just wouldn't do it. She told me to stop, never to bring it up again. And so she didn't have a will. And so it's all going through probate. And we love Judge J.C. Love, who's our probate judge here in the Montgomery County, Alabama. But love you, J.C. But it's been slow getting anything done. We actually came to an agreement to sell her house about 7 weeks ago, and we're still waiting on the court to give us approval, formal approval, to sell the house. We believe that's coming soon. Hope so. But that's a reminder. The reason I bring it up, Cleve, and not just for you, but for everybody, get a will. If you guys are like my age or a little bit younger, not if you're 20, nobody gives a shit, but like if you're like 40 or older, get a will. Put a will together. Please, do it for your kids and do it for your wife and do it for your descendants so that they don't get stuck in probate. Of course, Judge Love, we love you, man. You're doing a great job, but he's just overwhelmed. There's a lot going on. All right, back on it. Hornatius says, I lost my mom last weekend. Did you really? I'm sorry, bro. I didn't know that. Oh, he was just joking. He said found her in Boca. She's it's a pick. It's another turnover. Spooty. I was like, dude, I can see that guy coming from your backside. Don't drop it. There we go. Second interception of the night. Jaron had one earlier. And now Spooty Kite got one right there. So that's 2 takeaways for the Auburn Tigers after having none, I think, through the first 2 games. And there's a flag. AU Taxman says, JC is the man. Great dude. Married a friend of mine from high school. Awesome. I got no issue with him. Face mask on New Mexico. That penalty is declined. We going that way. We'll do like Pac-Man on that one. Nice play by Spooty right there. Nice. I really want to see that kid be awesome. Wiki Sauce, who got a shout out on the rundown last week, says, "Holy shit, our D did something." My man. Feel like a stranger, says Mama Tate has been, and always will be a legend. Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. She was very cool. She was very, very nice to me. And she put up with me and all my shenanigans as a teenager. I didn't do anything real bad, but you know how it is as a child when you're, as a boy when you're young. You just kind of get into trouble. There you go, guys. There's the last pour of the Hancock's Reserve. I finished this bitch off. It's probably only about a quarter full, and it's 88 proof, so it ain't too bad, but that's a wrap. Let me go ahead and reload the widget here. Question here from our Stu says, is he the transfer from Alabama? He is indeed. Yes. He should have come to Auburn to start with anyway, but that's fine. He's here now, and that's all that matters. Also, a super chat coming in from JWM66.
Super chat.
There we go. Thank you very much for that. No message included. No message needed. You're good. AU Taxman says, JG, if you need a probate lawyer in Montgomery, I can give you a few names. No, sir. I've got a great one. I got an outstanding one. His name is Russ, and he's a fucking badass. And, of course, he's an Auburn guy, so I wouldn't trust it to anybody else. Russ has been awesome. Big Auburn fan. Actually ran into him last night at La Jolla here in town. Chris M's asking about the next pour. What is my next pour? I'll tell you what. Since you're the guy here, Chris M., I'll let you pick it. I'm trying to see what my choices are here. I've got Nulu, Red Top. I've got Four Roses, Single Batch Select, and I've got, looks like Ezra Brooks 99. Or Ezra Brooks Distiller's Choice. Which of those three do you like? I'll let you do that. Sanford, Ed D, sends us an update here. Sanford beats Alabama State 12-7. I bet Alabama State would have liked to have gotten that one. I always feel a kinship with Alabama State. That was the first job I had down here when I came to the Montgomery Advertiser in 1998. I covered Alabama State for about 3 months before they kicked me off campus. They later acknowledged that it was bullshit. I shouldn't have gotten kicked off campus. But I was just trying to do the job, man. That's all. That's all. I was just trying to do the job and do a good job. Actually, interestingly, one of the players that I covered there at ASU, a guy named Tawanis Lockett, who was an outstanding linebacker for Alabama State back in 98. He's now the head coach at Park Crossing, which is my local high school. Like, literally, Park Crossing, I can see it from my house, like Sarah Palin would. All right, 1st and 10 for the Auburn Tigers. Hank Brown's still in there. Looks like we've got Jarquez at tailback. Can't tell if it's Luke Deal or Brandon Frazier at the H right now. Got Dre out there. Malcolm Simmons out there. He's throwing for Dre. And he's got Dre for about 20 yards right there. Nice play. CJ had a super chat earlier as well. I'm liking what I'm seeing from Hank, he says. Not jumping the gun on the rest of the year, however. That's probably good. But yeah, I feel like we've seen him get a little bit better as the game's gone on, too. I feel like his passing decisions have been really good. Or they're getting good. You know what I mean? Like, the first drive, it kind of worried me a little bit, but it's been pretty good so far. Oh, he's going deep. That probably is not going to work, but we're going to get one of those right there. Oh, I'm going to have to reset this, even though it's working fine. I don't like that Bama red on that chat. Diego says, tonight we might need a 300 proof whiskey if that was such a thing. Yeah, you're talking about some Stag Junior, I guess, or Stag they call it now. 136 proof, or some of those hazmat Willets would also get it done too. Pablito with another super chat. This guy's been off his ass tonight. Thank you very much for that. Says, what do you think is the issue with our pass rush? We haven't collapsed the pocket in any game this season. I don't understand some of these fronts they're running. If you're running a 3-man front with 2 linebackers behind it, like the chances of those guys, they're going to all get double teamed. You know what time it is right there.
The more you fuck around, the more you're going to find out.
There it is. That's a nice touchdown right there. I mean, it was really set up nicely, but Hank Brown now 14 of 20 for 175 and the 3 touches. I'm sitting here talking to you guys and I forgot what the number was. Jeez Louise. 14 of 20. Can do Magoo. Gets it right through. Hey, man. Oh, my gosh. Somehow I got my music playing.
Sometimes may be good, sometimes may be shit.
Sorry about that. I turned off. For some reason, I had Van Halen playing in my headset. I don't know what's going on there. That was crazy. Chris M., let's see. I was waiting on your choice. I don't know if I missed it. I feel like we're fawning over a toddler taking their first steps. Look at him go through his progressions like a good boy. That's funny, man. There he is, Frank Thomas from Columbus, Georgia. An outstanding tight end and also a fine right-handed hitter, by the way. Darkside says, QB who can throw the check down. Wow. Wow, yeah, that was nice. I think that play was actually run for that particular throw, but nonetheless, it's nice to see that. Hey, man, is that 30? No, it's still Towns. My bad. See, Scott C says that Georgia State is up 5 on Vandy with the ball and 2 minutes left. Wow, that'd be a big win for them. That would be edge. Let's see. Solo Tigre is also listening to the radio broadcast, which is a smart move in my opinion. He says Ronnie Brown pointed out how Hank looked off the safety for his check down. When has PT done that? Yeah, that might be something else. That might be something that he does that something that Hank gives you that Payton does not do. So it's something to kind of keep an eye on. Let's see. Diego says that we had a 3-and-out. We definitely had a 3-and-out earlier. In the second quarter, late first or second quarter, it was a really ugly one. It was literally like a 4th and 10. Looks like our widget crashed out again, so we'll start it up again. Let's see. Chris M. wants the 4 roses. All right. Let me get it. There it is. Fur Rose, small batch select. That's what we'll start working on. Fuck it. Who cares? Galatian says he's got a framed jersey signed by Frank Thomas. Love that guy. Frank Thomas, of course, outstanding baseball player, slugger, first baseman for the White Sox from Columbus, Georgia. Also a fine tight end for Pat Dye in 87, I believe. And for at least 5 years was the best right-handed hitter in all of baseball. A very, very good hitter. Had a very discerning eye at the plate, something that I did not have when I was a player myself. Let's see. Wiki says, I don't feel like an alcoholic when I drink listening to the drain. Thank you, JG.
Sometimes may be good, sometimes may be shit.
I need to play some of these other sounds that I have. I've only got like room for 10 on here. I feel like there's more.
What?
Oh, here's one I haven't played in a while. This one's for you, Wiki.
You could drop a tarantula into his shorts and he'll still be cool.
Let's see. Jordan says 4 roses and Gus voice. Let's go. Now, there's no doubt. It's pretty big. I don't know about 4 roses. I'm not a big drinker, but I'd like it. Let's see. Alex Kozan says his belief is that if Auburn doesn't beat Arkansas next week, he does not see a path to a bowl game for this team. Boy. I don't like hearing that. But I know he's right. But I don't like hearing that. Galatians says it's hard to believe Frank is the only SEC player in the Hall of Fame. Well, that's technically not true. I have this fuss with my man Cuz, who lives across the street, who's a Bammer. But he graduated from there, so he's fine. He's not like a dickhead Bammer. And his wife, same thing. But anyway, Joe Sewell is in the Hall of Fame. He played at Alabama. He's not considered to be SEC because at the time that he played, which is a really long time ago, they were not in the SEC. There wasn't an SEC at the time. But, I mean, he went to Alabama, so, I mean, they named the fucking stadium after him, Joe Sewell. So, anywho. Oh, thank you for the update, Scott. They did hit the Can-Do Magoo hit the extra point, so 31. Thank you. 31-13. It's a palindrome, guys. Jordan loves the Gus voice. There's no doubt. Me and Christy, we don't drink a lot, but if I did drink, I'd have a Four Roses. Pretty good. Yeah, we're doing pretty good at UCF. I don't know if you've seen that. I like Gus, but and I actually really do like Gus as a person. I would hang out with Gus personally, but I like Christy better. Christy Malzahn is just an absolute joy. She's probably one of my 10 favorite people I have ever met in my life. Like, ever. She's just amazing. She's funny. She's self-effacing. She's quick-witted. She's intelligent. She's just great, man. And she also just kind of, like, is just rolling, you know? Like, she's not, like, all inhibited and like, oh, I don't know. Like, she just fucking does stuff. I really like her. It bothers me. There's so many times I'll talk to somebody who's like, you know, it's like a casual fan. Where like, oh, man, Christy Malzahn was crazy. I'm like, crazy? Like, crazy what? Crazy awesome? Because she's not a crazy person at all. Scott P jumps into the super chat. He's been great in the regular chat tonight, and we appreciate the super chat. I'm going to give him one of these. Super chat. CJ Majors says, I'll just call him CJ, says, new drinking game. Anytime JG says blank, I'm not going to say the word, drink. The secret word tonight is cinnamon. Anytime I say cinnamon, you guys got to drink, all right? I don't know how in the hell that would ever come up, but that'll be our drinking game. Jordan says Gus seems like a great human being. I'm not sure. Well, he might be getting there. I thought Gus was kind of bothersome for a while, but he got better. He was getting better, but he's married to a really cool chick, so that tells me something right there. Let's see. Hold on. Snellburn says, can we get a look at chest hams after the call-ins? Not chest hams? Is this, what are we talking about? We talking about Candace Cameron Bure? I don't like the color of that thing on my screen. Scotty P says, hope you're hydrating, Commodore. Yeah, I need to do a little bit better job at that. Courtney, she set me up with some water here, and I haven't drank it. I got some people triggered at the pool this summer with this one right here. They go, oh, I thought you had that picture there. You were kind of like backing her up. I go, back her up. Are you kidding? That chick is an absolute idiot. And they're like, what? She's awesome. I go, no, no, she's not. Her name is Greta Thunberg. And she's not awesome. She's hilarious, but she's not intentionally hilarious. Just my opinion, man. Don't get mad at me. Let's see. Hornation says chest hams. I'd like to lube. You guys are killing me. Oh my goodness. Colby says, "What does Fireball taste like?" I don't know. Is this a joke? I don't drink a lot of Fireball, but I have. Tastes like cinnamon. Uh-oh.
Sometimes it may be good, sometimes it may be shit.
Finish him. Sub-Zero wins. Flawless victory. Fatality.
Well. The most diabolical haters this side of the Mississippi.
All right, Robert Woodyard's back out there, I am told. That should be a pick. The ball was floated so bad. Nice tackle by the aforementioned Robert Woodyard right there. Nice play. Oh, Keontae's hurt. Here we go. Oh, for fuck's sake, man. At least he's not writhing in pain. But so we got two guys down. Is that Eugene and Keontae? Oh, they ran into each other. God dang it. No, that's Keys. Two guys you really need out there, man. All right, Keys is up on his knee. He looks like he's doing okay. Probably just got the wind knocked out of him. Hopefully that's what happened with Keontae as well. Chris is targeting on Keys. That's pretty funny right there. War Eagle 0008 says Greta equals Harson. Oh, that was a good one there. That one about the fireball question. That was pretty good. Yeah, that was pretty good. Man, Keontae's out there kind of getting his neck straightened out a little bit there. All right, so I think my final score prediction on this game was 38-14. That's pretty close. I mean, if Auburn were to stick another one in the end zone. Colby Wooden. Nope. Caleb Wooden on the stop there. Dude, Bobby Jamison Travis has been playing a shitload of snaps tonight. It surprises me. I did not think that he would be this guy. D Money says Mississippi State down 38-10. Holy cow. Who are they playing, bro? Don't you do it, Chris M. I know where you're going. Look at Keldrick Fall. He's going to try to kill this guy. Oh, my goodness. It was like some backyard football there, and they get like a 50-yard completion, and they call a penalty. Oh, my God. I tell you, man, I couldn't be a coach. I'd have an aneurysm. I'd blow an aorta, and I'd have been gone a long time ago. I'd be like, guys, come on. Guys, just don't fuck up. Please. Diggo has been saying this all day. Our D-backs are trash. It has not been going well. It has not been going well. And then the ball skills. You're exactly right. Ed D says no ball skills. He's so right. That's the thing that really freaks me out the most is just like, you know, you're teaching kids. The last, holy shit, Mobile alum. Kentucky is still up on Georgia. By the way, how long are we talking left in that ball game? Dude, if Kentucky wins that game, we're going to have to get my man Jason M on here because I guarantee he's at the game. He goes to every game. And I just have to have him on here to hear him talk about this shit because you guys know I'm a Kentucky graduate, class of 98, but I don't care anymore. I'm more of an Auburn person now. Let me rephrase that. I'm an Auburn person now. I don't give a shit about Kentucky. Hey, that's some good coverage from Jaron Thompson of all people. Oh, there's a flag. Never mind. I take it back. All right, so we're starting the fourth quarter. And Georgia's having some issues at the Tomb. They tried to call it the Tomb back in the day. Commonwealth Stadium at Kroger Field. That was a very late flag, young Bezos. I agree. I'd like to see the replay on that, guys. What do we think? What do we think on this? Okay, he reaches out with his hand on the biceps. Yeah, that's probably a pass interference, guys. Let's be real. All right, we got a 1st and 10. This is where Auburn's run defense sucks, and I just don't understand it. I don't understand the lack of run fits from the fucking second level. I don't get it. Where is that response? Where is that response? I don't understand. I mean, I know Wizard D says that's BS, but like he was literally reaching out for him. Even if it's not pass interference, it looks like it. You know what I mean? Look at that H-back, you guys. Number 38. That's a fucking man right there. You know what I'm saying? Donnie's here. Donnie Karabatsos. Oh, that's the end of the quarter. 4, baby. 4. That's a big man right there. Not Donnie. The actual H-back that New Mexico showed up with. Donnie says DB's getting cooked by white wide receivers. Why does it care what color they are? Super chat. Tim is here. Tim the Tool Man, who is one of my absolute favorites. He has been so supportive here and also at the bourbon show that my wife and I do. Thank you, Tim. You're always an absolute G to me, my man. Auburn fam 123 says swag serve time, JG. I'm just telling you, man. I wish I could go back in time. I would have been like, I would have been the engineer on Run DMC's Raising Hell. I made $1 billion. Guys, I got an idea. Listen to this shit. Wiki says Bama will absolutely destroy the secondary. Dude, we got a long time before that happens. Okay? Hopefully the DJ can get some shit fixed. Tim, the tool man, is here. He says, hell yeah, I'm in here. Thankfully, been drinking since kickoff. Same. Been doing the same thing. Gonna have to restart the thing on my screen. What are y'all drinking tonight? Tim, what have you been drinking, bro? Uh-oh, underarms. I'm not going to say it, but I'm going to post it. He says, I bet you won't try the challenge. Uh-oh, Diego, that's the worst news you could have given me all damn night. Touchdown, Georgia. God, can we at least get some... Splash. I need a boo. I need a boo. Where's boo?
And I ain't going to let some smart-ass kid get on this phone and create this stuff. So if you got a problem with it, I don't care, all right?
This is kind of funny, though. Scott says, could this defense be causing Alex stomach issues? Hey, man, he's feeling better. Oh, I don't like that red. We're going to have to reload that thing on my screen. I don't like that red. I don't like that Bama red. Kenneth R. says, is Kay and Lee not playing tonight? So I haven't been watching every snap, but BMAT does kind of keep an eye on personnel, and he said that Kayan has played tonight, probably on special teams, but he got demoted. So that's the deal there. And they've been playing Champ. Number 25, Champ Anthony, has been playing in his stead at cornerback. We love Alex. Alex is in here. Says Scott Pitts with the comment of the night. We love Alex because she is the offspring of our outstanding photographer, Robin Kahn, who we absolutely love, and who is on his own merit just an absolute stud. We love him. I'm sure that Alex feels the same way about him. Robert S., I just please stop saying that. I don't want to hear shit about Georgia. Nothing good. Only if they're losing, okay? If they're winning, I don't want to hear another word. Let's see. Ed D is asking for a sound effect here, I guess, kind of. I can do that for you, bro. I can definitely do that. Where would it be? Guys, where's my interns at? God bless.
Yeah, like a medium banana pudding milkshake.
There you go, bro. Small Victory says, raised by a Georgia Tech and Auburn grad, so I hate Georgia. That is the right way to be. I will say I like my friends that run the Georgia side on the Rivals Network. Roddy, Paul Meharry, Trent Smallwood, Jed. They're good dudes. Patrick G is a good guy. But they cover a team that I just can't ever. No. It's not happening, man. Data 3 Girl says we've had way too many penalties. Let's see what the numbers are on that. Penalties. The Auburn Tigers, 8 for 83 yards, which is a lot. 12 for 80 on them. So it's not really an imbalanced thing. You're just kind of saying in a general sense, 8 penalties is too much. All right, we got Jason Jones swapping in. Jaron Thompson's coming back in. We've got Eugene Asante. We got Philip Bleedy coming off. Jason Jones is back off again. He caught that ball out of bounds. Come on, man. Anybody can see that. AU Taxman, this is the great question. It's just really ones and zeros for this. Hey, man, are you a fan of a team that has grown men on all fours barking like dogs? If yes, go fuck yourself. If no, okay, cool. That would be how I'd handle it. If I was a girl on a dating app, I'd be like, are you a Georgia fan? Yes or no? Answer yes. Bye. Swerve. Answer no. We can continue. But I'm not a girl. And I'm not on the dating scene either because I met my wife in 1992. And I've been out of the dating scene for that long. Scott giving us an update here saying that Georgia State scored a touchdown with 15 seconds left, and now they're up 4 on Vandy. Oh, my God. And I was sitting there thinking, like, Vandy been playing better this year. What am I thinking? It's Vandy. Small Victory says, I dated a guy briefly, and he had a red truck, and my mom said, get it off my driveway. Let me give you a... Hold on, no, that was the wrong sound. This is for your mom. It's the right choice. She's obviously a cultured and intelligent individual. I like that. Cleve C., our main man, says, since I've not been active in the past year and just learning about your mom tonight, this super chat is in honor of your mom. Oh, thank you, man, and your family and everything working out for the probate court. Thank you, bro. Yeah, I'm not trying to... Yeah. She did pass away, and it sucked for me. And for my daughter, she was really upset about it. Oh, could have been a pick right there. 3rd and goal did not go well, so now they're at the 4th and goal. They got to go for it. Yeah, it's tough. I mean, you only have 2 parents, so that's the first one for me. But one thing that's kind of bugged me, those of you who are a little bit older, maybe you've lost a parent or whatever. I have friends that have been like, my mom passed away. They're like, oh yeah, my grandmother or my grandfather died. And I was like, I don't want to hear about your grandmother and grandfather dying. My grandparents died 30 years ago. Like, I don't want to hear that. Like, I want to hear like, yeah, I had a hard time when my dad died or something. Then I'm like listening, But when I hear grandparents, I'm like, dude, you're lucky to even know your grandparents. 4th and goal. Here we go. This is not a 3-man front, but it is 3 men rushing.
Well. The most diabolical haters this side of the Mississippi.
I don't like your jerk-off name. I don't like your jerk-off face. I don't like your jerk-off behavior. And I don't like you. Jerk-off. Do I make myself clear?
hold on. Let me give the shout out before we even get into this. Chad's Music, thank you for the super chat. He says, "Can we get 10-minute quarters for the rest of the season?" My man. That's a reference to the Alabama A&M game. Thank you for that. Second thing, what the fuck was that? Why did they let that touchdown? That touchdown was a disgrace, man. A disgrace. And I know people are going to say, "Hey, man, that was pass interference." Oh, my God. Thank you, Wargle0008. Well, I mean, I'm not happy about it. I'm just saying. My mom died in 2020, was 27. I honestly had gotten a heart. Wife and I had a baby, and it just really sucks, man. I'm sorry for that, bro. I know exactly what you're talking about, though. Like, I know exactly what you mean. It's the stuff that happens, and she's not there to see it. And I mean, seriously, 27, dude. I was 52, so it's totally different. Like, it's so much tougher for you. Thanks for sharing that, though, bro, and I'm sorry. It's tough, dude. Oh my God. Knuman says, "How is that not a push off?" Which I'm totally on board with that. Talking about the touchdown, like he basically pushed Spoody down so that he couldn't make a play. But I'm just like, bro, why are they throwing the ball? No. Pablito says he thinks Keldrick is our only NFL player on defense. Is that right? Let's see what we got here. Bleedy, no. Malik Blockton, I have high hopes for him. Gage Keys, no. TJ, not sure yet. Isaiah Rakes, possibly. Jason Jones, no. Chill Carter, no. Bobby Jameson Travis, probably no. Keldrick, yes. Zeke, Amaris, maybe. I don't know. We still got a long way to go. Jalen McLeod, I think, is a good player, but I don't think he fits NFL right. Kieran, no. Jamonte, can't tell yet. Eugene, I bet Eugene ends up playing in the CFL and being good for like 12 years. Woodyard, probably not. Mausi, CFL, no. Austin Keys, probably not. DeMarcus Riddick, maybe. Sly Smith, maybe. I'm not giving up on Spoody yet. And I'm not giving up on J.C. Hart yet, but god dang, you're probably right. Unless Amaris and Jamonte can come along. Brandon J says, John Lackey says, fun. Do you know what his favorite flavor of ice cream is? I know because I've met him. Cinnamon. Stephen G says, Keontae and Kyder are not a great duo at corner. The KK boys are not great. No, they're not. No, they're not. It's not been great. Toledo up 38-17 on Mississippi State in the fourth quarter with 3 minutes to go. We got my man Malcolm Simmons is on the run. He got that ball across midfield. He's real fast. I love Malcolm Simmons from Ben Russell High School. God, I hate seeing Georgia touchdowns. Just don't let them get out. Wow, so it's 13-12, huh? Jeez Louise. Oh, Mobile alum. Wait, are you telling me something I didn't know? Kentucky hit a field goal. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. Okay. That narrowed the margin. All right, thanks, Russell. Thank you for the update, bro. He says it has gotten closer, but Georgia's still up 1. All right, good. I don't know what the reference is here, but Runner24 says pistachio followed by black raspberry and Oreo cookie is the correct answer, and I'm in. I don't even know what you're talking about, and I'm in. That sounds good as hell. 14 of 20, 175. My prediction on Hank was 14 of 20, 175. 13 of 19 for 175 was my prediction. Oh, he delivered a blow on that one. Number 1 was like, whoa, that was a bad idea. Runner24 says ice cream flavor. That dude, I'm in. I'm 100% in. That sounds delicious, actually. 19 for 140. I got it, bro. I'm updating right now. Well, he's still going, so now I'm out of date again. This number right here is startlingly close to what I predicted on Hank. 13 of 19 for 175 is what I said, but I did say 2 touchdowns and he has 3, but it's pretty close, man. D-Money says, if he was chewing ass, who's calling the plays? Hey, Luke Deal caught a pass, you guys. And it went for yardage. That's good. Let's a step forward. By the way, we've been going for 3.5 hours right now. This game's been going 3.5 hours. Uh-oh. Rivaldo Fairweather. Oh, my goodness gracious.
The more you fuck around, the more you're going to find out.
Hey, I got another soundbite I want to play here.
Danger zone. This is your redheads, your strippers, anyone named Tiffany. This is where your car gets keyed, you get a bunny in the pot, your tires get slashed, and you wind up in jail.
Indeed. We've all been there. Well, not necessarily there, not in jail necessarily, but we've all been with a girl. Well, never mind. Mobile alum super chats, right as I'm talking about that. Thoughts on Hank so far? He's been good. I think he's been playing better ball as the half has gone on. Well, as the game has gone on. I thought his first drive was, I gave him a B or a B minus in that first drive, but since then, I'd probably give him an A minus. No picks. I feel like the decisions have been good. He's moved around a little bit when he needed to. He's good for me. I'd probably give him a B. I'd give him a straight B or a B plus right now. That's probably what I would do. Stephen G says, great. Now I have to watch the defense again. LOL. My man. Oh, Damon says, man, Fairweather is as slow as the last minute of your shift. Whoa, damn, bro. We'll go ahead and give him credit for the EPT, as the kids say. So that's 38. And I think this is the exact score I picked right here. I think it was 38-18 or 38-17, something like that. It's pretty close. Great on defense. Daniel, I don't want to do that yet. I'm just trying to put this off as long as possible, bro. It's not good. My grade on defense would be, guys, can we, like D? I'll give him a straight D. This is what I'm willing to do. Crocky Poo jumping in. An outstanding bunker, and also had a great call last week. Says we found a QB, JGT. Glad Hugh gave him a chance. Need to find out about 10 of 22 more players to be average. Because he's concerned about some of the other players. Thanks, Crocky Poo. I appreciate you, bro. Let's see some defensive numbers coming in. Bazoo says F. Terrence says D-. Daniel D says C. Yeah, Terrence, I got you, bro. Galatian has a C- for the D. Yeah, because 19 points isn't awful. And they've been better in the second half, which is kind of a recurring theme. It's something Hunter kind of alluded to. And Snobber just says F, 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 F. Stuart P says D- for the defense. Grade on defense is purple frowny face. My man. Uh-oh. Look at this, man. Cloche. My man. Pipe. This is D's nuts. Hey, man. How'd that game go for Purdue today, bro? I know how it went because I was watching it. I was supporting my guy. But at 42-0 at halftime, I was like, this is getting bad. Fucking Notre Dame, too, man. Yeah. I know you probably felt like you had a shot in that one because Notre Dame's kind of ass. But I think Purdue's coach is just too young. That's the problem. Chip says, does Perry Thompson play for Auburn anymore? Oh, Brian Battie, there he is. Look at that guy. What a badass. Love that guy. God, the fucking heartache that guy's been through and the work he's had to do just to get back to, like, being able to walk and communicate with his family and stuff. Like, jeez. Man, oh, man. Snobburn says, JG, can you set up a conference call with Doc and Hootie at the same time? Dude, we've had both those guys on the horn before. I mean, Doc's called in a bunch of times, and then Hootie, he called in once, I think. My man Collins. Let's see if we can. I wonder if we can get Doc on the horn. You know, Doc has been kind of shy about horn. Let's see. I sent him a text. Let's see if he's willing to come on. Mobile alum says, Battie, prayers, absolutely. I think the prayers have worked, honestly, because he's doing better than I thought he would. Like, he's doing better than I thought he, based on the intel that we got. It didn't sound good. And I mean, he's doing okay. So that's a step forward. Cleve, whoa, buddy. Big time. Look at this. Love all the brain drain bunker convo and comments. JGT, kudos to you for keeping the show always fun, enjoyable, and entertaining. I'm hoping maybe we improve each game. Not sure what that means as far as we go into the SEC schedule. War, damn Eagle, Cleve. Guys, do we love Cleve? We absolutely love Cleve. What a badass. Looks like our chat apparatus failed again since it was still stuck on the Fairweather TD. I don't know what's going on with that, man. So annoying. You guys deserve better. I wish there was an answer for that. Mobile alum said, thank you, Cleve. I'm gonna leave Cleve up there for a minute. That guy's a badass. Thank you. We're doing a press against the stack over here. I like that. Oh wow, that's a big time play right there from Sly. Excuse me, Caleb Harris. Why I said Sly. Well, Sly was kind of diving to that ball, but I think Caleb was the one that actually broke it up. Caleb Harris has been playing his balls off, by the way. Are they going to punt this? They are going to punt this. That's a big W for the defense right there. All right, no more D minuses. I'm going to give him a D. Oh, wow. Nice play by the punter to catch that bad boy. That was kind of a high snap.
hate you. I hate you. I don't even know you, and I hate your guts. I hope all the bad things in life happen to you and nobody else but you.
I'm Chris Hansen with Dateline NBC.
Ryan D, who's been here all night, he says, that's so Auburn. I don't want to agree with you, but I agree with you. My God. How does that even happen? Like, the statistical likelihood of that happening is literally 0, and it still happens. He catches the ball right here, and the ball bounces up, and the dude catches it in stride. Like, you couldn't recreate that for Jackass if you wanted to. Unbelievable. So Auburn says back to D-. It's not their fault. That's a special teams fuck up right there, G. Wait, what happened there? Yeah, it's a special teams screw up right there. Yeah, I think that's it, man. CJ, I'm with you, bro. He says take him off the punt team. He cost us the Iron Bowl, too. Wait, did he call a fucking prevent defense on 3rd and 31 or whatever the hell it was? Oh, my God. I can't believe that just happened, bro. Like, just think about it like from a trigonometry standpoint. Like, how do you catch a ball right here and then it bounces up? Like, what? Hey, man, so I bought these new chapsticks, and I can't get them open. Look at this. Nothing. Doesn't even budge. Like, what the hell? It's like the 3rd one I've had do this to me. Chapstick, you got to get your shit straight. This one right here that's an old one. Dance to Impress says I'm legitimately in misery. This is tough. Oh, it was Coy Moore. We're trying to say it was Coy Moore. Chip says it was Coy Moore. But either way, it's still a total fuck up, right? God. Just kidding. It wasn't Coy Moore. Vince is JG being a Billy Napier with chapstick. Got it. Tried to roll off the table, but I got it. Throw the ball. Oh, my God. Pick this off. Nope. At least it didn't go to some wide open player, though. Let's see. Wait, hold on. AU Taxman says, JD, do you let people borrow your chapstick? No. First of all, nobody would even ask me that. But second of all, no. I mean, my wife can do it. That's fine. But no, absolutely not. And I'm very, very tight about chapstick. I have certain flavors that I got to have. I mean, this is snow cone, which you can also, I think it also goes as fruit punch. It's the same thing. They just do it by seasonal. It's a seasonal thing. This is just bothering me so bad, dude. Madison C. said, Hugh said if he absolutely needed someone to field a punt, it would be Will Upton. He legit made the statement. I heard it. I was there, Madison. I was just like, what? It might be time to put Will Upton in the game, like, honestly. Holy hell. Mobile Alum says, I'm with you there, JG, talking about surely about sharing chapstick, which we would not. That is very gauche. We would not do that. And Terrence is on board with us, too. He says, let someone borrow your chapstick is as bad as letting someone borrow your deodorant. No way. We would never do that, Terrence. We would never do that. That's Jay Crawford out there balling out. Look at that, man. Look at that. Nice play by Jay Crawford on 4th down. He was right there, man. I mean, the guy dropped it, but still, it was really good coverage. He was right there. I just can't imagine. Moby Alum says only use certain flavors. Yeah, I mean, you got to have your own things. You know, I mean, everybody's got their own, but I mean, for me, marshmallow, which also goes as sugar cookie. It's the same thing. Sweet watermelon, key lime, snow cone, pink lemonade. Those are really the ones I like. Let's see. Metallic Ob says, don't have to field a punt if they go for it on 4th. See? That's thinking right there, man. BRT says, do you let people borrow your underwear? Yuck. Hell no. Hey, I don't know. I know a lot of you guys are in Atlanta, but if you guys are going to go see Chromeo in about 3 weeks in Atlanta, me and AA are going to go. We're going to go see Chromeo. It's like I think it's on a Thursday or a Friday. So we're able to hit the show and then come back. I love me some Chromeo. Oh, shit. Hold on, bro. Is CFB Addict on? Was he posting? We love CB. He says, has Kalen Lee played tonight? So, CFB. So, B. Matt, who's like he's paying more attention to like individual players than I am because I'm kind of doing the show. He said he was playing earlier, presumably on special teams, but not at corner. No. At least I haven't seen it. And if he has, it must have been the first quarter because he hasn't been playing lately. Stuart P. with some good news. UK working into position for a field goal. Holy shit. Hold on. Snobburn says, JG, come stay at my house in Marietta. I'll make you pancakes in the morning. Wow, that's exciting, Snobburn. Unfortunately, the show's at the... it's that place is a little south of downtown on the east side. I think they call it the Eastern Theater, maybe, or East Theater. I don't know. Guys, I'm seriously tempted to switch over to this Georgia game because there's nothing I'd like better than watching fucking Georgia lose this game. Holy shit. But bottom line is, this is an Auburn stream, so, oh no. I just got a warning on here that my recording has stopped. Oh, Hank's going for the fucking big house right here. Oh, we'll take it. Perry Thompson, we'll take it. Why was the New Mexico guy clapping for that? I guess he thought it was a great catch. No, I completely agree. God, Hank got hit really hard on that. Nice adjustment by Perry. And I know Chip's going to be fired up to see that shit right there. Stauburn says, guys, Georgia's going to win. Don't get your hopes up. Give him a boo for that. Come on, man. Ain't nobody here pulling for Georgia. I don't want to hear that. Micah Riley Ducker playing H right here. Now, I think that was more of a gap run. Hey, DeAndre Carter's playing. I didn't realize that. Number 78 playing right tackle. That's the freshman from California. I mean, I know it's kind of like, at this point with 6 minutes to go or 7 minutes to go, whatever, Auburn's up 21. Nope, Auburn's up 19, excuse me. You can kind of play a little bit, but you can switch it around a little bit. It's good to see Dre Carter in there playing a little bit. Damari with a first down run like that. Oh, Scotty. This is UK punting. Boo. God dang it. Let's see. Bego says, I would rather Georgia win than Alabama. Like, see, this is where we kind of get a little bit. This is where we kind of split up a little bit. Because, I don't know, man. Like, I live here in Montgomery, right? So I got a lot of friends that are Bammers. Some of them that graduated from Alabama. Like, they don't bother me as much. Perry just dropped the ball. It hit him, like, literally right in the numbers. Come on, bro. I don't know. The Bammers don't bother me that much. I want to see Auburn win every game, but I'm not that worried about Alabama. I don't know. I'm more worried about Georgia. But, man, that's just, it's all different. I mean, everybody's, you know, if you guys live over in Atlanta, maybe you feel differently than if you live in Birmingham or whatever. Plus, I've never been barked at by a fucking Alabama fan. I've been barked at by Georgia fans. Oh, Rico. Come on, bro. If you're wearing the hoodie, you got to catch the ball. That's the rule. That's the fucking rule. That's the rule. Drop count. We're going to have to change the drop count on that. I mean, we got just, guys, I'm sorry. There's the drop counter. Oh, that's number 2. It's Auburn. We'll take it. I'm going to trust you on that.
The more you fuck around, the more you're going to find out.
Hey, we'll take it. That was a 3rd and long. I think 3rd and 10, maybe. That was. I don't know if there was an actual delay or draw action, but it sure looked like it. And man, he took that bad boy to the house. Damari Alston with a nice run right there. That was delicious. Absolutely lovely. Ryan says that UCF is now up 1 with 45 seconds to go at TCU. My friend Aaron is going to have a hard time with that. My high school friend named Aaron, who's a TCU graduate, is going to have a hard time. He actually literally has his man cave is painted purple. Nice run by Damari right there. Huge. Really, really nice. I'd like to go back and see what kind of a play that is. Was that a draw? Or like a delay? Some kind of a... Something about that looked odd to me. Let's see what we got here. They ran it out of a pistol. 3-by-1 set. No, he switched up. It wasn't a pistol when they snapped it. I'm still watching the play here. 3-by-1. Offset. No, that was just like I'm not sure what the actual name of that would be. It was basically like a sprint. Like that was not a zone run. That was definitely a gap run, but they kind of ran themselves out of it. The edge defender just like came way outside, and the left tackle corralled him easily, and there was just a massive hole, and he just sprinted right through it and fucking went to the house. Like, that was easy. Jeez. Chips is right. Run game advantage won this one. Yeah, definitely. Auburn just ran the football and won the game here. Although Hank's managed the game really well. Let me get some of these numbers updated. Hank is now 17 of 25 for 235. All right. We got there we go. And then let's get some of these other numbers updated. Damari's now 10 carries, 80 yards, touch. Not too shabby. They're pretty good. I like them. Pretty good. Jarquez, 20 for 152. All right, there we go. And let me get these third downs updated. They're 4 of 12. Auburn's 4 of 9. Boy, DJ's gonna be happy to see that one. Anyway, 4 of 12, he's probably fine with that. Yeah. And Daniel Deese is 475 total yards. I'm going to have to fact check you on that. We'll take it. But they have 434, which is kind of weird, but whatever. Whatever you got to do, I guess. Danny H jumps in. War Eagle, I'll take any win, anyhow. We'll take that. We like wins. At this point, we'll take whatever we can get. Yeah, for sure. Thank you for the super chat, G. We'll take anything we can get, if you know what I mean. This is kind of funny, actually. I got an AI chat summary from... it disappeared. It was an AI chat summary of our chat, and it was talking about the TCU game. I was like, oh, it has been discussed, but I'm not sure I would say that that's what we've been talking about, really. Thanks, Danny. I appreciate it. I know you've been here all day, so thank you for jumping in, bro. Goose Flat says, JGT, thoughts on where does the QP position go with Hank performing very well, in my opinion, as opposed to what we saw last week and last year? So definitely Hank, QB1 going to the Arkansas game. Not a question about it. Yeah, I don't think there's really a question at this point, G. I think that Hank's the guy. And I'm with you. I think he's managed this obstacle, this situation well. You know what's crazy to me is that Auburn, there's going to be a hold right there. Auburn have not gotten Dampier down on the ground very much, if at all. I'm not sure they've actually put him on the ground yet. Holding. Have they put him on the ground yet? Like, all this time he's been running around, they never actually get their hands on him. Now you got your second team defense in there. J.C. Hart's playing a little bit here at cornerback. Like Zeke Walker was playing a little bit there. They're showing Bronco Mendenhall, which we don't care about. I'm not muted anymore. I actually muted on purpose there, Sam. No. Ryan says TCU last second field goal. Did that go in? Is that a done deal? Oh, TCU misses the field goal attempt. Gus wins at 35-34. Hard times, man. Hard times. That was a tough one right there. That was a pretty good game. You come over here, I'm going to play. George says Gus bust. Dub. Everybody here's a fan of Gus, right? Now that he's not here, they're a fan of Gus. You want to see a former Auburn coach be good, right? There's Jeremiah Cobb getting some run. Got about 8 yards on that run. Nice job. Rico Walker in there. Dylan Senda, number 73, playing a little bit too. Man, this has been just kind of a grinder. I mean, Auburn's been better. Auburn's been better overall in the second half, which has kind of been it's kind of what they did in the Cal game, although it wasn't enough. Alabama A&M didn't really matter. I guess we could really get into real games next week, with Arkansas and then Oklahoma. But guys, now here we go. This is a gap run right here. Cobb. So that's a power run to the right tackle. He had backside pullers and just didn't get there. Chaz wants to know who's big number 22 on defense. It's Isaiah Rakes, who's the USC transfer. He is a big boy. You're right. He actually moves pretty good for how big he is. And he plays nose for the Auburn Tigers. That's another gap run for Jeremiah right there. So it's going to be 3rd and 8-ish, something like that. Not sure that he had a good opportunity there, to be fair. Stauburn wants to know, is that Holdy Goldie? It is indeed. He's playing right now. It's interesting that they went to Holden instead of Payton. Which I get it. That's more in the spirit of what you're trying to accomplish here. I mean, you're up big on an inferior opponent, so you might as well play like guys that need experience, and Payton doesn't need experience. At the same time, it's kind of interesting. Yeah, CFB Addict says, interesting that Holden came in, not number 1. You're right. Although, Holden needs some snaps, and I'm not sure that I don't think Payton does. Galatians says it should be illegal for Rakes to wear 22. Wait, what? It does look a little weird on him, honestly. I might have to ask him next time I see him about that. Last time I talked to him, I didn't know he was wearing number 22. So, Chaz says, it says that he's 6'1", 323. What a hoss. Yeah, he's a bad man. I think you got to go talk some shit. No, I'm just kidding. Don't do that. And D-Money says, Payton is 4th string now, right?
Sometimes maybe good, sometimes maybe shit.
Yeah, more or less. And a Metallic Ob, the more I think about it, I think you're right. It's respectful to PT, IMO. Yeah, you're not going to throw him in. Payton, look, man, he's got some issues, but he don't need playing time against New Mexico up 30 or whatever. And whatever this is. Bazoo, appreciate you being here tonight, man. This is GG Boys. We have Arkansas next. That's right. That game's going to be next week. It's going to be in the afternoon window. Don't know exactly which network and exactly what time the kickoff's going to be, but that's when they're going to be playing. So something to keep an eye on. Arkansas, of course, beat UAB today, but they needed to really hustle to get that job done. Arkansas is probably bottom half of the SEC, but the Auburn Tigers probably bottom half of the SEC. Looks like Eric O is calling for a prime soundbite, which we haven't played tonight, and I just got to find it. The problem is that I have so many sound bites. I have a hard time finding it now. Here it is.
Who is swag, baby? Who is? Oh, prime preach.
There it is. Eric O. Prime preach. I have to say, man, I was a fan of the idea of Auburn getting prime last time. I mean, I'll own it. I don't care. I'm good. I don't mind. I thought about the situation they were in with Harsin having just destroyed them, have destroyed Auburn, that he would be able to bring something back. And he's definitely brought something back to Colorado. They've got a lot of good players, but, here we go with this fucking Georgia-UK game. I don't even want to know. Unless something good happens for UK in that game, I don't care. And well, let me rephrase that. Unless something bad happens for Georgia, I don't want to know about it. Whale Driver jumps into the super chat and says, checking in. I don't think this performance will hold up against SEC competitions. You're damn right about that, man. We've been talking about that too. Yeah, we just don't think they've been quite good enough to be beat. Maybe they can beat Arkansas like this. Maybe beat Mississippi State, Vanderbilt, but anyone above that, I think they're going to tighten it up. And those are your choices right there. Blake says, dear God, the press coverage if we had Prime.
Who is swag, baby? Who is? Oh, Prime, preach.
My man. Prime did think that Eddie Robinson Jr. was the younger son of Eddie Robinson, the great Grambling coach. He's not. He's the younger son of Eddie Robinson Sr., who was not a football coach. But it's fine. I mean, you can make that mistake. Anybody could. That play right there, the throw to Mike O'Reilly Ducker, really freaked me out. I was like, he's done. He's going to throw something bad here. And it was a great throw. Let's see. Chaz says, is this performance better than last week against Cal? In my opinion, overall, it's better. At quarterback, it's a hell of a lot better. Defensively, it's kind of the same, right? Kind of get pushed around a little bit in the first half, better in the second half. So from that perspective, it's about this. Oh, he's wearing the hammer pants. Stop. Hammer time. The hammer pants are killing me, bro. Are they coming back? I thought we were wearing tight pants now. Dan Stone Press says, from next moving forward, we will be FSU. I don't know what that means, but you're worried about it. Auburn becoming Florida State. I get it. Finally, we get a victory formation here with Holden Gerner. There you go. Gotta get somebody back. Harold Carmichael, we don't forget. Bryce Kane getting some run here. Hey, don't be pushing Rico Walker around. Don't be a dick. That's what Dylan Senda said. He said, hey, man, don't be a dick. Just be cool. All right, that's a wrap. 45-19, a game that, like, I don't know. Auburn in the first half, I'd probably give Auburn a C in the first half. I'll give Auburn probably a B+ the second half. You got the takeaways, 2 takeaways on defense, so that's good. Hank Brown, I thought, played a good game. That's good. Second half, running game really picked up. That's good. But your inability to push the ball in when you're on the goal line was really alarming to me. Too many breakdowns and pass defense on those throws along the hash drove me crazy. So for me, I'd probably give this a B-. I mean, they get something just for winning the game by a fairly convincing margin, but fuck, dude, like, what? Ammo Tiger says, we back. Finally got a win over a New Mexico team, right? Blake R says, and that's a dub. Wins are good, so I'm on board with that, totally. Terrence says, JGT, basketball recruiting news. Bro, the game's barely over. But yeah, I mean, Henry's out there talking to Bryce Tiller. Wow, Patrick D just gives it a soft. Oh, man. Stu Pup says, I didn't hate the offense tonight. Baby steps. All right. I'm on board. Couple things here. We got Ed D saying, woke up quick. at about noon. Just thought that I had to be in Compton soon. I got to get drunk before the day begins, before my mama starts bitching about my friends. About to go and damn near went blind. All right, yeah, you know I know the rap, bro. Little NWA for you, and Ed D, my man. I hope I meet you someday. I'd really like to meet you. You and I like the same kind of music, and that's my guy. Man, a lot of people wouldn't even get that reference, bro. Let's see. K, my man, says, call the night. Andy saying New Mexico is heading to the pack. Whatever it is. And he's low-key, like, funny as hell on the radio. He'll drop some shit, man. Cleveland Brown, my man, he was not here to tell me to stay hydrated, but he is here now. Stay hydrated. Good win tonight, Ward Am Eagle. Thank you, Cleveland Brown. I am staying hydrated, G. Let's see. Ryan says Hank Brown, 17 of 26 for 270. Wait, is that the final number? I got to check that. I've got the official numbers as 17 of 25 for 235 and 4 touches. Ooh, I didn't give him that last touchdown. That's bullshit. Jay, come on, bro. Why are you trying to squeeze him on a touchdown? Now we're right. Let's see. Terrence says, sorry, JGT. I should be celebrating this solid New Mexico victory. Never thought I would see the day when Auburn would beat New Mexico. My man. Let's see. Ryan thinks that's a new Auburn record for first start for a freshman. Yeah, I bet that is, man. That might be. I mean, that's a good line for a freshman. I mean, seriously. Like, that's good. I thought he played really good. Like, first drive, a little jittery, right? I thought he threw into some situations where he could very easily have gotten picked against a better team, or should against this team, but I thought he played better as the game wore on. Let's see what Blake R. says here. Hank is our quarterback, but we need, as a fan base, to act like the adults and not cry when he inevitably has his struggles. He's our quarterback. I mean, we're here to cry, though. I mean, I can only speak for me, but I like crying about shit. Vince says there's 3 seconds left in the Georgia-UK game. It's time for a Hail Mary. I'm guessing that University of Kentucky has the ball. I'd really wish that Kentucky would score some more points. That would be great. Because everybody in the world is pulling for fucking UK tonight. Like, God, I'm so sick of Georgia. Well, I guess it's about time for us to switch over to our other side here. Our post-game thing. And the Auburn Tigers won this game. What was the final score of this bitch? 45-19. There we go. I'm updating my schedule graphic for the next thing that we go to here. There we go. It's kind of like moving from the living room into from the dining room into the living room when we move over to this page right here. And then I switch out and I add the new schedule. It has the updated situation there. There we go. And we still don't have a time in the Arkansas game for next week, but it's going to be in the afternoon window one way or another, so we know that. Chaz Music wants to know about chest hams. What are we talking about? Chest hams. I don't know what you guys mean by that. Whale Driver says that was an amazing victory over a dominant opponent. Yes. New Mexico. Auburn finally getting a win over a New Mexico team. Second of all, New Mexico now 0-3, but boy, 2 close ones, right? I mean, devastatingly close. They only gave up like 66 to Arizona. And they lost to Montana State, $1 to Christian Clemente. who's a big fan of the Bobcats. But, yeah, it's tough, right? 2:30 is the time, Kay says. I'm Mobile alum. I don't know how I'm doing this. I don't know what it is. Did you know Melinda is committed this afternoon? Yes, we talked about it on the show like 2 or 3 times. We actually talked about this before the show, well, before the game started, I should say. Because my main man, Caleb, was all over that. And we talked about how Melinda is, not only is he a terrific athlete and a good linebacker, but he's also like a really good leader. And he just has like this leadership ability, this like, he just appeals to people. He's got an energy about him. Like, I think he's really good. I really like this kid. And I think at the end of the day, there will be people in this signing class that have bigger profiles, that have 5 stars or blah, blah, blah. But I'm telling you, this guy's going to be a top 2 or 3 guy from this class because of how much of a badass he is just in real life. Jackson jumps in with a oh, I got a sound for that. Super chat. He says, we ride with Hank the rest of the way. Looked smoother and overall more comfortable. Now let's talk hoops. Who do you think actually starts and why? Who do you think actually starts and why? I guess what? I have a graphic for this, bro. I mean, if you guys really want to talk about basketball, I mean, I can. So this is the basic. Now, this you got to understand something. So with basketball this year, it's going to be different than what you guys are used to. And I'm going to go back to football. I know we got to talk about football, but it's fucking New Mexico. But there's more portability positionally here than you've ever seen. So looking at point guard. Okay, so Pettiford is technically the backup point guard, but it's really Denver, right? But Denver's a shooting guard by trade, so it looks a little weird on here. Miles Kelly is kind of more of a 2-3 guy. Denver's a 1-2 guy. Pettiford's like a 2-1 guy. Chad Baker-Mazar can play shooting guard or wing. Ja'Kai could play. Well, Jakai's pretty much a 3 at this point. He wants his true freshman to play one spot, and I think Pettiford, they'll just make him a combo, I guess. And then you've got, Janai's going to probably play more power forward this year. He's been playing center the last few years and been really, really good at it, but I think he'll be more of a power forward because I think Dylan, they want to play him full time, and he can't play power forward. He's going to be more of a center, so that's what you're looking at. And Turtle, I really like Turtle. Turtle's a transfer from SMU, and what's blown me away in the scrimmages I've seen is just his range. The guy can shoot. Like, think about this, like a 6'9" center who can actually shoot the 3. Like, wow, that's pretty cool. I still love Chaney J. I think Chaney Johnson's an outstanding player, and he's going to be really good this year. So there's so much positional portability, and everybody can play, well, except for the true freshmen, which is Pettiford and Howard. Everybody, well, not Semo, but a lot of these guys can play 2 positions. And I think you're going to really like to see that. So the positions are going to be a little bit weird. You're going to see some combinations you're not used to, but that's just kind of the deal. It's a very much of a shapeshifter type of offense, and you'll see how it goes. Anyway, that's what I'm seeing. We got some super chats coming through. Let's see. We got one from, we already called out Jackson. We got man. Hey, man. He says, I hate Georgia. Dude, I hate Georgia more than you do, I think. I fucking hate Georgia. And I'm just totally done with them, just generally. I was really hoping Kentucky could beat them tonight. Didn't happen, but it happens sometimes. D-Money jumping in with a super chat. Appreciate that, D-Money. No message offered, no message needed. D-Money's been great in the chat tonight, and we appreciate that. He even got a word. Jack says, JGT, wake up, man. He says he's telling me to wake up after 4 hours and 20 minutes on the stream. Wake up, man. It's okay to be happy about the win. No, I'm happy. I thought they played good. I thought Auburn played good today. I thought, let me think about what I want to say here. Hank was good. Running game was really good in the second half. I thought the defense played better in the second half. I still don't understand, and a lot of people in the chat, Jack, were saying, like, too conservative in the first half defensively. Like, playing that 3-2 box and not getting outside leverage on some runs out of that 3-2 look. And I was like, what are they doing? And then they came back in the second half, and I thought they played really, really good, like lights out basically on defense. Offense just kind of continued building on what they were doing, running the ball. So, yeah, it's a good win for Auburn. 45-19. You feel good about it. You walk away saying, hey, man, they put the game away. My issue is just like, okay, Arkansas is going to be better. Oklahoma is going to be even better than that. Like, what, like the level of competence that we saw today, how does that compare to just the middle class of the SEC? I'm talking about Auburn doesn't play them, but like Missouri's probably upper class, Georgia's upper class, like Oklahoma. What the game today? What does that make you think about the Oklahoma game? What does it make you think about Texas A&M? What does it make you think about at Kentucky? Are you more willing to think that's a W based on what you saw tonight? Like for me, it's like kind of a wash. So I don't know. It's just kind of my feeling. I don't mean to be negative though. I'm a man runner 24 who's a badass. Says offense moves forward with Brown. Definitely defense regresses. Excuse me. Can we not have multiple nice things? It'd be nice. It'd be nice to have multiple nice things, but it seems like it's been this way for football for a while. You take one step forward in one area and you take a step back in the other, right? Pablito has been super chatting tonight. Thank you so much for that, bro. Sounds like Billy Napier is out tomorrow. Holy cow, I didn't know that. I know he was a top choice here. What went wrong with him as head coach? I think Allen really liked him. We're having to go back to Allen Green here. I think Allen really liked him, but I'm not sure that everybody else did. He was here, though. He talked to him. He talked to him a bunch. I think at the end of the day, that's just not somebody I don't think it was somebody he was going to push through. I don't know. Oh, look at this. Pamela says, hey, Jay, Ren and I watched the game and are now watching your show, and we are fans. That's what I'm talking about right there. Wait. Hey, wrong sound. Wrong sound. There, that's the sound we're looking for. We love Pamo. What a legend. I'm going to start calling you Pamo every single day now. E. Hall says, we can only think one day at a time here, JG. Today equals not suck. We like that. We were worried. There was some times in the first half we were worried about possibly a sucking. But they definitely picked it up in the second half. And I'm not here to gosh, guys, I wasn't trying to get carried away here. I wasn't trying to be super negative. I'm just saying, first half, middling. Second half, good. But New Mexico's bad, you know? Terrence says, JGT, are we hearing from J-Head tonight? J-Head gave me a tentative thumbs up earlier. He is he's not at home tonight. Can you believe this? He asked me this. Had somebody ask me if I was draining tonight. I'm like, bro, what? Yeah, I tell you what. Do we want to try to go ahead and get J-Head right now? Terrence, what do you think? CJ says MWD or J-Head. We love them. They're both very level-headed people. Let's see. James Taylor says, did you call that performance competent? Yeah, I think so tonight. Yeah. First half bothered me a little bit. I don't know how you felt about it, James T. Actually, I think I do know how you felt about it. You weren't very happy. Second half was much better. I think they put the game away, and it felt like they had control of the game. I still have some questions, though, as far as, you get down to the goal line. This happened in the third quarter, too. Push those fuckers back, man. Didn't happen. And you feel like Auburn should be good enough on the offensive line to be able to do that. I don't know. Kind of bothered me. My man, SR71 Blackbird, if I'm doing the book about the bunker, which I kind of want to do, I'm going to have to talk to you about some shit because you know about some stuff that went on off the board that has been really, really uplifting. So I want to talk to you about that at some point. Anyway, he says here on the Super Chat, I would love to be a fired college football head coach getting paid millions not to suck anymore. Yes. I think that's a great job, too. I think we would all love to see that. Think about all the guys that have been paid so much money to not coach. Dan Mullen's probably still living off that money, right? James T says, sorry, so negative. Just been bad a while. No. Don't apologize for that, bro. You're an Auburn man. you're probably about my age because you got gray hair in your picture. And so, I mean, I would have gray hair if I didn't color it. We're used to Auburn being good. I mean, like, Auburn fans know that it kind of goes up and down, right? Like, you have your peaks and you have your valleys, and it kind of goes back and fucking forth, right? Been in a valley a long time now, and it's getting kind of old. You like to see some peaks. It's time for some peaks. And you're ready for a peak, and I'm not here to hate on you for being ready for that. It's time. It's time. The last peak was fucking 17, really. And even that one was kind of one that, like, flicked your boner. You know what I mean? It was bad. SR71 said, you need me. You said you need me when you write your book. I do. You've got some stories. You're familiar with some of the stuff I'm talking about. So the book would be about my life as a moderator on a message board and the stuff that I find inspiring that you don't even hear about, right? So, like, we talk about, I mean, you guys know the shenanigans that go on the board. We love it at auburnsports.com, the bunker. It's amazing. But there's some stuff that goes on off the board that is amazing, uplifting. And you, I mean, you know some of this stuff. Whale Driver says we aren't close to a peak. No. I wasn't trying to say that, like, this game was a peak or anything. Beating New Mexico ain't shit. I get that. I'm just saying, like, I think Auburn people, like James, are hungry for a peak. And they're waiting for one. And when they keep getting told it's almost time, and then the fucking you step on the rake and it smacks you in the face again, you're like, God dang it. Oh, I fell for it again. Pocket Watch, my man, this guy, him and Kanuman and fucking Tim the Toolman Taylor, you guys, unbelievable. You're not a message board moderator. You are a message board Commodore. Terrence says behind the bunker. But you know what I mean, bro. Like, there's stuff that goes on off the board that you guys don't even, like, well, SR71 Blackbird does. He says, oh, yeah, most definitely a great group of gals and guys on the board. There's stuff that goes on that you guys don't even know about. That's, I mean, it literally made me cry probably 15 times in my career. Stuff that I hear about that's just unbelievable. Okay, let's just get off that, though. So we want to try to get J-Head on the horn, right? Because we all love J-Head. I love J-Head. You guys love J-Head. We all want more head. Well, I mean, the guys do. Well, I mean, girls probably love him, too. Wait. That's not the number I need for J-Head. There we go. All right, I'm calling J-Head right now. Now, again, he's on special assignment right now, so let's see if we can get him on the horn. It's ringing. Let's see if we can get him. Now, I did text him ahead to see what's up here. That's 3 rings. That's 4 rings. Oh, no. Oh, we did not get J-Head, bro. It says J-Head is unavailable. Damn. Now, he kind of warned me. He was like, hey, I'm kind of on a trip right now, and hopefully I'm going to be able to get up with you guys, and then we're going to get him. I feel pretty good about it. Captain Eagle Flygate says, Flick My Boner is going to be my next screen name. Hey, man, I was just talking, you know. I was just kind of talking. Nashville Tiger says, if he's not available, Jay Lee will talk. You guys know I was actually texting with Jay Lee today, but I love Jay Lee. He's like a brother to me, but he probably don't want to be on our show. Nothing personal. It's just like, you know, they do their On 3 thing or whatever. Damn, Rob, this is really negative. It's going to be a long-ass time until November, about to go over. Wait, what? I don't know what that means. Let me see if I can text J-Head. I don't want to bother him too much, though, because he's... All right, I've sent him a text now. We'll see if we can get him on here. I know people are dying to have him on here. I love J-Head. He loves being on the show. Let's see. T Park says more like a message board badass. WD Hank, my man. Yeah, we love T Park, and we also love Wardam Hank, just because, you know. Nashville Tiger says love when y'all three were together, talking about me and B-Matt and Jay Lee. I think we all kind of loved that, but it just made sense for him to do what he's doing over at On 3, and I support it. I totally support it all the time. Mobile alum asking about Hunter again. So Hunter, I think Hunter's kind of an early to bed kind of guy. Early to bed, early to rise, makes a man healthy, wealthy, and wise. I think that's kind of how he does it. So anyway, I texted J-Head. We'll see what's going on. And my guys like B-Matt, Stoltze, et cetera, they're doing interviews right now, so we kind of have to hang on here for a second right now. AU88 with a super chat, though. He says, shout out from Craven Moorhead. That's a good one, man. Alpha Tiger here in the house with us tonight. He says, sup, Swoogans. Alpha Tiger, of course, owner of a Swoogan glass like we had right here. This one right here is a Commodore glass. Nobody else has this one, of course, with the Auburn Sports logo on the bottom. I don't know if y'all can see that. No, you can't really see that, can you? Yeah, you can kind of see. Oh, it's upside down. Shit. I'm going to have the bourbon in there. There's the Auburn Sports logo. Feel like a stranger says, call Scotty Pullman. So I was thinking about this on my bike earlier. I ride my bike around my neighborhood sometimes. I know it's kind of nerdy. It's not any more nerdy than when I told you guys about the American Top 40 thing I did earlier in the week. But I thought about having like a special guest every single week. And it could be Scotty Pullman would be one. I mean, he'd be great. I was thinking more like football, but, you know, whatever. We just have like a special guest one each week. Like, it could be like Senderic or Antarius. Antarius Williams, the former linebacker with the club, Pat Sims, fucking Marcus Washington, like whoever. Jeremy Engel would be a great one. Rich Trucks, fucking stud. Maybe Ryan Bushy, and whoever. You know. We could probably do that. By the way, chat, tell me your favorite and least favorite thing about this game tonight. I'm going to tell you mine while you guys are kind of sending that shit out. Favorite thing about this game, second half was good. I thought Hank played well. Antoine Nolan would work too. Send me on Bowers, Chris M. Send me on from Racine, Wisconsin. Would be interested. Send me on. That's a little different than the word you're trying to get me to say. Snowburn says Deron Furr. I don't know if we can find him. I think that look at that CFB addict. No, he knows. When I mentioned Marcus Washington earlier, CFB addict, I was worried that people would not understand, would not remember, you know, how good he was, and he was a fucking stud. Again, I asked you guys good things, bad things. Good things for me. I thought Hank was good. I thought he managed the game well, and I thought his throws were nice. He was confident. That's a plus. Second half, run game was good. Let me get to the back end of that. Thought the fans were great. A lot of people there still in the stadium. And I feel like we saw a good night. Terrence was mentioning this right here. I thought tailbacks competed. Ran hard. Got some good numbers. Made a difference. Bad things. Offensive line, to me, not tough enough. Got to be tougher. Got to be tougher. I'm really disappointed in the goal line situation in the first half where they went backward. I think second and goal from the 2 went backward. Third and goal from the 2 went backward. I'm like, what the hell? How's this happen? There was another situation in the third quarter near the goal line, got pushed back again. Shouldn't happen against New Mexico. Definitely not going to happen against Alabama and Georgia. If you're going to fucking do this against New Mexico, you can't do it against them. So, offensive line was a negative. Secondary is very concerning. I don't think they play the ball well across the board. I should have mentioned, plus, got some turnovers. Got an interception for Jaron, a really good interception. Good awareness interception for Spooty there in the second half. So there's some pluses there. So up and down, man. When you look at it, some people will say, hey, 45-19, everything's Gucci, but I don't know, man. I feel like a stranger said Christian Tut. So people talking earlier that Keontae is kind of following the Christian Tut situation. Oh, I got an answer from Doc Dumpster. All right, so Doc says he is not at home. I'm skeptical of this claim, but that's fine. It's 10:47 at night. He says he ain't got enough service, but he definitely wants to get on when he gets back home. We'll see how it goes. Do I even have the Skype up? We're going to try J-Head again. I hate to bother him, but Christian Tut, thank you.
An automatic voice.
All right. Look, he might be actually on the horn at this point. What the heck? I think he may have called me, though. I don't know. I can't really tell. One fly thought it was Tristan Tut. No, it's Tristan. No, it's Christian Tut. Yeah. And Chris M says that Doc Dumpster is not available because he's filling up at the Marathon in Sulligent. Indeed, and that is actually very plausible, to be honest with you. CJ says, damn, I would love to hear from Doc Dumpster. I would too, man. I mean, your fans want to hear from you. I sent him a text anyway. Yeah, I don't know, man. Like, kind of an up and down day. You look at a 45-19 win, you're like, oh, that's pretty good. But, like, it's kind of up and down, man. I don't know. Kaduman said J-Head sent you to voicemail. Ha, 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 ha. Auburn Athletics. No, he didn't. I think he's just on the horn. Anyway, I texted him earlier, and he kind of warned me that he wasn't sure that he would be able to do that, but that's fine. Whatever. I mean, he explained exactly what was going on. I don't want to go into too many details, but he explained exactly what was going on, so. SR71 Blackbird says he's blowing up a porta potty right now. My man. Dude, CFB Addict, go, you get on the horn here, bro. I know I wasn't able to get to you last week. I know you'd be a great caller. I'll talk to you in person. I know you're good. Let's see. Captain Eagle Flaggett said, dudes just tossing out old barn players like Robert Dunn, a.k.a. Dunn City. Absolutely. From Augusta, Georgia. A fine player in his own right. We've got one of our favorite callers calling in right now. That is MWD. What's up, Big Daddy?
What's up, CG?
Word, it's great to have you. You've had some people clamoring for you to call in, so I'm glad you did.
Yeah, I noticed that. I'm no J-Head, but if J-Head says he's calling, you can drop me, no problem. But I'm driving back to ATL from the game, so.
My man. What did you think? What are your thoughts?
A lot of people seem to be having a meltdown, but it was kind of what I expected, and I think there were a lot of positives. Hank is what I expect. I think that when the passing windows get tighter, it's going to be more trouble for him. Yeah. But he's decisive, and I can live with that a lot more. He's decisive. He's quick. He reads. He acts. The whole mindset that he wasn't mobile, so you can't use him in this offense. I don't think it matters if he's mobile, if he's acting quick. There's an element of that. There will be times when it matters, but I think I think it's clear tonight that's who they need to roll with right now.
Yeah, I thought he had a good game. I mean, I thought he managed things well, and he made some nice throws. He wasn't worried. He just threw the ball,
he probably got away with 2 or 3 into a spot he should not have thrown them. But I can live with that as a risk reward. I mean, because he made several that were right where they need to be. Whether it was short, intermediate, downfield, he executed some RPOs well. I had no complaints with it. Offensive line, I thought they pass protected well enough. Run block was iffy early on. I think a lot of folks had, and you and I talked about this before, but just had expectations of whether it was saying, oh, Hugh Freeze is a QB guru, or Hugh Freeze is an offensive play calling genius, or, oh, we signed this and that player out of the portal and whatever, so we're going to instantly be better. Those are orange and blue sunglasses views that were not ever realistic. I mean, Hugh Freeze is a good football coach, don't get me wrong, but he's not a overnight miracle worker turned chicken, the saying, into chicken salad. That's not his DNA. What we hired him to do, what he was always about, was to, over time, bring in superior talent. And I think it's the point. What you're seeing is angst in the fan base of people freaking out that we're not instantly good. Is this fan base has been somewhat spoiled by when we had a bad year, we instantly turned it around. And that's only happened at Auburn. That's not normal. Where we are at in terms of, none of those teams, the 2012 team, 2008 team, 1992, I would say 98's a little different, but none of those teams were just devoid of talent.
Yeah.
Like what Brian Harsin did to this program.
I know, dude. People don't realize how bad it was. Yeah.
Harsin was coming in to fix a team that was already falling off, that was in a long, slow decline, gradual decline. And he just, for whatever reason, we don't need to relitigate that, he just shit the bed. And he didn't recruit for 2 years. And so essentially you've got a program that had a self-imposed death penalty, or at least very similar to a program with back-to-back NCAA sanctions. That's kind of the position that Freeze inherited. If you wanted to fix things and win immediately, the coach to do that was probably like going out and getting Lane Kiffin, because he's a guy that knows how to scrap and claw and get things out of the portal. Other people don't.
But I don't know that is he a good fit at Auburn? You think he's a good fit at Auburn?
I see reasons for and against that. But I don't, if you wanted long-term investment, other options are probably better. Freeze, whether he is a long-term investment or not, he does have a blueprint and a plan. He is, admittedly, he says he hasn't figured out the portal yet. I think he's gotten better at it. He's brought in people to help him. But we're hurting from that because we just don't, whether it's offensive, defensive line, DBs, we probably could have gotten a few better guys there if we'd really understood, like you talked about it with the visits and things like that with portal. Yeah. But the offensive line problem, I've been screaming it for years. It's a long-term. It requires a long-term solution. It doesn't get fixed in 1 or 2 years. And frankly, after it being a problem since, when did Braden graduate? 2017, 18?
Yes. Yeah. Right in that window.
It's been a tremendous problem since around then. So it's been about 7 years, and frankly, we just started the fix last year, and it probably takes, at this point, 4 or 5 years to really get back.
But at least
to the
2
kind of offensive line Auburn used to have.
It takes at least 2 full seasons. Yeah.
2 to be serviceable, and to get back to the point where you're consistently rolling out all conference caliber players, probably longer.
You know what drives me crazy is that you and I are both on the same page about what Harsin did to Auburn, and that fucker is still out there talking shit on social media about here's to the winners and stuff. Dude, he's literally a sandbag. He makes your boner go away if you're Auburn. He's the worst. What the? Why?
Well,
how can he be so unaware?
He doesn't have a provision with his buyout that he loses his buyout if he goes and coaches somewhere else, does he? I mean, that cash is his for good, right?
Mm-mm.
So I don't know. He must be turning down a lot of coaching jobs. That's all.
Tons.
Just because he wants to stay in Mexico, because I'm sure he's getting tons of offers.
Yeah, fucking Ohio State, Alabama, Georgia, they were dying to have him, man.
Oh, they're all going after Harsin. I mean, there's no doubt about that. But
hell yeah.
No, but I mean, I think folks have to get a little bit realistic, and this is if we are committed to Hugh Freeze, the fan base has to be committed to whatever happens this season supporting the program. If we are committed to say, okay, Hugh Freeze is an elite recruiter, when we get this talent in, things are going to be different. If we're committed to that, the fan base has to be committed and stop going because we're struggling against New Mexico or we lost to Cal that we've got to, this coach isn't what I thought he was. We got to make a change. I don't, you nor I think Auburn would. It's winning this game today. It's hard to even see that even being a conversation this year.
Know.
But
yeah.
if Auburn went down that path this year or next, for that matter, it just digs a hole deeper.
Yes.
You've got to give a coach time to get talent in and get development going, and talent builds off talent. When you're as deplete of talent as Auburn is, these guys aren't getting the level of competition and practice they need to translate to game day.
That's right.
When they're going up against, when you take a team like what Alabama and Georgia have recently been, when they go against their scout team, they're going against 11 guys that are going to play in the NFL at some point. It may be 4 or 5 years, but like 10 or 11 of those guys on the scout team are going to play in the NFL. When you're as depleted of talent as Auburn is, you're not even going against the scout team that's on the level of probably, I would say maybe their Alabama A&M would be safe, but not even on the level of Cal or New Mexico. I mean, like consistently.
Yeah.
Like it's a ways off. It's not just, are we going to sign 10 players that are elite playmakers and have a couple defensive positions? You got to build depth. You got to build a program. And that's not where Auburn's found itself in my lifetime, really. Because even when Pat Dye left the team in 92, I mean, it was on probation, but it had the talent to win instantly. We saw that. 98, I think, is the only time that Auburn has been as devoid of talent as it has been the last 2 or 3 years. And that was just an isolated couple years there. Cubs and them got it built back pretty quickly. And in Bowden, they had some good offensive linemen like Geno James and guys like that were left over, so they weren't, SOL. I kind of just looked back and I said, and it's totally subjective, last week, like, what do I consider a signature win? What was the last signature win Auburn had? And to me, that would be the 2019 Iron Bowl. That's the last signature win this program had. A 5-year span and say this program did not have a signature win was when Doug Barfield was coaching.
Yeah.
Damn. So this drought has been, it's not a mini recession or a soft landing recession. This is a real long-term recession / depression of Auburn football. It's happened. It really happened in the mid-'70s, and it happened in the late 40s, early 50s, and that's like, this is probably the third worst position relative to its competition that Auburn's been in. So I think you've got to have a little patience. The fan base has to be, he wasn't the coach I thought was best, wanted. He was somewhere on the list, but he wasn't even like top 3 or 4. Doesn't matter. That's the choice we made, and we got to be committed to. He's doing what he was expected to do as far as recruiting, and so we've got to be committed to seeing that plan through.
Word. There got to be some patience. I mean, I know it's frustrating, bro, but there's got to be some patience. I'm with you.
And everybody needs to just you adjust your expectations and say, you know what, we may lose to Cal one week, but we may compete with, like they did last year. You may compete with Georgia and Alabama another, and if you keep building off that and give them time, the defense definitely needs time. I think a lot of what you're seeing there is a guy trying to put a new system in and maybe not having the right personnel to do it, and he's still working that around and figuring it out. But if you give it time, they're going to get to a point where they surprise somebody. That's coming. But we're still, I think we've already passed the bottom and we're slowly turning up the uphill, but you've got a lot of uphill left.
All right, bro. MWD, the people, your fans were clamoring for you, and we're glad to have you on. You're always bringing some.
I think all 2 of them.
No, there's at least 5, honestly.
Okay, 5. Okay.
But I'm one of them. So
Appreciate it, man.
That's a big deal.
Fan of yours, too, of course. War Eagle. I'll see you guys later.
Bye. See you. Thank you, God, for MWD calling in. That was awesome. He's a badass. He's like so rational. That's what I like about him, and that's the way I would be. I think, because if I was like on the other side of this, I'd be semi pissed about how it goes. But at the same time, I would realize that Harsin totally screwed this thing up, like MWD was saying. And somebody else got to fix this. I mean, and it's going to be Hugh. It's going to be these guys. They're doing it. They're getting it done. That's the way I feel about it. We got a super chat from Brad E. Last name redacted. Of course, you can see that. That's why it's a joke. He says Hank Brown is my father. He says further, but he meant father. And now Easterwood is going to call in. Easterwood, what up, G?
Hey, man. How's it going?
Word. You're one of my fellow, Madison Mafia guys.
Yeah, we were throwing it down in Madison tonight. It was unreal.
Are you in Madison right now?
We are.
All right.
Me and like two or three Madison legends were throwing it down tonight.
Are you talking about your wife, or who are you talking about?
No, a couple of fraternity brothers and some other guys in Madison.
Oh, word.
All right, so
you had to watch the Bama game earlier, didn't you? Because of your wife?
Yeah. If Alabama didn't code red the quarterback in the first drive, it would have been closer.
I know. It was dirty. Was it dirty? Did you think it was dirty?
No, it wasn't dirty. It was just coincidental.
Oh, of course. Yes.
Yeah. All right. So Auburn didn't get out of base D most of the night. They were playing conservative. They finally decided to bring a little pressure in the second half and completely shut them down. So I surmise that the base Durkin D is pretty bland. Without the exotic blitzes, it's pretty predictable.
Yes,
so,
I agree.
I don't know. And so I don't know if this is going to be a pattern where he's going to sit back and let people pick them apart. And then the second half, he's going to turn it on and completely shut it down. But against a better opponents, I don't know. He might need to start off with a little bit more exotic blitzes and things like that.
I think he likes to wait and see how it's going, which is kind of bad and kind of good, too.
It's frustrating as a fan, but you kind of get the flow of the game, and as soon as he gets the kind of tendencies, he shuts it down.
The second half, you mean?
Yeah, in the second half,
yeah.
In the back of the second quarter, he was kind of doing it a little bit. But in the third quarter, I don't think they probably had 2 or 3 first downs. So
yeah,
but
he definitely bows up. But I feel like it takes a while. It takes a while to get there.
Well, he's playing the odds in the first half, seeing the tendencies and adjusting. It's not terrible, but I feel like teams like Arkansas, Bobby Petrino, they'll exploit that early in the game.
Yeah. Bobby, I know you got a big fear of Bobby Petrino. I think he's way over the hill. So.
Yeah. But all right. So Hank Brown was quick making reads. He was quick making decisions, and he was quick getting the ball out. So I feel like that's not what Payton Thorne is good at. Hank made quick decisions, knew where the ball was supposed to go, and knew where the ball had to be. So I don't know. It's like Thorne overthinks it, gets in his head, and delays the reads. Hank makes the read, makes the ball, gets the ball out. So he might not have the best arm talent. Like Payton's got better arm talent, but Thorne knows Hank knows where the ball's supposed to go.
And he made some really nice throws tonight, to be fair. Yeah. Really, really good.
Correct. But the best part was he read the defense a lot better than Thorne, like straight up, like reading the defense.
But it's a bad defense, though, right, Easter?
Yeah, it's a bad defense, but still, he knew where the ball was supposed to go. Against air, that's still good.
That's true. They put fucking Gerner in there. Remember at the end of the first half? To throw a fucking bomb and then he just ran out of bounds?
Yeah, chunk it up at least. If you're
I know.
Make your play.
There's no time on the clock.
Throw the ball. Just throw it up there.
Oh, my God.
Anyway, my biggest concern is where was Kalen Lee? Kayan Lee.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a lower leg problem, and he also got demoted. So that's where he's at.
Demoted for Kite?
Demoted for Champ Anthony. Because Champ played over there on the other side.
So I noticed Kite has a really bad problem with running towards the defender and not turning his head.
Yeah.
All right.
That happens.
The biggest thing of the day is why the Kentucky Wildcats punted the ball with 2 minutes left.
I know, bro. I thought they had a chance there, man.
Don't punt the ball. Play for the win. If you don't get it, you still got more time than punting the ball.
I know.
But,
fucking UK, man.
But anyways. All right, so I got a prediction. Auburn 28, Arkansas 17.
Oh, I'm on board. I think Auburn's going to beat Arkansas.
No. Yeah, Arkansas did not look good against UAB. Petrino was chasing points that weren't there. UAB was steadily driving the ball consistently, but they had a couple of bad penalties and got beat. So,
damn.
Anyways, all right. Well, you have a good night, man.
All right, see you, East. Bye.
Yeah.
There he is, Easterwood, a fucking stud himself, one of the Madison Mafia. I am an honorary Madison Mafia, honorary member of the Madison Mafia, but he's actually living the life, so there you go. Henri said he is available. So we get Henri on the horn. Henri, of course, does various things for us, but one of the great things about Henry is that he does some basketball recruiting for us, in addition to other things he does. But we can talk to him about Bryson Tiller and see if he had a chance to catch up with him tonight and see what he thought about the game. We love Henry. He's a good kid. He's going to end up being bigger than I am. I guarantee you that.
What's up?
What's up, Henri? Where you at, bro?
I am in the J. Jacobs double wide.
Yeah, thank you, brother. How do you like it in there?
Hey, this is what Big Vision is.
Absolutely. I know you got to be quiet because there's people working in there. But did you talk to some basketball guys today? Did you talk to Bryson?
I did.
I did. Was he tall?
He was fairly tall.
Do you want to talk in the stairwell? Would that be better for you?
Probably be a good idea.
Yeah. I don't want you to be like bothering your fellow reporters, scribes.
Yeah, I'm there. Oh no, I'm good. I'm there now.
So what? Tell me about Bryson. Like, what were your thoughts about him?
I mean, he was very, I would say, conservative with his answers. He likes Auburn, obviously, because he's been here 3 different times. He was at a football game last year. I think it was the Mississippi State game, and basically, yeah, he likes Auburn, but his thing was like, I don't have a decision date set anytime soon. He's still kind of going through that process, so it's going to be a bit for him. But actions, I think, speak louder than words in recruiting, and you can see that clearly he's very intrigued by Auburn, and they are pitching him on the, hey, come look at what we did with Jabari. Come look at what we've done with these taller wings that can shoot. Come be that.
I mean, I'd like to have him personally.
Never hurts to have a 5-star, I would say.
I mean, I agree.
And and they have to get a class for that because look, they're going to be replacing the whole roster. I'm very fascinated with the approach they go on this, like, because I think they have it's going to be like Tahad and Jakai returning. There might be some other weird COVID rules there, but like, they have to replace a whole roster.
I mean, for real, like, they have 10 seniors right now.
And like, Bruce's whole thing, ever since the portal became kind of more normalized, has been like, we're going to take 2, maybe 3 guys out of high school, and then the rest are going to be portal guys. Can you do that this year? I have questions about that. You might have to kind of have a bigger high school class. And like, they are really taking advantage of the fact that Auburn has 5 straight home games. They're having more guys visit next week and the week after that. They've had, Bryson Tiller wasn't the only visit this week as well. They had Simon Walker, who's a guard from Huntsville, visit as well. And we talked to him. He's been to Auburn quite a bit. He's obviously familiar with it, being a local kid. They are probably going to have a bigger class this year, is my guess. But that's not until that's just kind of vibes.
Yeah, like 4 guys, maybe high school, and then try to fill it up with the portal after that.
Right. And like, the thing with them is they really have a good pitch to to the portal guys, especially because you can say like, they're going to have to replace both centers, and you can say, hey, look at what we've done with our past portal centers. I think you can point to what they've done with Janai with his development and be like, this can be you. And they can really go and get anyone they want there. And then I think with power forwards, again, that's a position that's a big part of the Bruce Pearl offense, obviously. And that's a pretty easy pitch, I think, to what will be a high schooler, whether it's Caleb Wilson, whether it's Bryson Tiller, whether it's someone else.
Word. We got some people in the chat that are upset that we're talking basketball recruiting on a football night, but I'm with you 100% on this, Henry. Hey, seriously, you were at the game, though. Thoughts on football? Like, what kind of letter grade are you giving this team overall?
I said C. Maybe I lean a little C minus, just because, like, I think the score's fine. Like, you won by 26. I think the spread was like 24.5, so you did cover. But, like, we watched the game. We have eyes. It was ugly, especially in that first half. They really struggled with Devon Dampier's ability to extend plays. You could see the secondary a few times bite on him when he was kind of extending out of the pocket, which led to bigger chunk plays. That was kind of something that I talked to Dorian Malisi after the game, and he was like, yeah, one of the things we had to do was we had to be more disciplined with our eyes. We had to, like, stop biting on stuff like on him extending the play. And that was a big part of them. Like, they allowed 440 yards defensively, which is bad, but they only allowed 19 points. So it's I don't know what I want to take from New Mexico. I'm talking about the defense, even though Hank Brown's obviously the storyline. But, like, it was a lot of bend, don't break against which they have a fine offense, but I don't know. It's tough for me to kind of take anything from this game.
Yeah, I feel the same way. Listen, Mexico's kind of ass.
Like, their offense is tricky. I figured they'd come out early if they were going to score, they were going to score early because they were going to have a really good script, which they had. They are bad defensively. They just are. Like, and Auburn, especially after the run game started out slow, but from the second quarter on, Jarquez Hunter, Damari Alston really got going. That was the most carries Jarquez has had in his career. It was the first time he topped at least 20 carries in a game.
I had no idea. That's amazing.
Like, he had 19 a couple times, but this was the first time he'd gotten to that number.
Wow. That's crazy. He's such a stud, too, you know?
They just haven't, they just haven't, I was going to say, find a different word. They haven't had to ride him like that.
So what was the general thought down there at the interviews? Like, they feel pretty good about it, or they kind of feel like, eh?
I would say definitely more towards like, eh. I mean, like, I don't think anyone's satisfied with that performance.
Yeah.
Like, I'm sure they're glad they won, but, like, I highly doubt any of those players, especially based off, I didn't talk to everyone, but based off what they said to us in the past, I highly, highly doubt they are satisfied with that game.
All right, word. That's what I'm talking about.
And I do want to say, like, I thought Hank Brown was good. I thought he was really solid in his first game. Obviously, like, he did miss a couple of throws, but, like, overall, I thought he was solid, threw 4 touchdowns. But again, like, I don't know what to take from a game against New Mexico. I think we're going to find out a lot more. And what I think this Arkansas game is far and away the most important game of the Hugh Freeze era up to this point.
Wow. This next game is because you got to get started right on the right foot in the SEC, right?
Right, because, like, if you drop this Arkansas game, what happens is you drop to 2-2, you face off against Oklahoma, and Oklahoma hasn't really looked good, but it's still a very talented team. And you really don't want to have negative momentum heading into that game because that happens, and you are maybe staring 3-4, 2-5 down the barrel because you're probably not going to win at Georgia, even though they didn't look great today. But again, that's still at Georgia, and
just because they didn't play good against Kentucky, are you shitting on Kentucky? Is that what you're doing?
No, I am shitting on Kentucky. They lost to Shane Beamer 31-6.
Oh, that's true. That's fair. That's fair. That's fair.
I didn't get to watch any of that, but good Lord. Georgia was in hell the first half.
I don't think Georgia's as good as they've been. I really don't. But I mean, Auburn's going to beat them, but fuck.
No, I mean they're still very good, but yeah, I don't think they are near what they were their two title years. Now, I will say they have done this before. Like in 2022, they struggled at Missouri and then went on to dog walk their way to a title.
Yeah. All right, Henri.
But
go ahead. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, bro. Go ahead.
Oh, you're good. You really have to win this Arkansas game.
Yeah, they got to win this one. They got to win this one.
It is, like I said, the most important game of the Hugh Freeze era up to this point.
All right, we're going to keep that in mind, Henri. Appreciate you, G. Thanks for coming on.
Yes, sir.
See you, man.
Yep, I'll see you Monday.
Yes, sir. Bye. There he goes, Henri. He's like Henri. He's like a Swiss Army knife. He can do some basketball recruiting, do some football. He can talk about anything, and that's what I like about Henri. He's kind of a master of everything. That's what I like about him. So, anyway, there's Henri Patton for you. Patton, as some would say, if you're French. And, yeah, we also had a good call from NWD before that, and Easterwood as well. So, we had some good stuff, some different ideas popping around. And everybody's kind of had the same opinion, which is kind of like 45-19, like... It's about what I expected from this game. That's the truth. And then there were some other people that were asking me to answer some questions on here. For reasons I don't understand, I can't actually answer chats right now. I keep trying to answer some of the stuff, and then like War Tiger wants to talk shit about me doing this and the other thing. I don't know. I literally can't type in answers, but I'll answer them here on the chat. Terrence asked me about AJ DeBansa, excuse me. I think he's going to go to either BYU or Utah. I think he's going to stay out there where he's from. So my expectation is that he does not come here. Feel like a stranger says, what are Henry's thoughts on JPP at point guard? Like, well, I didn't ask him, but he's solid. I think he's going to be fine. I think he's going to be a good point guard. He's not Jared, but he's also not Ronnie Johnson, who played here. Like, he came in from Houston. Remember that? Like 2 or 3 years ago. He's better than that, but he's not Jared. He's a good player. I don't think he's an outstanding player. And he may have 2 games in the year where he's like the number 1 player for Auburn, but other than that, no. That's just my thought. Let's see who else was talking shit about things that I wouldn't answer. Hornatius says the bunk be hating. That's kind of how we do things on the bunker, to be fair. And that's what I do, too. Let's see. Big Mole says Hank played well. Defense played like ass because we couldn't tackle. That 1-star carved our asses up. The tackling wasn't great tonight. I'm not trying to say that, but I think the bigger problem was we weren't playing the ball. Like, we weren't, like, too many balls in the air, and we're not looking at the ball. Like, Auburn's looking at the receiver or where the fuck ever else they are. Like, I didn't understand that. That's something that Will kind of taught me many years ago. You've got to be able to turn it. Like, the first thing is you got to stay in phase. Second thing is you got to play the ball. And so Auburn's not quite there yet in some cases, although some of these guys are pretty young. Terrence says JGT is he better than Wendell Green? So those are 2 different kinds of players. Wendell's a shooter. Now, whether he's a maker, I don't know, but he's a shooter for sure. Pegues is more of a facilitator. Now we got Chip on the horn. What's up, Chip? How you doing, bro?
Hey, War Eagle guys.
Hey, what up, man? War Eagle, hey, I know you were at the stadium tonight, right?
Yeah, what a wet night for football.
Well, usually wet is good, but in this case, not so much.
Yeah, moisture is everywhere. Now, we just rolled back to the RV, and, yeah, I was pretty much in agreement with everything that's been said so far tonight. C+ overall, D- for the defense. They got it together a little bit in the second half, but, that's not going to hold up in the SEC, what I saw tonight on defense.
No. And you got Arkansas. Got to fucking shut Bobby Petrino's ass down, bro.
Yeah. Think he's going to scheme something for those guys? I think he's got a few tricks.
I know he does. But he didn't show them against UAB today because it took some effort to get out of that fucking thing.
Yeah, with all the running around, going to the game and everything, I didn't get to watch a whole bunch of other stuff. I kind of kept up with the score, so I didn't get to see that game, but I knew it was close and closer than it should have been. But, the Cal game was closer than it should have been last week, too. So.
Hell yeah. Listen, you got some fans in the chat. Blake R. is fired up to have you here. And SR71 Blackbird says, Chip Chip makes me wet.
Well, feelings mutual tonight, baby.
Wow. What?
Nah. But, no, I put it in the chat when it happened. But that one deep throw that Hank made, I was actually in the corner of the stadium right behind that. And me and the guy next to me, when he released that, I was like, all he's got to do is catch that. It was a dime, man. Better than anything I've seen in 2 years, probably.
Wow.
From Auburn quarterback. I mean, it was right on the money. He knew it the minute it left his hand, too.
I know. When he was I feel like Hank was just letting it go, man. Like, he was throwing the fucking ball, and he wasn't encumbered by, like, anxiety or anything.
No, I mean, everything was more or less on time. He had a couple of bad decisions, but, hey, first start, no problems there. He put up the stats that he should against a team like that in a first start. So, hey, we'll see what shakes out.
What are your expectations for this Arkansas game, dude? Henry was just saying on the line, he thought this was the biggest game of Hugh's entire tenure so far. What do you think about that?
Arkansas game? I don't know about that. God, they're all big right now. Since the way the end of last year went down, I don't know. It's been kind of difficult to gauge my trust in Hugh as far as, the other New Mexico State team walking into his place and curb stomping his ass. And then what they did against Alabama at the end, laying a total egg against Maryland.
Completely.
I mean, just had everything seemingly somewhat headed in the right direction. Good game against Georgia. Some other tough ones out there, but everything was seemingly headed in a better direction, and then just shit the bed all the way around.
Boom.
And then Cal. So what is he now? 500, 8-8 over 16 games at Auburn now.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah. So
ain't great.
It's not great. It's not what we need. But towards the end of last year, I was like, dude, he just set his clock back almost a year with Auburn the way that last year ended. But since then, the recruiting and the uptick for what he got last year, what he's got coming, if he could just prove he's going to coach these guys up and get more out of them than what we've seen so far, and I think it'll come, but we got to start seeing some solid W's by year 3, or it's going to turn ugly quick. And I know he's got a lot of haters out there already.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like in year 2 we should see some of those, right? Like, fuck, man.
Yeah, but I was listening to you on the ride back from the bus pickup to the RV park. I think it was Easterwood making the point. Dude, we've been on probation for 5 years almost. That got me thinking even more. And I thought about that in the past, but we've essentially been on probation with the end of Gus's tenure and Harsin doing jack shit for 2 years, essentially.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I thought about that, and I was like, damn, I got to give Hugh 4 years to try to write this thing. That you want to start seeing some of those W's pop up against Georgia, against Alabama, against LSU if we play them again at some point. And some of these teams like Missouri on the road this year, say they go up there and beat Missouri. All right, excellent progress. You've beaten a solid team. I don't see that happening right now because I think Missouri will probably score 50 points on them right now.
Yeah.
But, maybe we'll score 35 or 40, but I don't think we're going to stop them from scoring 50 from what I've seen so far. So, it's hard to determine right now, but biggest game of this tenure, hell, that might be the Vanderbilt game by the end of the year.
Oh, fuck, man. Don't talk like
that,
bro.
They're all going to be big because he's going to have a winning season by the end of the year.
At Georgia, at Missouri, at Kentucky in a row is a bitch, man. That sucks.
You'll have all that under your belt by then, and you've got to get Vandy at home. You got to get Archie at home. Yeah, I guess I could see that's the biggest one to date, but he's going to have 2 or 3 biggest ones to date the rest of this year to get to 6-6 or 7-5.
Because if they lose that Arkansas game, that just, oh God, it makes that next run just look really, really bad,
Yeah, it does. But, I hate seeing these. There's no moral victories out there. I'm like me. Get
I'm
W's.
with you. I'm with you. You and I are on the same page there.
No, exactly.
Get dudes and win fucking games.
What I wanted to see between, and you pointed it out in some of your columns after the A&M game leading to Cal, you wanted to see that operational efficiency carry over, and did not.
It did not.
At all.
Zero.
And we got to see that. We got to see that. Even if it turns out into an L, we've got to see that operational efficiency. Everything's running smooth. Correct decisions are being made. Hey, maybe the other defense makes a great play and gets an interception at a critical time. Okay, they make great plays. That's what we're there to see. But don't just be chucking shit up into the air to nobody in particular, like Payton did last week.
I know. He did that.
I mean,
he did that.
So, that's what I want to see. I don't want to see any more of that type of stuff. I want to see, some operational efficiency.
But Bobby Petrino,
solid overtime. Yeah.
I know you want Bobby Petrino to get fucked, right? Like,
yeah, I hope he has a non-injurious motorcycle crash on the way to the stadium.
Yeah, we don't want him to get injured, but we want him to
I just want him to fall off.
Yeah,
I want to fall off and be embarrassed
and be hating it. Yeah,
yeah. Get back up and have his mind somewhere else instead of shredding Auburn's defense. Maybe just throw a hot intern and some red on the sideline over there. Maybe that'll distract him enough.
Hey, there's a rumor going around there's going to be a bunker event in Orange Beach, like an unofficial one, like in the fall.
Yeah, I'll kind of announce it. I kicked out. I'm probably going to put out a message later this week sometime. I'm thinking. Going to do a Kentucky watch party down there is what I'm thinking. I think that's the one that's the night game. Yeah, Missouri, I think, was slated as a possible 11:30 game.
Yeah, I think that's going to be early.
No, thank you. I think Kentucky was slated as like a 5 to 6 p.m., 6:30 kickoff, somewhere in that time slot area. So I think we're going to try to do that. I've already put some feelers out and been contacted, but yeah, I'll announce and send out some invites here coming up in the next week or so to give people some time to get in on that. It's just going to be a quick watch party. Everybody show up. BYOB, bring some food. Do what you want to do. We'll all get together and watch.
Yeah, I was thinking about trying to do like
brain drain.
We could brain drain down there, but and I love your spot there, but I don't know if you have a hard line though.
I do. I've got a hard line.
Well, that's something we got to think about then.
Straight into the modem. So I've used it in the past. It's the only way to Apple TV and all that stuff down there. So
I'm going to have to think about this.
It's doable. Think about it. Get in touch with me if it's something you think you want to try.
All right.
We could go for it.
Chip, appreciate you. You're a fucking badass, like every time, all the time.
Guys. Well, I'll take into consideration some of these Swiggen nominations for tonight. I think I've seen maybe one or two so far. So if we had any good unhinged rants tonight, not really. I guess it's a win. So we got some of those last week, but
the next loss
nominations in.
Yeah, exactly.
It's coming. All right, guys. War Eagle, everyone.
All right.
Y'all be good.
See you, Chip. Bye.
Bye.
There he is, Chip. What a badass. The guy fucking walks the walk and he talks the talk because he hosts our shit at Orange Beach every spring, and he's going to do he did a fall one last year, which I couldn't make because I was doing the show here at the house. But I've been kind of thinking about maybe we got to do one on the road, but that guy's a badass. He lives bunker, and that's what we love. That's what we love about him. I mean, he's also a stud, and his wife's a stud too. Well, studette, whatever. Some other stuff that was going on here I wanted to answer real quick. Terrence says, I love the comments on this thing. Quote, I've got to give Hugh 3 years like it's any of us here's choice, LOL, is what Terrence said. No, Chip is here's the thing about Chip. So Chip's Auburn through and through, Auburn graduate, and gives a shit. And he is not, I was a little surprised by that because he's a very impatient person. Like he thinks Auburn should be kicking everybody's ass. Well, not undefeated or anything, but he thinks Auburn should be like top third of the league at all times. And I agree with him. That hadn't been happening lately. So and if you watch him on the board, he'll give him help and stuff. But at the same time, I don't know, maybe it's part of us getting older that that when Harsin just destroys everything, it takes a while to build it back. I don't know, man. Like the fact that Chip's being a little bit calm about this and saying you need some years is kind of impressive. I don't know. It actually affects how I feel about things because, like, me and Chip are pretty aligned on this stuff. We talk about it, and my feel is like Auburn should be top third of the league all the time, and it hasn't happened lately. Auburn has been fairly well. I think mid would even be being nice right now at this point, and they should be better. And I feel like they're at least bringing in dudes. That's half the equation. You should bring in dudes. Then you got to get W's, but whatever. Got a text from BMAT. BMAT's ready to go. They have finished with their interviews, and it means we can get BMAT on the horn again. We love BMAT. I want to hear what he has to say about these interviews because I haven't heard anything about the way that Hughes answered this shit or whatever. It's ringing.
Hey, man, what's up?
What's up, B-Matt? Where you at?
I'm riding the fucking golf cart back to the car, dude.
Hey, that's my man right there.
That? Yep.
What was the general thought downstairs about this game?
Hugh Freeze said that Hank Brown was solid. I thought he was a little bit more than solid, definitely in the second half, but that's the coach talking, right? Always working on different things. I think he was disappointed in the defense, especially the secondary. Felt like they were out of position a lot of times, gave up too many chunk plays, didn't play the ball very well, didn't do a good job defensively of containing the quarterback, and they've got a athletic quarterback they're going to face next week. Offense, besides Hank, I think he was proud of the way they made an adjustment in the second half. He said New Mexico was running mint on their front, their defensive front, which I have no idea what mint is. It's the first time I've heard it.
Mint.
But that's the term he used, M-I-N-T, I think.
Uh-huh.
I don't know. I'm sure there's some football coach out there going, you dumbass, that's what that is.
Hey.
Call in and let us know. But he said in the second half, he let Hank sort of make the call up front. If they're in a mint front, they'll run this. If they're not, they'll run this. So it worked out a lot better with the running game in the second half doing that. And said that Hank would be the starter for sure next week. And said that Payton handled everything really well, was a good leader, and that, he believes that if, Payton needs to be called upon or, needs to step back up this season, he'll be ready to go. He also mentioned that he made the decision Monday, but kept him to himself before he told the quarterbacks and the team.
Monday.
That's what he said. He also said he told the quarterbacks on Thursday, but I'm pretty sure that's not it.
Yeah, I don't know about that, man.
Yeah. But that's the word. He said he made the decision, and he said the decision was made because he thought that Payton was leaving too many plays on the field. Too many good football scoring type plays on the field.
And he didn't. Did he address the goal line situation? I felt like Auburn had a couple goal line situations where the offensive line just absolutely stuck.
That did not come up.
Okay.
But, maybe that's something to look at in film. I don't know if you noticed, but, they had a lot of movement up front. Dylan Way started at right tackle. He went to left tackle in the second half. Vernon Chambers came in. And I just thought there were some missed assignments, right? Just total bust when I was watching some of the replays on those running plays.
Damn.
Hey, hold on a second. Thank you for the ride, guys. Appreciate it. Okay, I'm out of the cart now.
What did you think about the secondary, dude?
I know they'd appreciate it if I'm walking fast and out of breath, but, sometimes it's pretty cool being on a cart too, right?
Yeah, they're calling you CPAT BMAT. That's what they're calling you.
I like that. That's a great nickname, man.
CPAT Commander.
What a great way to pick up ladies, right? You walk into a bar, you say, "Hey, man, I'm CPAT BMAT, man. How y'all doing?"
And then you get your oxygen.
Oh God, they'll be all over me. Yeah, I can come in with an attachment. Yeah. Oh hell yeah. God, I'd be slaying them girls.
Hey, what did you think about the secondary tonight? I thought they were kind of ass.
I thought they sucked. And you were right about Kyan Lee. I saw him in warm-ups, I guess. I thought maybe I saw him on the field, maybe I didn't. But I think he said, what was his injury? Shit. It was a calf.
Calf.
He strained his calf. Yep. So he didn't play. And then you was really disappointed in that. In injury updates, let's see. Brandon Frazier broke his foot, you said. And I talked to Rivaldo afterwards, and Rivaldo said, hopefully he'll come through the surgery good. So that, I don't know if that's official yet, but you know what I'm saying. It's tough break for Brandon. So that was tough.
God dang. Comes through surgery. What the fuck is that?
Well, he broke his foot, but
damn.
He also said Cam Coleman will be right back. Hold on, I'm gonna plug you into my car. Can you hear me, motherfucker?
I mean, more or less, yeah.
Hello?
Yeah, I got you.
Hey.
You good?
Nice car. Hold on. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I got you.
Okay, it's not connected to the car for some reason very well. We'll try again.
So Brandon Frazier's out for a little while, you think? Probably like a month?
Yeah. Surgery, so he's going to be out for maybe the season. Maybe
no. Dude, I thought that he'd been trending toward like their number one tight end.
Yeah, it sucks because, he's been around a long time, and this is probably going to be his, biggest year on the field, and it didn't work out. I think that's one of the reasons Michael Riley was in there and caught that touchdown pass.
Yeah, that was a great catch, too.
I thought that was a busted play, but I guess watching it back, it wasn't. That was a design play.
Knuman, who I love, he says, I love how B-Matt never lets calling into the drain get in the way of any activity he may have planned.
Fuck no, man. I'm going to do my thing because it creates other things that happen and people can talk about it.
I know you love
entertainment.
What was Hugh's response to this game in general? Did he seem satisfied with the win or what?
Yes, I think he was satisfied. I think it's been a little bit of a tough week. The first thing he said was, we're going to celebrate wins, right? We know we got to get better and all that stuff, but we're going to celebrate this win. And he talked about that a little bit. So yes, I think there is definitely some relief, some exhaling, some, we got here, we made a big decision, right? I mean, this is a big decision. They basically, they said, we're bringing Payton back. This is our big plan for the season, and it completely fucking backfired in week 2. So it had to make this decision. I'm sure it made them very nervous and created a lot of issues in and outside the program. So the fact that it turned out well, Hank throws 4 touchdown passes, I think you got to be pretty pleased with that.
All right, yeah. I thought Hank played pretty good. First drive, he put some throws in peril, I think, but after that, he was pretty good, man. Yeah. That's my thought.
Yep. And the only bad stretch he had was 1 of 6 in the first half, but I think a lot of that contributed was because of the rain. I think that contributed to that. So overall, I thought he played well. And the thing I liked about Hank was he looked poised the whole time. I never thought he lost composure out there or just freaked out at any time. He handled everything well, I thought.
All right, B-Matt, you've done yeoman's work tonight. Thank you for talking to us on the golf cart and then again in your car. That's good.
Hell yeah, man. I do it anywhere. It's like that Dr. Seuss, in the car, on the cart, running, jogging, whatever, man. I don't care. 10K-ing, whatever.
All right, bro. Appreciate you.
Peace out.
See ya. Bye. Hey, there goes B-Matt. What a stud. I did get an answer from Hunter about the mint defensive front. He said that's double 4 eyes at the tackle end spots and a nose. So, yeah, it's just kind of a, yeah, there's your answer. He knew right away what that was. I mean, because he's Hunter, because he fucking knows shit. That's the thing. Got a lot of text coming in here. Let's see. Caleb is... Let's see. We want Caleb? Or do we want Stoltzy? Everybody wants Stoltzy, don't they? They want Stoltzy. Everybody wants Stoltzy. Well, let's go ahead and we'll do a vote. Do you want Stoltzy or do you want Caleb? Blake R says, "Doer many things," and also Hornacia says, "There goes my CPAPy." I like CPAPy. That's a great name. I like CPAPy. Canoeman is, guys. I can't type in the text. I'm in the chat. I'm sorry. I don't know why. Every time I hit I try to type back to you guys. I go, blah, 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 blah. Canoeman says, "This is BMAT reporting while scuba diving." First, let's get to recruiting. I like that. Terrence wants Caleb. Most people want Caleb, so we'll call Caleb. Yeah, he said he's good to go. I kind of want to talk to Stolte, but I like both of these guys a lot, so we'll call Caleb and see what's going on with him. Caleb's he's a really good straight guy. I spoke to.
Hello.
Hi, Caleb. This is JG. How are you?
Hey, JG. How are you?
We are live on the show. I just want to let you know.
I kind of figured that. I've adjusted since the first time.
No, you go, "Hey, are we on the air?" I go, "Yeah."
I don't know. But what's going on, man? I'm walking back to the parking lot, so
everybody wants to talk about that stud ass fucking Elijah Melendez who committed today.
Oh yeah, dude. I think he's a baller. He can play some football, man.
Yeah, he can, and he's a great leader of men too. Or I think he will be anyway.
I think so too. I think he's gonna put his recruiting cap on over the next couple of weeks.
Oh, you think he's that in?
What?
Huh?
He's coming back. He's coming back next week, and he's coming back for the Oklahoma game. So.
Wait, he's coming back next week and the Oklahoma game?
Mm-hmm. I know it's a trek, but he's making it, man.
Damn, that guy cares.
That guy does care, man.
Tell me about what Auburn's getting with Elijah Melendez.
Well, you're getting somebody who's really excited to be a part of this thing, somebody that believes in what DJ Durkin is building on defense, and somebody who's really excited just to be a part of this linebacker room kind of going forward, knowing that, hey, he can come in, they can make an instant impact.
I think he can do that. I really like that kid. He's a player, and he's also a leader, man. He's so good.
100%.
Anything else stick out to you from a recruiting perspective today?
Well, I think the biggest guy on campus was not Melendez as far as, it's great to have Melendez on campus committing. But everybody wants to know, what's the deal with Usman Kroma, the running back out of Leesburg, Georgia? And he's back here in Auburn for the second time in 3 weeks. He is an undecided prospect in the 25 class, somebody that Auburn is really hoping they can add to kind of pair with Alvin Henderson, who they've already got committed. He's a little bit of a bigger running back, about 6'2". And, I think things are progressing well for Auburn in this one. He's got a decision date in a couple of weeks. He not really sure if he's going to go anywhere next week. And then the week after that, he is going to be home, and he's going to have a small get-together with some family and some friends. And he's going to tell the world where he's going to college.
Damn.
And I got to tell you, JG, I like Auburn's chances in this one right now.
Really?
I think the Tigers have done a really good job over the last several weeks, several months, exhausting every resource possible to make sure they do everything they can to land this kid.
Damn.
And,
that'd be a huge pickup right there, bro.
Auburn,
shit.
It would be, man. And I think Auburn's got a good chance right now.
Damn. Maybe it helps that Georgia almost lost to Kentucky today. I don't know. Or maybe it doesn't. I don't
Georgia
know.
always, and then Florida State is off to a great start this season. They're 3-0 now.
They're over so far,
Wait a
right?
second. My bad. They're 0-3. That's right. They lost to Memphis.
What? All right. Anybody else of note we need to really that has anything to say or anything going on?
Let's see. Well, Tyler Atkins, I'll just run through some names that were here. Tyler Atkinson is here. He's a class. Bryce Perry Wright. There was Anthony Davis. We really had a bunch of guys that were here. A lot of talented dudes as far as underclassmen go. you had a really good kind of haul, I guess, for a New Mexico game. That's a pretty good group of guys to have here for a New Mexico game.
Like, for real, yeah. No, you're right. I was expecting a very thin group, and it was really good.
It was really good. You had a couple of guys elsewhere. Jared Smith got to go see South Carolina lose, the Auburn commit. But he'll be back here in a couple of weeks. You have 2 official visitors right now. You got Malik Autry and Jordan Crawford. So we'll have some stories rolling out tomorrow, hopefully, on how their official visit went. Both of them are coming in at this point in time, as I think it's going to stay that way. I think this weekend's a really good chance for Auburn to kind of cement those commitments, firm them up.
Yeah. All right, Caleb. That's good. That's a good report. Everybody want to know how recruiting was going. It sounds like it's going just fine right now.
It sounds like it's going good. I got to tell you, too, it's a lot easier to interview and talk to these kids after an Auburn win. A little bit more to talk about there.
Exactly. All right, Caleb, behave yourself and please drive safely, okay?
I will. All right, thank you.
See you, brother. Bye. There he is, Caleb J. You may know him as CJ. You probably don't know him that way because only his dad knows him that way. But anyway, Caleb, recruiting guy. Saying that Chroma, he sounded pretty upbeat on Chroma. He's obviously a big fan on Elijah Melendez, who committed earlier today. We both felt like he's really good and Hornatius. Quit doing this stuff to me, bro. Quit doing your little jokes. All right, so we got Caleb on. Now I think it's time to get Stoltzy. Everybody wants to know about what Stoltzy's going on. And I think we should get Stoltzy on, yeah. Let's see if we can catch up with him. Blake Arce is like a kiss Caleb right now with that news. My man.
What's going on?
Hey, Stoltzy, what up, bro?
Hey, buddy, how are you?
I am great. I want to start out with this call by saying, I love you and I think you're amazing.
Yes, I love you too. I think you're amazing.
No, you're more amazing, Stoltzy. What are your thoughts about this game, bro?
I thought it was a little sloppy from the defense, especially the secondary. I thought they were getting beat. They were getting beat and letting guys get behind them when they shouldn't have, and not playing the ball correctly. But in the defensive front, they were losing contain on Depierre. But overall, they kept them out of the end zone, except for 2 times, and they got the job done. And I thought Hank Brown, besides the second quarter, which wasn't his fault, it was literally a torrential downpour in Jared Hare. I thought he was pretty good. I thought he made some good decisions. I thought he had some great throws, and I thought it was a learning experience for him. I think he'll go back to the tape and sit with Ken Austin and Derek Nix and Hugh, and they'll be like, "Hey, here's what you need to do. This is what you missed." Blah. But I thought, he came out after a shaky second start because of the weather. You couldn't grip the ball, anything like that. And I think he completed his first 8 passes in the second half, so that was good to see. I thought he was poised in the pocket. I thought he stood in there very well. I thought the offensive line kind of protected him pretty darn well compared to last week. And, I thought his performance was overall pretty good. Does he have a lot of learning to do? Sure, but it was a change that was needed, and it worked out so far.
We got a question coming in from Feel Like a Stranger. It says, is Stoltz excited for Halloween in a few weeks?
Halloween we have like Columbus Day. Well, that's not even a holiday, but we have like 2 holidays before there, don't we?
Well, I mean, we don't have a Slutty Nurses Day. That's going to be Halloween.
Well, that's true. Every day's Slutty Nurse Day in my book.
No, you hate slutty nurses.
I hate Halloween. I'm not excited about it. I know what the costume of the year is going to be already. It's going to be that freaking ray gun from the Olympics, the Australian breakdancer. Everyone's going to be in green outfits.
Ray gun's kind of hot, though.
Do you think so?
Yeah, I would hit that 100%.
I think there's something mentally ill with her.
Wait, but we don't know that, do we?
I don't know that.
I thought she was like a professor or something.
I've seen the interviews.
Well, she has good proportions. I say that. She's proportionate.
Yeah. Is it 36, 25? What is it, 36, 24, 36? But only she's 5'3"?
That's what I'm talking. Hey, you must be talking about "Baby Got Back" by Sir Mix-a-Lot, right?
Yes, I am. Yeah, I am.
The people in the chat have to ask you, what did you think about the fans today? I know you were kind of hard on the fans the other day. How did you think they turned out today?
I thought they were absolutely amazing considering the rain, the weather that was before the game. I thought the stadium was filled out pretty damn nice for a New Mexico game in the rain. I thought the student section was absolutely amazing. They stayed the entire game, did not leave during the torrential downpour. I thought they did a good job. So well done to the fans for this one.
Yeah, see,
I'll give them an A+.
I knew you were going to be fired up, man, because they hung out through the rain. See, they showed their love and fidelity.
I would have been gone. My hair would have been so out of whack that I just couldn't stand it.
Your hair. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Hey, you posted a picture on Facebook the other day, or I don't think you did it. I think it was one of your friends, but like I didn't. Yeah, you had hair back in the day.
Yeah, in high school. Yeah. One of my friends. I have hair. I can grow it. I just like the nice, clean, shaved look.
Really? Okay.
Because my hair does nothing.
It does nothing?
And that's my prerogative.
Oh.
How many 80s songs am I going to bring out tonight?
I know, for real. That's another Bobby Brown right there, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Bobby!
Some people are saying that you think Ray Gun sounds stupid, but she's actually just Australian. It's just her accent.
Oh, okay. Well, some people think I sound stupid, and I tend to agree with them sometimes.
No, you're not. I feel like a stranger wants to know, does Freeze dress up for Halloween? Would you even know the answer to that question?
I very seriously doubt he's a Halloween guy. I've never seen him in a Halloween costume, I can say that. If the team wanted him to, he would. I've never seen pictures of him in a Halloween costume.
Okay.
I don't think he's a big Halloween guy. So maybe I'll get him to.
You know, I've kind of gathered you're not a Halloween guy, but I love Halloween. So does that make me like a simpleton or whatever?
Well, I just don't like being scared.
I like scaring kids.
Well, I like beating the crap out. No, I'm kidding. Don't quote me on that.
Yeah,
but
I know.
I never liked Halloween. I never liked trick or treating. I always got stuck handing out candy for my grandmother.
Yeah.
And I just never liked my mother loves it. When she was at full health, she would go all out in her witch costume and like build our front porch so it looked like a cave or something like that.
Ooh.
It was pretty cool.
Your mom dressed up as a witch?
Would not come up. Yes. I'll have to find old pictures of her.
Damn.
It was really, really good.
Rich says you should go as an Eskimo. I don't understand the joke here. You're not short.
No.
I don't know.
Maybe my tummy? I don't know.
No, I don't really.
Maybe. Do I have a big nose?
No, I don't think so.
My round head?
Yeah, maybe it's your round head. I don't know. Yeah. You don't really strike me as an Eskimo.
Smell like carrot?
Maybe.
Like carrot? Actually, I hate carrots, so that's another thing I hate.
Golly.
It's exhausting.
Does this game change your feeling about the Arkansas game?
I think it gives them some confidence. I think Hank Brown will take what he did tonight and build on that. I think getting Cam Coleman back would be huge. I thought Camden Brown was very, very good tonight. And he mentioned that he had the best week of practice, and that's why he got the start. So
wait, Camden Brown?
Cam Brown.
Number 4?
Camden Brown, yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, he had a touchdown catch in the first touchdown.
Yeah,
first
fuck yeah, he did.
First touchdown.
Yeah, he played a bunch.
Yeah, I was proud of him. And he talked about how his why is his sister who died earlier this year.
Well, I hate to hear that, man.
I'm gonna write about him tomorrow. So,
all right, cool.
Wait on that tomorrow morning. So, I think Arkansas will be a good test. I think Bobby Petrino's offense is always a good test for this defense. That is. Whoa, buddy! I don't know what to think of them right now, but they could give up a lot of yards and points to Arkansas. But Arkansas is not that good. But I don't think Auburn is either at this point.
Yeah, I know.
We'll just have to see.
Got some questions.
I think it'll be a good matchup. It's a 2:30 game. Hopefully the weather will be better. Got some buddies coming into town for it, and I'm looking forward to it. First SEC game of the season.
I know. Finally, we get some SEC games. Dang.
Yeah. I still don't consider Oklahoma a SEC, by the way.
Same.
Yeah, they suck. Anyway.
All right, Stoltzy.
What did you think of the game?
I thought they played okay. I thought defense. I don't know why it takes so fucking long for them to get their shit straight, but it takes a while.
I agree.
But they tightened up.
Buddy. Well, yeah, they did. Like they did last week as well. So anyway.
All right, Stoltz. I'm gonna see you Monday then.
Yeah, I'll see you then. I'm about to drink some beers and then go to bed.
All right then.
All right.
Bye.
See you guys. Thanks for the questions. Bye.
There he goes. Stoltzy, how would I rate the quality of this call? 5-star. Of course. We love Stoltzy. He's good people. I tried to ask all the questions that you guys had asked for him, aside from the ones that were obviously ridiculous. But unfortunately, I'm not able to type in the chat. I don't know. Every time I try to type a letter, it just like, I don't know if you can hear that. It's like blump, 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 blump. It's like giving me an error message. I don't know what's going on. But anyway, you had some questions for Stoltzy, and fortunately we were able to get those questions asked. I don't know why he would hate Halloween. Halloween's fun. I love Halloween. My goal was to dress up as a Buckethead on Halloween, but I wasn't. Every year I'm always like, hey man, I need to get a KFC bucket. Need to get the Michael Myers mask. Got to wear like I probably need to wear like a 23 jersey. Chicago Bulls, but I just haven't gotten around to it. SR71 says, excuse me, let's get J-Boy on the phone. I haven't talked to J-Boy in a minute, man. I bet I haven't texted with him in a couple of years. That's something that's going to take some time for me to kind of get that going. I got to get back up with him and then see if he'd come on and all that kind of stuff. Because I think he goes on some of the other shows, maybe. By the way, this is the end of the Four Roses. So I cashed out the Hancock, and I also cashed out the Four Roses single barrel select. So it's one of those kind of deals right there, bro. Call Me Biscuit says Ifabor should call. Should I call? That's actually him. I thought you were saying. Feel Like a Stranger says prank call Hoke. That would be kind of funny, actually. I've been texting with Hoke more lately. I'll be honest with you, man. I've been talking to Hoke more lately. I don't know, man. Just kind of been doing it. I've gotten to where I kind of like Hoke. I know some of y'all don't, some of y'all do, but he's all right, man. The whole thing about the story about Hank being the quarterback or whatever, like some people on Twitter were trying to like say, hey, well, JG posted that on the bunker like 20 minutes before you wrote your story or whatever. Like he ain't, like Hoke ain't a fucking on our board going, hey man, JG already wrote a story. I mean, he ain't doing that. He's just trying to get that story, and he was hustling, and he got the story out, and he did a good job. I mean, dude, it's stupid. And there was somebody on Twitter who was like, yeah, I know you got to say that, JG, but we know the truth. I'm like, hey, man, come on now. Like, what? Hornation says JGT is selling the bunk to Hoke. That is not happening, bro. No, sir. No, sir. Man, I love Hoke. He's a good dude, but he ain't coming over here. Or he ain't coming back, I should say. Feel Like a Stranger says, yeah, call Pam. Dude, Philip would definitely come on the show, but like, I mean, I don't know. First of all, usually when I see Pam, I'm making fun of him. I mean, me and Philip go at it like as friends, like, because I always make fun of him for being so fucking old, and he makes fun of me for having frosty tips, and you know, we just kind of go back and forth. But really, I love him, but it's all good. I've just known the guy so long, you know. I don't really know Biscuit. I don't know what to say, bro. He says, should I call? Probably not. Like, because if I know you, you've been partying, you're fucking lit, man. Just like me. So I don't know. Kanuman, though, whose opinion I always respect, he says, yes, at Call Me Biscuit. And Feel Like a Stranger says, yes, call Biscuit. So, I mean, fuck, if that's what the people want. If the people are lusting for Call Me Biscuit to call in, then I think you should. My thing about Biscuit, though, having met him and party with him, like, he's better in real life than he is on the horn, but that's just my opinion. That guy, he's a great party friend. He's the guy you want as your wingman at a party. Grit says, Biscuit, how many texts have you sent to Griffna? Man, there's no way he's got her number. There's no way. There's no way she's given him her number. I mean, shit, I've got Grifton's number and I don't text her. I wouldn't text her. That ain't appropriate. A mod shouldn't be doing that shit. Let's see. Solo Tigre says, did we ever figure out what that stood for? I said, I fuck around, but only in electronic relations or something like that. No, I don't think it was that deep, man. I don't think so. We're probably at the point in the show, we're coming up on 6 hours in, where we just kind of talk about random shit, right? Like, we've talked about this New Mexico game. Like, we've exhausted that. We've talked to MWD, Easterwood, Henri. We talked to Chip, B-Matt, Caleb. We talked to Stoltzy. We've done the whole thing like that. So we've talked the fuck out of this game as much as you can over a 45-19 win over New Mexico. I mean, I feel like we've done that, and we've got Arkansas coming up, obviously, and we're going to be here doing that shit for a game that's going to be in the afternoon next Saturday. I just want to say, like, whoever came up with the idea of Candace Cameron Bure, thank you for that last week for the Gals We Adore. She was a cutie. Uh-oh. I know what this means. Courtney jumped in and said, wrap-up time. Courtney's trying to cut me off. And CJ says, Courtney says, wrap it up. So CJ is smart. He knows that he would probably do whatever Courtney tells him to do. It's probably a good idea, but like for me, sometimes I can get a little leeway because I can kind of say like I'm kind of, I'm just hanging out, or I didn't get the message in time or whatever. Blake says, I think Hoke is all right, but he can be a little moody on the board and it shows. Yeah, I mean, that's probably true. But I'm just telling you guys, I'm gonna back up Hoke on this shit. I like Hoke. He's just out here trying to do the first thing. He's just trying to do the right thing. Hornatius with a very prescient choice here. Says, this is only the first warning, Jay. Yeah, we got plenty. We got plenty of time. We're fine. I mean, it isn't serious until she shows up in this room, which she ain't here right now, so we're Gucci. Couple things I want to talk about. We're going to do a 3-2-1 column tomorrow as I drive to Birmingham and back. I'll be doing the column. But some things that I'm going to talk about is I don't understand. It's something that Kozan was talking about when he was on the air earlier. Don't understand the passivity with some of the defensive calls, and I think it kind of breeds passivity from the defensive players. I don't understand that. B-Matt was talking about that a little bit, and Henri was talking about that a little bit too. Didn't understand that. I feel like some of the calls defensively are flawed. Passive. That's kind of how I feel about it. Although I think Keldrick's been playing his balls off, so I don't want to give him hell. And I think Rakes has been playing really good too, so I'm trying to give those guys trouble. And I've been asking other people this question. I'm going to ask myself that. Does this performance change the way you feel about these final games? Yeah, it does. So I think Auburn's going to beat Arkansas. It's going to be like some fucking weird deal where Auburn wins by 6, and I don't know how they did it. I think Auburn's going to lose to Oklahoma. I don't know. I don't like the way it's going. Loss at Georgia. Loss at Missouri. I think the Kentucky game will be closer than people expect because at that point they're going to think Kentucky's going to win by 14. I think ultimately Kentucky will win by 3. Auburn beats Vanderbilt. Auburn beats Monroe. Auburn gets a narrow win over Texas A&M. So that's 2 wins, 3 wins, 4 wins. That'd be 5 wins right there. Beat A&M on a field goal at the end. That's 6 wins. And then you lose at Alabama. And that's about what we were thinking. About even. About 500. Something like that. I was hoping that Auburn would be better than this, but I also was very skeptical about Payton. I didn't know that Payton would be good or not, and he hasn't been. And people say, "Oh, look, Hank played really well tonight." I thought he managed this game really well, but like ultimately 45-19 over New Mexico doesn't do much for me. Now, if he comes out against Arkansas next week and he balls out against T. Will's defense, I might feel differently. And we all have the opportunity to change our minds on shit. I know I do. And y'all do too. But I need to see more from Hank before I'm a believer. That's the truth. Hornatius asks, who is Freeze rolling with at quarterback next spring? I can actually bring that off. I can't type, but I can post that. My guess is that they get a quarterback out of the portal, and then they also get a quarterback from high school, is what I think. One man's opinion. I am so glad to see Kanuman here in the chat with us tonight. He's been very, very active, and we love Kanuman. He's one of our all-time great bunks and also brain trainers, too. He's also a great member of the Bourbon Blend community as well, which we're trying to get back. I don't know if you were around earlier, Kanuman, when we were talking about, I think we're going to commandeer Maddie's bedroom and turn that into our studio for the Bourbon Blend. So, for literally the dozens, double two for the dozens. Maybe we'll get that done. There's no way I'm going to be short on this. We're at 5 hours and 57 minutes right now. I'm getting to the 6 hour mark. There's no doubt about it. But that's probably as far as it goes tonight for New Mexico. And Biscuit has got some questions about, is this actually live? What are you talking about, bro? I don't know. Are we going to go to girls we adore? Is that what we should do? I feel like a trainer says it was recorded live last week, Biscuit. Let's see. Hickadoola. What's up, bro? Glad to have you here, man. We love Hickadoola. Rain caused Brown to not perform as well as he could have, but defense was questionable. Whoa, that's being nice. I thought the defense was relatively poor tonight, honestly. Relatively. Better in the second half, but again, takes too long to understand what, like, why it took the whole first half until they switched at halftime and moved into, they just played better third and fourth quarter, but it really takes a full half? Like, I don't understand that. Nobody's mad about making some adjustments, but golly, like, the whole second quarter, you were still wondering? I don't understand. Gals we adore. Jenny Dell, Jill Arrington. Amazing. As you would expect. And this gal right here. Whoa, hold on, man. Yes. Thank you, whoever came up with that one. Candace. Cameron Bure. Let's go back. We got AU Mike's got a question. He says, late to the party, why didn't Cam Coleman play? Cam Coleman's out with a injury to his right arm. We'll just leave it at that. Yeah, right arm. And so he didn't play today. He was he was wearing his jersey, but he wasn't going to play today. And so Cam Brown played ahead of him. Colin Biscuit says, is this live? Holy work, JGT. I don't know what that means, but we appreciate that. And Star71 says, you are welcome for Candace, JGT. I don't know, though, she's actually that hot. Well, she's hot, but hey, we'll take Biscuit. If Biscuit wants to call, we're going to take Biscuit's call. What's up, Biscuit?
Brown played ahead of him.
Hey, you got to turn that shit down, Biscuit.
Colin Biscuit says, is this live? Holy work, JGT. I don't know.
Biscuit, turn it down, bro.
All right.
What up, bro?
Holy cow.
What's up, Biscuit?
Well, I got my nephew here.
Yeah.
We did a weekend wedding party. What a great game.
What you talking about because Auburn won?
That's all. That's it. And Georgia only won 13-12.
They won by 1 point. What a bunch of nerds.
Nerds.
I edited
all
myself.
Right, peace out.
Oh, that's
Wasn't
it?
that fun?
Are you done with your call?
No. All I got is Ruxpin and Stutzman. They hate the dogs. And we won, and they barely did. Maybe we have a chance, Jay.
Yeah, that's what I was hoping, man. To beat Georgia?
I'm thinking maybe. Nope.
Okay.
I got my nephew here. He's like, no.
I know. I love your nephew. He's a badass. I love him.
He's a moron.
Well, that's a little harsh.
Yeah, no, I ain't the sharpest tool in the shed, that's for sure.
Okay.
Hey, Jay.
Yes.
Kentucky Auburn game.
Yes.
My wife of 29 years.
29 years.
How
Yes.
the hell is she doing this? We're going to do Woodford Reserve on Thursday.
Yes.
And a couple other places. Then we're doing Keeneland on Friday and Auburn, Kentucky on Saturday.
It sounds like a winning formula to me, G.
Holy cow.
That's going to be fun, man.
What the heck was she thinking?
She's trying to get shit done. I respect it, man. It sounds like a fun time.
All right. So anyway, why is Mama Bird not calling?
Who the fuck is
Shutting us
Mama
down.
Bird? Who are you talking about?
Well, a administrative assistant.
Why would she call? She lives here.
All right. Hey, I'm fucked up with Canadian's checkbook. Peace out.
All right, man. See you. Hey, we enjoyed him calling. 5-star call for sure. He reminded me of Harry Carey on the fucking goes, hey. I was like, what? What's going on? Thanks for calling in, Biscuit. That was amazing. That was a good call. Oh, Biscuit's back in. No, wait, hold on. We got to get Hornatius. Hornatius, are you there, bro?
I like them French fried taters.
What up, Hornatius?
Nothing. I'm just sitting here. Biscuit's nephew is here, and I'm watching him run around in the rain outside in my yard with scissors and shit, just
What?
fucking smiling ear to ear.
Have you been at home this whole goddamn day?
Dude, well, no. I mean, I went to the store twice.
Oh. You've been in the chat like on and off all day, and I appreciate that because it's always fucking funny to hear from you.
And what they talking about is AA going to come shut you down. This ain't the AA show.
Yeah, this is
the
JG
damn
and Hornatius show.
Yeah, this is the Metro High Hair Frosted Tip show, and that you do whatever you want.
Wait, hold on, man. I better not do that because my wife's name is tattooed on me, so I better be careful.
No, she stamped it on you.
No, she didn't do that. I did it willingly.
She
I like
paid
my
it on
wife. Don't you like your wife?
Oh yeah, I love my wife. I love your wife too.
Wait, hold on. In the group chat, you said that she inspires you to be a better man. What the fuck was that about? I'm talking about your wife.
Oh shit! Did I really put that?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, it is. I mean, shit. She's a better person than I am.
No,
I mean,
like
but that's the goal. That's the goal of everybody, right?
Yeah, to find a girl that like is better than you.
Yep.
Although for you, that's
Yep.
kind of a low bar, right? Nah, I'm fucking with you,
dude,
man. I'm
that
just-
just means like breathing, I guess. That's it, right? But no, I mean, hell, my goal is to like raise better human beings than I am, and so like it starts with that side of it. Why the hell are we talking about all this shit?
I don't fucking
I mean, your
know.
wife don't even let you damn like be on the internet with friends.
Wait,
She's always like stepping on your First Amendment internet friend rights. and
Hey,
shit.
I'm driving the car that I went out and bought. Like, at least I didn't have to get permission.
The one. What is that again?
A fucking Hyundai. They make them here in Montgomery, bro.
Oh God, that makes it even worse.
Oh, wait, what are you talking about?
That's like living in Montgomery. Bragging about living in Montgomery.
Dude, you live in, I don't want to say where you live, but like you just live in a regular ass place like I do. Who gives a fuck?
I mean, I'm a lot further away from Montgomery though, so I mean that's always a bummer.
That is true. You're further away from Montgomery than if you lived in Montgomery. You're right. But
correct.
You also are a
Correct.
total cuck. Like, you have to ask your wife for permission for shit all the time. And that, I mean,
No,
I still like you, but it's weird.
I don't ask her for permission to do anything. She just tells me what to do, and I do it.
Listen to this shit. This has nothing to do with you, but I was at the bar last night, and there was a guy there who had a collage on his shirt. He was wearing a T-shirt, and it was a collage of pictures of his wife, and it had her name.
A shirt like that.
It had her name on the top, and it said, It said her name is my best friend, and it was a picture of a bunch of pictures of her.
Well, mine doesn't say is my best friend. I have a literal picture, a T-shirt that is all it is faces of my wife.
Isn't that very cucky? Like, what? What are you What are you trying to accomplish?
No, it was like a gag gift. It was a gag gift.
Oh.
No, it's funny.
I don't think it's that funny, dude. I think you're a cuck, dude.
Oh man, I'll damn fucking choke you with that shirt.
Wait, hold on. You would choke me with a shirt of your wife's picture? Because she don't have no problem with me.
Hell yeah! And then I'll throw it over to your wife for her to put on.
Now she would probably whip my ass with that.
Afterwards.
Yeah. I don't know why you're talking this shit, bro. That's so funny, man. I have a little more emancipation than you do. I promise you that.
I mean, probably because you hadn't taken as much Imodium as I have.
What? I don't even know what you're talking about, Hornatius. You're
you
weird.
said you had the patient. All right.
I don't know. Anyway, we got Arkansas next week. What's your pick in that game, bro?
Probably my ass a little bit and my nose. I maybe like pick my sweaty balls off the side of my leg.
What? So you're taking Auburn?
I presume. I mean, I don't know. I mean, right now against a team of the pulse, I mean, it's almost impossible to feel good one way or the other.
I know.
Or bad.
I totally get it, man.
I don't know. I mean, they could go out there and beat them by, 3 touchdowns, or go out and lose by 3 touchdowns, or go play a damn 8 overtime damn game with them. I mean, nothing would surprise me.
Hey, AU Mike 38 says Hornatius sounds like a country bumpkin Pall Mall behind the ear kind of dude.
Hell yeah. And your wife wears my fucking T-shirt when she leaves my house in the morning.
Why are you bringing AA into this, bro? I didn't say shit about your wife.
No, I mean, whoever said that. Mike or whatever. But I mean, look. The guilty dog barks, though.
You made me laugh, bro. You're funny as fuck.
All right, man. Hey, great show.
All right.
I'm about to damn fall out. So,
Same.
But look, I'm not gonna do it until the show's over at 2 a.m.
In about 2
Bye.
minutes. Yeah. All right, bro.
Bye.
See ya. There goes Hornatius. I thought he was kind of getting on my wife there. I didn't understand what he was doing. We got a super chat from Call Me Biscuit. It just says, Call Me Biscuit. He didn't give us a message, and that's fine. We enjoyed him calling in earlier. His nephew was maybe making it happen, so that's fine, too. We're 6 hours and 10 minutes into this bad boy, and we probably ought to just let it rip. I mean, we've talked a ton about this New Mexico game. Hell, we watched it together. We literally watched the whole game together. We talked about it over and over again. I want to give a big shout out to MWD, Easterwood, Henri, Chip, B-Matt, Caleb, Stoltzy, Biscuit, and also Hornatius for calling in. It was amazing. We've got to. I know you guys. I hate to disappoint the dozens, but we probably got to wrap it up here because I mean, like for real, it's probably about time. Once I get about past midnight, I'm pretty much shot. But here's the thing. So we got a game next week against Arkansas. That's a real game. I mean, Auburn controls its destiny until then. So we'll just kind of go with that way. Any final thoughts? SR71 says, let's talk about boats and hoes. Boats and hoes. Yeah, my wife loves that movie. Step Brothers. It's amazing. All right, Blake says he's passing out Pete's. Thanks, GGT. Peace out. Love you, JGT. Love you, Blake. You're an absolute stud. I think I'm going to let it rip, too. We're probably going to wrap it up there. We've done it all. I mean, 6 hours. If we do 6 hours, I feel like we've done our thing. CJ says Biscuit has earned himself a Swoogan. He got one like a long time ago. He's definitely earned one, and he got it a long time ago. So, and I got a second warning from Cordy, so we'll probably wrap it up there, guys. Arkansas next week. It's going to be a daytime game, 2:30ish. So we'll definitely be here doing our thing, and you guys know what's going to go on the bunker between now and then. So until then, keep your feet on the ground, keep reaching for the stars. Love you guys. Appreciate you guys. Thank you for all the super chats and for fucking being awesome in the chat in general and the calls and just the fellowship. We love it. Until next time, we'll see you. Colin Biscuit jumps in again with another super chat. No message offered, no message needed. It's all good. Thanks, Biscuit, for calling in and for being a stud. We appreciate it. So we'll check you guys next time. keep your feet on the ground. Keep reaching for the stars. Make great decisions. I hope your team wins tomorrow. My team will not, but I bet yours probably has a chance to. Mine does not. But until then, keep your feet on the ground. Be good. Peace. Love you guys. Out.